clearing is nothing but an elaborate distraction to help hide what's really happening.
All these new strange-looking clouds are actually clouds from the atmospheres of other planets that are passing close by Earth. Other planets from a binary twin solar system that we're quite purposefully not being told about. It's easily the biggest secret in the world.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. I hope everybody's staying warm. I'm doing pretty good. I got 2 hoodies on, so I think I'll be managed. But yeah, it's like 11 degrees here over Tulsa, Oklahoma, with a little bit of snow. Sam said more is on its way, so we'll be seeing about that. I don't know. But anyway, welcome. It's the one and only Twin Solar System podcast in the whole wide world. You're not going to hear about a binary solar system passing just outside Earth's atmosphere anywhere. Actually, it's just going to be here and a few other places on the internet, but not many. So I'm glad you all found us because this information is so important. There's nothing any bigger, like my little AI self was saying in that little clip. To me, it's easily the biggest secret in the world. And I can see, so many other fibs that we're being told to help cover it up. I mean, so many, so we're going to be talking a lot about that today because it's getting really interesting / not good in some ways about how they're going about hiding these planets. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get Samuel Hoffman on here with us. He's the person that discovered the binary system and disclosed it after setting out a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. And if that doesn't say something, I don't know what does. I mean, really, who do you know has a 30-year NDA under them? It's like, obviously they knew that he knew and they knew he could prove it. And it's like, it's a big deal. And we're on top of it. So let's go ahead and get Sam on here and see how he's doing in Montana. Hey, Sam.
Hello. Hi, everybody out there. 20 degrees in Lolo, Montana. And
20.
we don't have any snow at all. And the skies are weird and the light is weird. And yeah, everything's frosty and the clouds are low and everything. But yeah, we don't have any snow. We're getting part of that Arctic blast is creeping over the Rockies. I'm in western Montana. The cold blast is on the eastern side. Now it's like 45 below in North Dakota right now, people. So and 50 some below in International Falls, Minnesota, and Canada is running into 50 below region right now.
Yeah, that's
super ice storm, Arctic blast from hell. Now there's this big question about the size of the storm and everything. It's the largest storm, ice storm in the history of the United States, and there's varying opinions because the 1983 storm, et cetera. Point is, this is a very, very, very large storm, and it extends from the Pacific Ocean in the Baja all the way up until Nova Scotia and Maine. And the best is yet to come as of today. So there's more on the way. So don't get lulled into complacency because the big stuff starts today.
okay. Here's a few things I was picking up throughout the week. But, well, yeah, I did hear originally they said Saturday night would be the coldest and, more significant snow. So I just know that our totals, they did drop the totals. It did start out as 12 plus up to 21, I saw, and I'm like, wow, this is really going to be something, And so far, but they did drop the totals, I think, to like maybe 10.
Yeah, the second wave of moisture is coming in tonight. It is currently coming out of Mexico into New Mexico and Texas, and about your time, it should be about 5 o'clock your time, Central Time, to hit you. So it's gonna nail you in the middle of the show, and we should also prepare for the possibility of power outage. You might get shut off in the middle of the show. So everybody watch and pay attention.
We'll say that,
notebooks and pens ready because we have a whole bunch of information. I spent all week studying the weather around the world, not just in our local area, and I have 7 pages of notes and an 8th page on a little bit of political stuff that I, of course, am trying not to regularly talk about, but I am, of course, politically motivated because I'm incensed. This is not the world that I grew up in. This is not the world I want to live in. And I think everybody needs to say something as well, because I know a lot of you guys out there are going through it also. Anyway, I will step off my militant soapbox for a moment and allow you to bring in our friends from the green room.
Let's go ahead. Let's get them rolling in here. All right, let's see. Well, let's go ahead and start with Sharon. today. So we have our good friend Sharon. She's a
Hi, Sharon.
legitimate science teacher from Australia. So that makes her our official teacher. So let's go ahead and get her on here and see how she is doing. Hey, Sharon. It's morning. It's morning for Sharon. Well, and it's warm. We're here over here talking about how cold it is and snow, and she's sitting there fanning herself probably. So
Oh, I have
pretty
a little
warm.
one sitting in the corner next to me, so I'm good.
Right? Oh,
Well,
like 100
it hasn't
degrees.
got
She
hot.
said.
It hasn't got hot yet. It's still in the low 20s now, but by
Okay.
about 2 o'clock, it's going to hit the 40-degree mark, which is about 105 in Fahrenheit.
Oh no. Yeah,
So big increase. Whoop.
I do know. I do know that. Where Oklahoma is, we get the coldest cold and the hottest hot. It seems like we're just in that area. But I prefer 78 degrees. Like if I could just jet set to wherever 78 is that day, that'd be okay.
Underground.
Yeah.
Underground.
I like that idea. Oh, well, good. It's good to see you. I'm gonna go ahead and get
Thank you.
everybody in here. Yep, let's go ahead and get Jesus in here and see what's going on in Utah. I wonder if it's snowing there. Hey,
Ooh.
Jesus,
Hi guys,
how are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
I'm
Very
well.
well.
No,
Yeah.
no snow here. It's been really cold. It's been really cold, but even
Okay.
even the cold is not as cold as my area usually gets. It seems like everybody else is getting the winter except for us.
Yeah, Utah and Idaho are the only two states that aren't in serious weather problems as of today. There's 18 states that are in state of emergency, and the rest of the United States has winter weather warnings, except for Idaho and Utah.
Yeah, except for where we actually need it. You know, here.
Yeah, we need
You
snow
know,
too.
I spent my day, well, some of my day, in Park City, which is about 3,000 feet up the canyon. So that sundog that I caught earlier was because I was way up there.
Nice.
They're making their own snow up there because they even up there's really hardly any snow, which I think contributed to the sundog as well because there was so much snow being blown around.
Ice crystals.
Yeah, there's a lot of that was definitely a real sundog. But it was really interesting because I've never seen it like that. Never seen it like that. It was super cool. It was super cool. Apparently, I was the only one interested because everybody else that I pointed it out to, they're like, "Oh, that's cool," and then went right back to their phone. So annoying. I felt kind of stupid, honestly, because it seemed like I was the only one in total bliss when this was happening, while everybody else could not care less. I will never understand that. I just don't get it.
I was gonna say the same thing, like I was saying before. Like when I take an Uber somewhere, I'll almost always bring it up, just somehow or another. I'll work it into the conversation, and that's the same response. I mean, like they're quick to change the subject. It's like, oh, that's nice. Did you hear about? It's just they're not.
It's frustrating. I'm like, and it's not even disbelief. It's disinterest. Like, it's not even like, oh, that's just necessary. No, it's not that, because most of these people believe in some really crazy shit, right? Except like this is just genuinely not interesting to people, and I just won't I don't understand that. It annoys me. But it is what it is. What can we do? We are, as you said, behind, in backstage.
Yeah, I feel
we
it.
are clearly a special breed because these things to us are magnificent, and I think that's a normal reaction to these kind of things. Regardless.
Well, in the years to come, they're going to look back at this storm that we're all talking about and arguing about and wondering whether the validity of the weather forecast is good or not, or if they're overhyping it. What is going on in the southern hemisphere, what is going on in the northern hemisphere, what is going on in the equator right now with the climate change status that we are in is already crossed the line. We have now stepped into what this Arctic blast that we're experiencing here in the United States, the Arctic blast that Jillian in the UK is experiencing right now, the Arctic blast that exists in Poland all the way through Siberia, all the way. Did you know that it was 71 degrees below zero in Irkutsk which is in Kamchatka region this week. 71 below. That is the deepest recorded continental
Temperature.
ever in recorded human history. We are
Those
Colder
stepped
than
into a stage of
Antarctica.
weather.
those are like moon temperatures or
Right. Yeah. We
Nice.
stepped into a stage of planetary weather, the likes that we have never seen in recorded history, and it's only going to get worse, folks.
Yeah.
Yes, we've
Everybody
hit
seems
the danger
really,
zone.
everybody seems really unaffected by any of it.
There's
Like,
another Arctic blast coming next week.
Everybody seems to be quite peachy about all this.
Honestly-
Nobody's freaking out. Like nobody's really saying anything. Oh, it's a nice day. I'm like, yes, it's a nice day. I get that. It's nice.
It's a
But-
nice day now.
Is it supposed to? Right?
Well, we
Think
have
about
that
just 5
information.
years ago at this time of the year. We
We
would
have
be-
that information for everybody. Then here today on today's show, and I've got 7 pages of worldwide weather reports from everything that happened from the 18th through the 22nd, which was yesterday, or
Yep.
excuse me, 23rd day. And you wouldn't believe what's happening around the world. What was so underreported, the Medicane, that's a Mediterranean hurricane again, people. There was
Yes,
another
that's
one, and it's
Sicily.
barely making. I mean, do you know how much money was lost on the Italian Sicilian coast this weekend? I mean, this week
Billions.
they
Billions.
boats smashed into kindling shorelines, cement works, metal
I felt
fences,
sorry
buildings
because I
destroyed.
felt sorry. They had a community of cats living there. They were all stray cats, and they got all washed away. Sad
horrible.
face.
Oh gosh, no.
Yeah,
Swimming
sad
in the
face.
swim,
Really?
yeah. Well,
Where was that?
And we're talking about thousands of cats on the coastline of Sicily, where the main walkways and boulevards have been for thousands of years.
Oh
They
no.
had a 20-foot wave come and smash
30.
it all to pieces.
They the
30
waves were 3 meters, which is roughly 33 point something feet. And they were
Wow.
coming in and just destroying entire cement works were ripped up and shoved
Yep.
into houses. I mean, the
Yep.
the coastal cement works made to block incoming waves were ripped up and thrown, people.
And boats were in the main streets.
Now, subsequent flooding in Greece and France happened in the aftermath pathway of that storm. But again, I love this part when the forecaster was talking about it, and I saw it on 3 different forecasts. But it is a they call it a Medicane. It's a Mediterranean hurricane, and they're acting like that's normal. And that doesn't happen, people. And now they're acting like
And all the news people that I see reporting, they're very calm. It's almost like they're told, make sure you see it a little giddy,
I'm a
make
robot.
it a little because
well.
the sound in their voice
Probably
does not,
AI.
does not
Have you
match what they're
hey.
reporting.
Let me ask you a
Have you
question.
thought?
When
I was
was the
going to
last?
say, have you thought they might be in
Let me
shock?
go ahead and get Jillian on here
Oh,
because
okay.
I know she has something to say. I feel it. I know she can't hardly contain it.
Or-
In
Let's
the
go ahead.
interim, I have a question. When was the last time you saw an actual radar footage instead of a computer-generated graphic?
Exactly.
They're not
Yeah.
even sharing the real footage anymore, people.
Yeah, it's
Do you
true.
know how hard it is to get satellite footage of
Yeah, I do.
the stuff
I
going on?
do. As a matter of fact, sure.
Impossible.
Yeah, it is.
Let's say hi to Jillian. She's
Hey,
here.
Jillian.
What,
Yeah.
her
Jillian Watson.
again? Oh, hi,
Our
Jillian.
friend in
Me
Scotland.
again,
Yes.
yeah.
How's the
Again.
How
weather?
are you, Jillian? Is it warm or is it cold?
No, we need the
Hi.
Scottish weather report.
The Scottish weather report. Let's see.
Yeah.
I know that Kenny Fowler says that he's freezing and has 2 jackets on, but I'd open my window because I had like a warm blast, and there's something going on with my radiators, so probably need blade or something. Hopefully not.
Well, you're going to get hit again as well tonight, and all the way through Monday and Tuesday. There's going to be transition of. I didn't even write this. It's Ingrid or something. Is that the new storm?
I think so.
Ingrid.
Yeah, when they name a storm, it's a rotational, literally northern hemisphere winter hurricane. By the way, people.
Have you noticed
and-
we're up to I already? I in the alphabet, people?
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we
Don't
didn't
don't
this
forget how
year.
many numbers that is. HI.
Here is. Let's change that. Here
Will be
is.
some-
Oh, the radar on my phone. We're gonna look and see what's snowing, what's raining.
Okay.
Yeah, but have you noticed this thing? This thing changes all the time.
And this
I
is
do.
not real. This is not real. This is computer generated graphics. And if you look,
Yeah.
can you back that out again?
Excellent.
Or was that just what they were doing?
It was me. I can back it
Okay.
back out.
Okay, I want you to put as wide a shot on the continent as you can. All right, now notice Hudson Bay. There's a hook. Do you see that centralized low pressure hook?
Yeah.
Up in the upper right corner
Yeah.
where Hudson Bay is. Okay.
Okay.
Now look over off the coast of southern Mexico in the Baja. You see the white
Yeah.
area and the little blue area and all of that? That is one rotational storm.
The whole
You're
thing.
looking at the bottom edge in Mexico, but it's connected all the way to Hudson Bay. Now that hook is going to come back in next week into the United States because that has already gone through and spun around all the way up past Greenland and then backwards into Canada, which is why in that area below that little pink spot on the top of the page there, it is 55 degrees below zero.
Oh my
This is an
gosh.
Arctic
That's
open.
nightmare.
Hey,
Yeah.
does anybody remember the movie? I think it was 2012 or Ice
Yeah,
Age.
2012. I don't want to be in that movie.
Where
Now.
they had
Can we
the
have
yeah,
another movie?
the whiter the better. There's a polar vortex open spot, and there's a rotational spinning winter massive hurricane rotational system, and we're looking at it, and we can't even see the edges of it in this shot. And the
Yeah, I
open
know. I keep trying to minimize and enlarge mine because it changes all the time because I use the same one.
we can't even
AccuWeather.
fit this whole storm, this whole rotational pattern on one shot. It is so big. It goes all the way into the Pacific equator, goes all the way to the Arctic North Pole, and it's rotating. And there's one over us. There's one over the Western Europe, and there's one over Asia and Russia and Kamchatka. There's three of them on the planet that are rotating ice mega hurricanes, and they're only going to get worse, people.
Mm-hmm.
I seen little like zigzag shapes on it earlier, and I
there's
thought,
only a few
geez,
people out there talking about this, by the way, and I'm not the only one. And these things are these big, insanely super Arctic storms.
And we're also getting a lot of space weather as well. And
Oh yeah, that's
I,
it.
you know that we're seeing a lot of space weather, guys. A lot of
That's
But
right.
people aren't putting the connections together. This is all due to not just the planets, but where we're tipped at the moment, how our magnetic pole has drifted, and also our current jet streams. As we said last week, they've physically merged along the equator now. And now they're trying to
sent
separate.
a video to Rebecca today. I don't know if she caught it or not yet,
No.
but it came from JD and over
Yeah.
Nebraska. It's a rotational winter tornado, and I want you, if he does play this video, I want you to look at what's above it.
My goodness.
Yeah.
See how
Oh,
the
I
didn't
Arctic
see the
winds
gym.
down
Yeah,
in
it was-
Antarctica are doing the same? So
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys are
Antarctica
getting
is
polar
just
blasts from
insane.
both of you. Both of those solar streams are hitting you.
I've watched the jet stream around Antarctica for well over a decade, literally, a couple of times a week for the last,
Yep.
10, 12, 15 years. And
Now they're
as-
saying
as
one of the ice shelves are starting to break off too
well,
down
the
there.
jet stream is completely on the southern hemisphere, on the Antarctica South Pole, has direly changed and tripled
The
in
other
size
thing-
in the last 10 years.
And the other thing is that cold air coming up from Panama has stopped.
Right.
It hasn't come through that flow that usually
Right, and
flows
that's
through.
that flow that changed in 2018, which is why we also had the 2018 ice storm as well. People, that was the change in the Gulf Stream, and which is the reason why now Jillian and her area is getting nailed with this Arctic blast that they normally never did because the southern equatorial flow is no longer functioning the way it used to, and which is also, I believe, seriously affecting the Amazon right now, which is why the Amazon is equally in drought. I think all our planetary jet stream flows has direly changed. Now, of course, Montana has no snow. So how far south west did we go? And everybody else on the other side of the planet went, more Arctic, which we know is Siberia. And you remember, the North Pole is in the middle on the land, not off the ocean above Siberia, but in Siberia. So that's why they're having 50 and 60 and 70 below right now. Anyway, I'm going to get my first cough drop. Go ahead.
I was going to ask if you received that article about the Amazon and how they went through and stopped all the illegal gold miners there.
Oh, wow. I had not seen that.
It's in your posts. Anyway, they went around. They had an operation, a sting, where they went through the forest and found all these illegal gold miners. And the reason why the Amazon River is also dying is because they're using the technique of metal amalgam to try and separate the gold out. And all of that's going in the rivers.
Oh, God. Yeah, they've had a serious problem with mercury use in gold, mining. I'm going to have another word, but I couldn't think of it. It's especially now that the water is drained, then they're exposed to some of the deeper pools where some of the collective flow and waterfall gold and all of that. Yeah,
and then hitting the underneath water table too and contaminating that doesn't help. Well,
I guarantee if you go gold panning in California right now, you're going to find a whole bunch more than you did even 5 years ago because of all the rain. And speaking of California. California is moving into the ocean. They've had more earthquake seismic activity near San Francisco and south of San Francisco along the Half Moon Bay area. Like a week ago, fell in a whole bunch. And coastal erosion is very insane. If you look at the oceans, people, right now, the oceans are freaky. They're not reporting this, but we're looking at catastrophic oceans all over the planet, people. And of course,
you only have to go along the coastline and see how much is missing, especially all the houses falling into the ocean. In the UK, the World War II bunkers that they built 90 feet from off the shore are now falling into the sea due to coastal erosion.
Around the world. They're not even giving the actual documentation of what's going on. There's shit falling in the ocean all over the planet. Italy, again. I mean, those ocean waves from the Mediterranean.
They were from Etna. Etna is sliding into the sea. One of the main sidewalls of Etna has cracked, and it's just due to fall in the sea. If that falls in the sea, they can expect 50 to 80 foot waves.
Well, South Atlantic current is also, I've heard, is slowing down, actually.
What I was just saying,
yeah. And our north is probably going to follow if it isn't already. So,
this is why that was a warming, a transitory middle barometer for Earth's weather, and where our oxygen comes from is the Amazon and everything, and it brought cool air or cool water to the north in summer, and brought cold water to the south in winter. So now that flow is changed,
it just for anybody it doesn't know, it distributes the ocean's warm water.
Right, and ocean temperature and air temperature are directly linked. And we were talking about that in show 140 this summer, where the Gulf of Mexico is 96, 98, 101 degrees off the coast of Florida, which is unheard of, and it used to be in the 80s. And as of, which is also we had that ice storm in 2018. That was the year that the whole transitional flow of the South African underwater drift was connected to. That was the year that the Gulf Stream inside the Gulf quit. And they don't even talk about it anymore. And I mean, granted, it was 8 years ago.
The thing is, then, that even if they talk about it, most people don't really understand a lot of this stuff.
Everything is connected.
And in all fairness, in all fairness, I didn't learn a lot of this stuff until I came here, but I did have a huge interest in a lot of this stuff prior to learning this stuff. You know, there was always an interest. I was always interested. I was always looking stuff up, but they do a very good job at keeping information very vague. You know, all of this
Very
information.
general terms. Yep.
If you do
Well, on
not,
one hand, I can't blame them. They, look at their target market. In a lot of cases, and I hate to say this, in a lot of cases, they're talking to fifth graders, and in a lot of cases, they're talking to adults that are even below fifth grade education. Remember the old show, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
How many Gen Ys come on Rebecca's Live and give us a roasting?
I want to give a shout out to Ryan on your live show last week, Rebecca.
Please, if you are here, good on you. Hello,
I
hello.
Hope you jump into our information because
That'd be fun.
And he razzed her and us during the live, and Christopher was commenting, he's like, why are we wasting all our time on this one, naysayer? And the point with this is we care about all of you guys out there. We want you all to realize that, this is real science that we're doing. We're not
If
we're not
we get
a
one
group of
person
yo-yos.
to have that aha moment, then we have succeeded.
Even if we just get one per show.
Not even one per show, just one person per day. If each one of us can convince one person a day, imagine the exponential growth that we could have from that.
No, wish we could.
I know we're surpassing that. We've been, I can see the growth because of, adminning all the groups, right? But you can see we've been growing pretty quickly. I know back in 2023, I found in my photos the other day that we were at 30,000 on Facebook, and it's now 96, and it would easily be way more than that, but we're so particular, we don't just add anybody, you got to meet the criteria. Yeah, but it has,
Notification bell.
and the analytics, like when I look at
it's
stuff that I
good.
post compared, I recently looked at the analytics of my Facebook account, and it shows me compared to a year ago, compared to now, and the views, the what really matters is more than, because there's a lot of 1 second views, but then the views that really count are the ones that go all the way through the video, and I'm seeing a lot more of those, a lot more of people actually seeing the entire video. So that's a huge that's huge progress, because it shows more interest that people are actually looking at the entire video.
And huge
But
kudos.
I think that
There's progress.
Yeah.
Well, guys, let's see. Make sure, I know Chris is going to be here in just a moment, so I'll be on the lookout for him. But let's go ahead and say hi to everybody in the chat and see how everybody over there is doing. I can't say first anymore because I discovered that it changes on different things. So we're just going to say
at the
first
top
on
of
my
the column.
end for today. At the top of my list, it's Anne. Hey, Anne. Good to see you.
I thought I let someone else go first today.
Yeah, right. Hope you don't freeze.
If you see that you're
I
the
appreciate
first,
that.
guys, if you see that you're the first one, put first comment. That way we know who it was.
You could do that. You
Okay.
could, do that. Make your comment first, and then there's no question. All right. So good to see you, Ann. I'm glad you're here. And I see T Racy. I see T Racy all the time. She's
Hey,
everywhere.
Racy.
Yeah, practically. I don't know. Every time I go live, I see T Racy. So that's awesome.
Looks like he's cold too.
Yeah, I do see a little freezy faces. Several. I'm going to look up the temperature. We'll see who's the
Little
coldest.
penguins. Little penguins.
It's really cold here too. But yeah, there she is saying hi, her hellos to everybody. And she's looking forward to this. Wow, she's excited. That's awesome. She keeps going on. Don't forget to do all that stuff. Thank you.
Please do.
T. Tracy.
Thank you,
Helps
Tracy.
tremendously.
Sam looks like
Commenting always really helps, guys.
Chuck Norris and MacGyver. He's a mix between.
Who do
From
you want to
according
be,
to
Sam?
Anita.
Chuck Norris or
Yeah.
MacGyver?
I like that. I can see that. Let's
I'll
go take a peek.
pick MacGyver. I don't really. I don't like Chuck Norris's attitude.
I would pick MacGyver over Chuck Norris any day. Absolutely.
Yep. Anybody
I
Yeah,
was a
trouble with
huge. I was way more into MacGyver than I was into Chuck Norris.
Anybody that
actually
can get out of
rewatched
trouble
this
with a paper
series.
clip and a band-aid is my friend.
I see
Yeah.
Chuck Norris. I do see Chuck Norris. Maybe it's the hair.
Now,
I did
now,
too.
hey, for the record,
Yeah,
guys,
that
for the record,
beard
that's
definitely-
not really what I look like. It does really look like me, but this is an
You-
AI generated photograph, so
I think it, I
yeah.
think it looks
Yeah.
like
You
it's
look
just
like the guy
hair
from
and
Out of
beard.
They Live.
It represents us. Yeah.
They
That's cool.
live.
I know. I'm trying to figure out which one you're talking about.
The main character that wears the glasses.
Not that one.
What's his name
main
again?
And
Oh,
what?
that
I can't remember
guy.
his name.
Yeah, Roddy Piper.
Roddy Piper. That's
Right.
Yeah.
No, I really
he
did.
does.
I really did like that movie by Roddy Piper. It was his best movie. I think he did 3 or 4 of them. But yeah,
Oh,
they're here or they live or something like whatever. the
Yeah.
title.
that's it. Yep.
And
They
that
live.
was an excellent movie. And it once that came out in the 80s. And once I saw that, I reopened my eyes because I know for a fact that they're all running around pretty regular anyway. And oh my God, if you
Yeah,
guys knew the
robots.
whole truth, oh my God, I wouldn't be here anymore if I said that, publicly what I know. And
Anita said there's dirty snow in Poland.
Gosh.
now that is
Very
because
dirty.
that is because there are quite a few volcanoes going off in Kamchatka in the northern hemisphere. And Mayan burped up so much material this week. They were actually giving toxicity warnings for Malaysia area, the Philippines, and all. They were warning the people for a 2,000-mile radius of the volcano spewing carbon dioxide and sulfurous gases that were highly toxic. So I wouldn't doubt
And
that
they
you have
can't-
dirty.
And they cancelled over 200 flights in the area.
Right.
No, they would. I mean, that stuff gets into
Well,
plane engines.
Hey,
Again,
guys, I
Uh,
see that Chris has checked in. He came in the back
okay.
door. So let's go ahead and get Chris on here, and
Yeah,
then
before
we'll
he eats all the
continue with our
crisps.
comment section. Drop that for a minute. Let's see. There he is. Yeah, here we go. Hey, Chris.
Hey
How are
guys,
you?
how's everybody
Good to see
doing?
you.
Good. Hey,
I'm
Bill.
well. Yeah.
Good.
It's good to see you.
Who's
I don't know
freezing?
that I've ever seen you driving. That's
No, I figured. Well, I'm gonna be late, so I might as well just come in and say hi before
Let's check the temperature.
Yeah.
Check in.
12 degrees.
beautiful here
where I
today.
am. Let's see. Let's see what the okay. Bear with me. I'm going to look up UK temperature to see what T Racy is. She said she's very, very, very cold.
Yeah.
I got to know.
They're
Girl,
about
I don't know
7 or
about
10
this.
degrees Fahrenheit.
It says it's 46 degrees.
Oh,
That's pretty cold.
That's cold.
46 Fahrenheit.
Oh,
46
okay. Well, they're
Fahrenheit
very lucky.
for
Then.
London.
That means she's getting
Yeah.
rain. And
That's not too
the
bad.
weather that's about
It's
to hit the UK
11
tonight, tomorrow, and Monday
Where I
is going
am.
to be very heavy rains for a lot of folks. And then when it's going to get up to Scotland, it's going to get really cold. And it's in these
40 is
backwards
cold.
3 areas. Cornwall and all that at the southern eastern coast is going to be really cold, and parts of Ireland are going to be really cold. But then they're down they're down at a lower altitude, so they're a lot warmer.
It's 61 for Christopher.
Yeah, it's
That's
it's
not
nice.
bad. That's
I
not
love
bad.
it.
I'd take it. I'd take
It's
it.
beautiful. I might go sit
Right.
outside here in a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe the
Yeah.
sky will do something.
Maybe
Is it Sky Day? Maybe. Okay.
it has been the past couple days. It's been awesome.
Yeah, I see potential. Just it has a
Cool.
little cloud by a sun, and that's a good sign. So, well, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get back to the comment section so we can keep things rolling. But I'm glad everybody made it. Okay,
Run them through the mill.
See now, Sharon. I see.
Hello.
I see
Hey.
Sharon now. Yeah. Scorcher 40
Yeah, scorcher.
Celsius. Yeah. Oh
So,
boy. And I just know it's, our turns are coming. You know.
I can't believe. Sometimes I have a hard time remembering that you're actually upside down. That you're
Yeah.
Yeah.
upside down so much.
Yeah, well, we have a
All the way
saying
down
here:
there.
slip, slop, slap.
Say that one again.
Slip, slop, slap. You slip
Okay.
on a shirt, slop on some sunscreen, and slap on a hat.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what
That
we
works.
teach our kids in school.
I know that works for Chris in the summers.
Oh yeah.
Well, we're supposed to have the highest incidence of skin cancer in the world, so of
Oh,
course
no.
they're going to push.
Yeah, they did it
Right.
in Australian schools. They made it mandatory for children to have hats and sunglasses if they were going to go out and
Good.
play.
Every time
And
they
that
go
was years
outside,
ago. That
It's
was
still
years
in-
ago. And
and it's still enforced today.
Good. That's a good thing.
yeah, I don't walk out the door without my sunglasses because oh boy, I was looking at the sun yesterday and it was so big
And
in the southwestern sky. I
Mhm.
couldn't believe it. The size of it and where it was at sundown. It was in an unbelievable, weird location, and very big, spooky. Oh, it bothers me what I'm seeing. It concerns me.
I want to say hi to Michelle. She is here and she's watching Ryan Hall. You all waiting for the show to start.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't
I
go
was
wrong with
doing that
Ryan Hall.
before I got in front of the computer this afternoon.
Hello,
Here's
Audrey.
Audrey is here and in South Africa. I wonder what the temperature is there. Let's see. Let's find out. South Africa.
Yes, I
I'm
hope
sure
you're
it's a
doing
wide
okay,
area, but let's
Audrey.
see.
I see that you are having lots of bushfires there. I hope you're safe.
Okay.
Yeah. Why doesn't everybody on the comments just put your Fahrenheit or Celsius?
Yeah,
temperature
that
in-
works.
Yeah, drop your temperature in the chat. That'd be
That
nice.
way, Rebecca won't have to go look it up for everybody.
Yeah, what is Sharon today?
Oh,
Okay.
come on, man.
Yeah, here's
Good
Sharon.
job,
Good to
man.
see you.
Hey,
She's in
Sharon.
Scotland,
Good.
and I know it's very cold because I just looked up Julian, and it's 10 degrees, which is exactly what it is here where I am.
I was thinking
Looks like
somewhere around
Sharon
7 or
wants
8.
us
Yeah,
to know.
it's going to drop tonight. She's
We're all
going to wake
freezing.
up tomorrow and it's going to be very cold in Scotland tomorrow.
Very cold, right? What's this say? Oh, watching Ryan Hall as well. Wait,
Now, sport. I mixed Portugal and Spain. I can't talk. I got rented
oh
lips.
my goodness.
Portugal, yes, Portugal is having a real tough time in this new storm, and they're suffering high winds and extreme temperature changes, and
Hey,
of course,
KJ.
flooding in France and Greece this week.
Yeah.
What
What were they calling it? Cyclone Harry or something like
Yeah,
that?
that was Cyclone Harry and
Bad.
Medicane. It's a Mediterranean hurricane,
Yeah.
which is what they call a cyclone down there.
Right.
And on that side of the world. And it was horrible. It was unbelievable. They had 35 foot waves.
Yep.
It was ripping up cement walls, seawalls. Ripped seawalls out, threw it into town, washing water all the way inside of towns all over. On the eastern side of Sicily and
Yeah,
the western
Sicily.
coast of Italy, all the way down to the Boot and all the islands in that area. When the cyclone went over the boot tip of Italy, it blew up and then it devastated all shipping and all local coastal towns, and I mean it destroyed 1,000-year-old structures on the coast. It was unbelievable, and then pushed the rubble into towns in these high waves.
Yeah, I just seen
And-
something where the water went into a restaurant. Like,
Yeah, and that's
jumping over
happening
the-
also. It's happening in other areas. It's happening in Japan. It's happening in Kamchatka. It's happening on the coast of California. It's happening in Alaska. And Alaska is humming and rumbling, and there's red flag warnings going all over for the Cascade Mountains in Washington State. And there's a whole bunch of, we'll talk about this in a minute. There's a whole bunch of cluster picks. And when I get to my notes, we'll talk about it. Hi, everybody in the comments section. Here I
Hey,
go again.
KJ.
Katie's here. Katie's
Hey.
here.
Hi, Katie.
19.
Katie. I'm sorry.
19.
And
That's
And
really
I'm wearing
cool.
my New Zealand shirt for all my patrons in New Zealand that are experiencing
Yes.
landslide.
I know.
Oh, you
Where I
Kiwi.
went on my cruise, just around the corner from the dock is where one of the landslides occur. So
Yeah.
it was amazing. I just couldn't believe
Yeah, I
that
have
we had
video
right
of that
there.
to show. I'll show that in just a minute after us
When is it?
Yeah.
do the comment section, and then I'll show you guys what she's talking about because it's
But
Scary.
the seismologists, like you're saying, Sam, with all the active volcanoes, New Zealand is experiencing the same thing. And 5 years ago, the volcano Mount White
Right.
went off, and they're seeing seismic activity around that area
and the
again. So
Christchurch
they're getting
quake
very
and everything.
concerned.
Yeah, I think it's ramping up down there again on that arch of the Ring of Fire, and of course the whole Ring of Fire is acting up. I mean, there's that cluster, the 7 point whatever 3 weeks ago up in Alaska, right at the Canadian-Alaskan border. And it's still going on, and then there's a whole series of new cluster quakes going on in Southern California that people should really look into what's going on. There is a whole bunch of plate movement going on all the way around the planet, and
Are you
got
still
one here-
feeling the
you got one here,
vibrations in
Sam,
your
off
feet?
you got one here off the 4.7 off the border of Utah and Wyoming.
well, I even think that one that went off in the Himalayas, where that they had that slide and those two glacial lakes, dumped into Tibet. I really think that was the Himalayas actually moving in a larger jolt that they're not talking about. I think mountain ranges are moving, people. I think this is catastrophic events are happening right now. We talked about the cleansing of January. We're in it.
Plate movement
Sure.
is definitely happening. As this next cycle is going to be interesting. But
Right. I was thinking that too a little bit ago. I was like, I can't imagine with all this happening, and we're not even in the
we're not even as close as
major
we are.
cycle.
Yeah.
Right. It could be even more.
Yeah.
And our
I'm
Saturn
sorry.
and Venus alignment is going on, where they are geologically affecting our Earth plates as well, because the planets in their alignment, and we're coming toward the end of that alignment now that we've been going through for a month or so now, where all the planets were lined up. And I really was pondering where the Nibiru planets were equal to that in that same set alignment, but it would be hard to calculate without actually having NASA tell me where everything was. But I kind of have a picture in my mind, but I don't have the definite proof that I'm absolute accurate, so I therefore talk about it. But ouch, my head hurts.
I bet.
Right. I
we
must say
know
hi,
what's going on.
Robbie. Robbie's here. He's in Australia.
Hey, Robbie.
Yeah,
Hey.
so he's got 40 degrees too. He must be in Victoria.
He's like, all right. Well, it's good to see you, Robbie. I'm glad you're here. And Girls Be Gaming, how's it
Hey.
going with you?
Hey, girls.
Good to see you.
Glad you're
She
here.
didn't miss the show at all. So that's nice. And Kenny is here. Hey, Kenny.
Hey.
How are you? Good
Speaking
to
of
see
Kenny,
you.
I'm sending you a video that he just sent me because I guess you can't get it.
Oh,
through
okay.
it, but
I don't
just-
know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
a long way to go
Listen
through
to
comments.
Gina.
But that's fine. That's
Hi,
fine.
Kenny.
Good.
How you
All
doing,
right.
Kenny?
And she's like, let's go. Yeah, I know. That was right when the show started, 3:01. She was excited. Heather's here. Awesome
Hi,
to see you,
Heather.
Heather.
Hi.
Good. Glad you're here. And Jesus is checking in, making sure his account works. It does.
Oh,
Let's see. Brendan is here. Of course, Brendan is here. He's all the way in Ireland, and I know it's chilly there too. Wow. Let's see. Michelle's still talking about a truck that's stuck. That's all I know. I don't know the details, but I see a little bit here and there. And I appreciate that, girls. I saw your comment as it was playing, and I'm like, I love it too.
I
I
it
love
too.
our intro. Actually,
I thought
when
that
I
was-
first heard that song, I already knew. I was just like immediately hooked when I first heard it. I'm like, that would just be the best, exciting intro. It's
Hey,
ours.
when it comes together like that, and you just know, like, that's
I
the one.
know. I
You know,
loved it. And
sometimes-
I sat on it for months. I had that song saved. It's from
And you're just waiting for the right video. Yeah, I do that a lot.
yeah,
too.
I was just
I'll
waiting
go
for
down and
whatever.
I'll
Yeah.
be looking for a song for a certain video, and then I'll run into something else, and I'll be like, "That's good. Maybe not for this one, but
Yeah.
and then I'll
Yeah.
save it
Yeah.
until the right
Yeah.
one comes, and then I'll be that's the one, and that's just works out perfect.
That's
I love
one.
when it happens, yeah.
Even Kenny agrees. He seconds it.
Yep.
So thank you guys. Let's see, what is this? what does it say? Sickest drop ever. That's a huge compliment. So I love it. I love it. Katie Joe, I was watching without the sound for a minute. Definitely was hearing Full House theme song. She could hear it when it. Yeah. Well, good. That's a lot of compliments on the intro. I appreciate it. Okay. And I feel like it's time to update it already. It wasn't that long ago, but I'm ready for just new stuff to be on there. So that's a small chore, but
Yeah.
here it's a little
It'll
chore.
be
Yeah.
having to change after we've all been through winter, I'm sure.
I know. Oh, hey, here's a new one. Thunder.
Hey.
Hey,
Hello.
Thunder.
Good to see you. I wonder if
Thunder.
her name will ever go back to saying Thunder, though. Thunder. You know how they changed everybody's name. Anyway.
Yeah,
Changed
some of
everybody's
that.
name.
I
Yeah,
hate
thank
that
you
they
very
did
much
that.
for
Digital
changing our
ID
names for us.
I hate that they did that. No, even
Scotland,
on mine,
yeah.
they did it.
You and me, Kenny, we both have 2 jackets on because one just doesn't cut it, you know. But you don't want to wear a big old coat, and you know, so 2 jackets. It is. Let's see here. And just for the record, it's 1 degrees Celsius for Kenny. Okay. Hey, Blackberries is here. Good to see you, Blackberries. Stick
Okay.
around, and I'll show you a little video. I didn't know
Great.
Blackberries had
Hey,
a YouTube
Blackberry.
channel.
Oops.
She has a YouTube channel.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to get the link or something and try to pass it along so y'all can hop on and follow her. Subscribe, actually. So, but we'll play that in just a minute. Okay, blueberries. Blackberries. Like, that does not sound right.
Yeah, get it right.
Oh. Hey, okay, Maria's here.
Hi, Maria.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, she's like hearing us talk about how cold we are, and she's like, "That's every day
bet.
in Alaska." You know, yeah, I can hear it now. I know I'm not tough when it comes to too hot or too cold. Yeah, so, but good to see you, Maria. I'm glad you're here and that we're all safe as well. I'll come back to your question. I see a question from Girls Be Gay Man. Let me get past that, and then we'll come right back to it. Make sure I don't want to miss anybody. Last week I kind of skimmed over it, and I felt bad, and I think people missed it. Saying hi to everybody. So, oh, you know what? I do see a name here. I keep scrolling over it. I don't know why. It's Kat. Kat.
Hi.
That's
Hey,
not
Kat.
their original hello, but they're here. So, good deal. That's awesome. And who is this? Oh, it's Dennis. Yeah. Back in the mouse. Yeah, is
Absolutely
that
true,
crazy? That crazy.
Right.
I'm glad you're here, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis.
He wouldn't miss it for anything. And DJ,
Awesome.
same for DJ. Good to see you,
Hey,
DJ.
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 They live
Thanks
right
for
near.
listening.
I know. I couldn't believe. I was like, is it really like that? Yeah, I'm sure.
Mhm.
If not more, it's like scratch the surface. Alexandra is here. Yeah, Chuck Norris, but MacGyver was great. Okay, I never watched either one, to be honest. I know who. I'm not even sure what MacGyver looked like. I'd have to go look. I don't know, but
The
yeah,
same
it's
guy
good to
that's
see you.
in Stargate,
Yeah, it's, something Dean Anderson.
Dean
Okay.
Anderson.
Richard
No.
Dean Anderson.
Richard Dean Anderson. Yeah.
I'll have to look
Yeah.
it up. At that, I really don't know. Isn't that funny? Okay, let's see. I know. I'm like, I don't know the guy.
You tell
I
me
know
what
it's very
this TV.
popular. Yep. And there's Christopher. He's checking in. Let's see. And Kat.
Cool.
And, oh, here we go. We got.
6th grade.
I thought he was putting his temperature there, but I see Audrey did. Audrey, cool, rainy, 27.
27.
Hey, Linda is here. Linda, our friend in
Linda.
Norway, who does those fantastic time-lapse videos.
Hi, Linda.
Yep.
Yeah, 25. That's very cold. That's cold enough to freeze water. So
-4 degrees. Woo!
yeah, brr.
Thanks.
Good. I'm glad you're here, Linda. That's nice. Stephanie is here. I'm
Yeah, and,
happy
you know,
that
here
you're
I'm
here.
saying that now you guys all get to experience what Montana weather's like.
I don't. Right.
No.
Yeah, this is normal Montana
I
weather.
know. Bring on the spring. I don't know. I can't complain. We've had a very mild winter up until now. I mean, Christmas, it was 86, almost warm, and it's been in the 70s a lot. I've been taking advantage of it, hanging out, going
Well, I'm
live.
not
And
saying that,
it's so
there is a
nice.
possibility yet, because anywhere up until February, we're going to have the winter oscillation and with the winter angle and the winter orbit around. I mean, we're talking January here, but February can be really nasty yet for a lot of people. We don't even know what's coming. And anywhere in January and February up in Montana, we are anywhere from 20 to 40 below. We're talking cow killer, where you wipe out an entire herd because they freeze to death in place,
Right.
buried
Oh my
under the
gosh.
snow, never seen again till
Terrible.
summer.
Yeah.
And then you see a big patch of hair and bones.
Well, we won't
But
go
now
past critical on your end until the 21st of February.
Right, and then
So you've
right,
got up until 21st to look forward to.
right, and that's when the spring equinox starts in, and we start in our spring orbit, and then we work our way to the summer orbit. And this is why I was commenting that yesterday that the sun was in a rather odd place for sunset. It should have been farther to the west, but southwest, but it was more south than west, and it was arcing over the top of Mount Lolo Peak. I can't call it Mount Lolo. It's called Lolo Peak, which is a resident dormant, active dormant volcano on the Fisher volcano group of the Bitterroot Mountains. But I was just amazed where it was setting because I'd never seen it set there before.
Wow.
Yep. The arc is all wrong.
Yeah, I had never seen it right there over the top of that mountain at the time of day it was, and I just went, wow, that's in a really weird place. And then all of a sudden it went behind the mountain, and of course the whole valley got dark and that sort of thing. So we had an unusual early sunset that was not anything I'd ever, and I've lived here for 20 some odd years now, and I've never seen it there this time of year.
Yeah. I was going to say that kind of reminds me, or not reminds me, but describes what Stephanie is saying in her comment about the placement of the sun and other signs. The earth is really wobbly. Hi, Stephanie.
Yeah, but if you put all the jigsaw pieces of puzzles together and look at it from the perspective of where is the current magnetic North Pole, it's over Siberia.
Right.
So that tells you that if that's where the magnetic pole is, that's where our equatorial spin is going to follow as well.
Right.
Yep.
So that's why
That's
all
dream.
of the Arctic has changed in its
Right. And the equator has changed, and the axis of what we used to have, the axis line that we use, the percentage, so many degrees up or down on this axis has changed on the planet. And this is why I was saying earlier, it's like, I've gone southwest, in my opinion, that we've gone farther to the south. We don't have any snow in Montana, and that is unheard of. And but
well,
the
if you
sun is
actually
too
look
big.
at if you look at the coordinates right now of where the magnetic North Pole is against the geometric one that they keep saying is center of the Earth, it is sitting at 80 degrees latitude north and 40 degrees tip. So that tells us that we've moved 4 degrees off our alignment of our axis.
I was watching some worldwide graphic computer model maps that they were showing for European weather and everything, and I was noticing that Moscow was literally due north of Paris on this map.
Yep.
And I went, huh?
Yeah.
But that would be a representation, because see, Moscow is supposed to be somewhat east of Paris.
Correct.
And now it is literally in the computer graphic that I did see from the European model. They were showing that Moscow was literally north of Paris.
Wow.
Correct. It should be more left.
All right, I'm going to jump in here
Wow.
and say hi to Tiff. Tiff
Yeah,
is here.
we're-
You know what, Tiff? Oh, sorry.
We're-
Go ahead. Huh?
We're tipped. Our Earth, our
Oh.
weather. We're not in Kansas anymore. Our weather is, our planet is tipped. Our weather is all different. Everything is, and this is the chuckle of the world to me, because if we go back through history, nobody in any of the historical big figures take into account axis tip and change of climate change and encroachment of deserts and they're all talking about how the northern Africa was a desert for X amount of years, and I think they're completely wrong. I think that northern Africa the Sahara Desert came after the last crossing in 1650 BC, because after that they were feeding vast amounts of people in Egypt and Rome and all of this. I mean, for
how can you have populations of millions of people if you don't have a civilization?
If you don't have somewhere to feed
how
them
do you
from.
build a civilization?
Right.
And my favorite one to this day is where all these scientists are dancing around this timeline, and they're off by 300 or 400 or 500 years in some cases, of the breakup of the Bronze Age. Yes. And now they're finally coming out with all this information that states, gosh, there may have been another civilization prior to ours. It was like, duh. And these cyclopic stones that we can't move to this day, and the pyramids we can't build because they're built on an inclination of trigonometry and technology that we barely understand to this day. And then yet there it sits in front of our faces. And we're going, back in 500 BC, people were cavemen and they were living in caves and just learning to be from hunter-gatherers to farmers. And it's like, no. I mean, they're talking Göbekli Tepe, and that's 15,000 years ago. And then now they're finding undersea villages off the coast of India that are 20 to 25,000 years old.
Incredible.
And then they're going, well, maybe Angkor Wat is 30 or 40,000 years old.
Maybe. How can you tell?
Just like, duh.
Well, that's one of the arguments I've brought up in the book. How all these scientists, all these science principles are in conflict, even though they come under the one umbrella. You'll never get two in agreement with each other.
Right.
Physics is always against chemistry, and geology is also against archaeology. So I'll be raising that point in the book too.
Yeah, and you won't find 10 people. If I was to go to the Geneva Convention for the Sciences and for Physics, which by the way I should. Which I could afford to, and they would argue with me to the point, the same thing that the scientists did in Langley in 1980 and laugh at me. But remember the old statement, no one will believe you anyway.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, look, here we are. Apparently, it's not totally true. I'm going to finish this comment section so we can
all right.
Going. Tiff is here, and I just want to say, she's like local. I don't know her personally, but she lives practically like a few miles that way. So
13 degrees, huh?
Yeah, it's just like the same for me, Tiff. Okay, Michelle in Indiana.
Oh man,
degrees, feels like negative.
Michelle, your weather's going to come in tonight and tomorrow. Through Sunday afternoon, and that's when the big snow event is going to happen to the northeast coast.
Joy!
Yeah. Okay.
It's basically going to shut down a very large portion of the country. Flights are canceled already. The ice storm is going to literally send a lot of people out of power, literally from Texas all the way to Georgia. And don't forget Washington, D.C. and the East Coast come Monday.
Oh, boy.
The show has begun. It began a long time ago. We're just catching up.
I might be caught up. I might be. Let me just make sure.
I need to look into the activities of FEMA this week and what they were up to.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I thought they weren't up to anything these days.
That's kind of what they've been doing. Now that if I can go off, they have actually removed a whole bunch of folks from the last storm down south from their trailers, their FEMA provided trailers, whether they had homes or not. They booted out a whole series of people this and last month, right at the winter season, perfect time to do so, when there's no housing for a lot of folks, and they didn't care. They emptied out their caravans so they could use them for the future, and they also fired a whole bunch of people and ended a whole bunch of contracts between electricians and emergency workers, etc. They dropped the force even farther than they did when they first came into office with the first 100 days of FEMA. So, and the reports from the New York Times and all of this are saying that the force is absolutely not ready for this current storm.
Oh no.
Oh no.
He published information that I have
Well, I think
received.
that's the reason why it was defunded, Sam, is because I think they know that it's going to be more. The disasters are going to be more and
Yeah,
more
and that
common.
is a more conservative
And they
opinion. I
can't
agree with you.
I don't think financially an organization like FEMA could survive what's coming or what's been happening.
Yeah, no, they've literally been well, the United States is literally bankrupt. I mean, we are in trillions and trillions in debt, and of course, the current administration added another $8 trillion to our debt, which is exactly what they did last entire previous administration of his first presidency, and he's already done it again. And everybody's way over. Oh God, the budget for ICE and the budget for FEMA and everything are already well overspent because Christy Cosplay has decided to buy 2 personal new jets and a couple more cowboy hats, and it's just the administration is out of control for spending. You wouldn't believe, and there are calls for congressional reporting, and it's not occurring because they're getting stonewalled and delayed. This
Someone
fiscal
was
year
saying
is
they shut down
completely out of
again.
control. Out of control.
I don't think any of that is just happening, Sam. I think it
No.
was.
Oh, well, it is.
I think it's been in the works for God knows how long.
Well, another
We're still
gentleman.
playing that game with 3D chess, guys.
Yeah.
Another gentleman was killed in Minneapolis today at 8:00 this morning, Minneapolis time.
No. Oh God.
He was shot.
No, I was
10 to
I was
13
telling
times.
I was telling somebody.
I did not know that.
If you look, I understand being informed is important, but if you allow yourself the media, the bad news, the negativity can consume you.
Absolutely.
Completely
Okay.
consume you.
Well, what about international finance? Shall we talk about international finance?
Yeah,
This
I've
week,
been
the
kind of
Japanese.
obsessing on that one, Sam. That one is actually important. Like that's I mean, all of it's important, but that has actually got my
Okay. This week in the Japanese bond market, they came up with what they call short. There has been a run on the Japanese bond market, which is going to directly affect investment within the United States. The provider, the secure loan curator for Donald Trump's bond that he has to pay for his fraud cases, the fines he has to pay, has been canceled. So they are now calling for a sheriff's seizure of the properties of the Trump organization. That is not making the news.
Wow.
It's still stalled in limbo between federal and state arguments between the police and the sheriffs of New York State. So it's not making public news yet. Anyway, because back to the bond market in Japan, that is causing a major fluctuation in the housing prices and credit prices, bond assurities. There is a de-investment in the United States going on, which has been going on for months.
Sam, everybody's moving their money away from American
Right.
currency.
And I don't know if any of you were watching the information about Davos and the international speech that went on. Donald Trump made a fool of himself, and on top of it, minus all the rest of the news that went on around it, it was horrible, and new bruises, and he looks horrible, all blah blah. But on his way out, he insulted NATO and especially the UK by talking about Afghanistan, and he made light of the contributions of the NATO forces in Afghanistan, and it's an absolute. He completely pissed off about 7 different countries in a way that he should absolutely publicly apologize for. I would never forgive him, ever. The shit he said this week, I think, is a new European nail in the coffin, and they're not going to tolerate him anymore. He has literally peed in their cactus.
Well, I don't know. You know what phrase has been running through my head a lot with all this happening is it's a quote from the Bible, Sam. Rumors of war. It just makes me feel with all this circus happening, right?
In Revelation.
What else? Is it because things are ramping up because they know stuff is going to happen that they just
I think there's a quotient to the planetary alignment as well, that we're acting like this. When a planet is in Mars and the zodiac is saying this, and Sharon knows a lot about this as well. I really think that we're cumulatively, and we just went through an alignment, and our celestial visitor 3i Atlas. There's a whole lot of chemistry going on here that I think is leading us to how freaking edgy we all are.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Snail is pointing
but
towards
there's a
us
lot of
now.
distraction
So
too. I don't think it's that they're not seeing it. It's just that they're not reporting on it because they'd rather you be distracted with the circus from the Cheeto Man. He makes for a great show. I mean, let's be honest. He makes for a great show, and if you really allow yourself, that's all. Like, look, I talk to 20 to 25 people a day, right?
hey, you're welcome.
Those people, that
Thank
is
you.
all they can talk about, Sam. That is all they can talk about.
The one spitting out the money. Yeah.
Right, yes, I know.
Can I
I'm so
borrow?
excited. I
Can I
know.
borrow you?
That's as close
I know.
to
Can you teach me that
ATM as
trick?
I'm ever going to get, because they took away our bank from the high street. Can you believe a town without a bank, without one bank at all, without an ATM?
The economy, the world economy, this is, back to the Japan bond market, that's going to have a serious drastic domino effect throughout world markets. Japan was a very, very important building block in the world financial institution. And
Yeah.
China
They
is in deep
lend
trouble. Russia
The
is in deep
creditors,
trouble.
they credit the entire world, Sam. Basically, like
Right,
if you're
right.
borrowing money, most
Right.
likely it's coming from Japan.
Japan
We are in
or
a depression and nobody's talking about it.
right,
Well,
right.
we're there.
Bingo.
We're there.
You are correct. We are. We as of January 20th, we stepped into a new fiscal season, and we are officially in GDP decline. Even though the numbers are now not being reported because they don't want you to know about that, or that it's even the CO2 monitoring around the planet. Again, Mayan pumped a shitload of CO2 and sulfur and toxic fumes into the atmosphere in Earth, and it's about gone around about 6 times by now.
Did you, speaking of that, did you see and okay, because so much AI is going around, I'm trying to kind of check my facts before I open my mouth, but there was one that I
need
saw
to talk about AI.
where they were saying that so central banks now are so the fiat currency, which American money is fiat currency, it's not backed by anything but just trust and
Right.
in the American treasury, which nobody trusts anymore because of the Cheeto Man. But what they're saying is that central banks now are going to move into actually being money has to be at least 70% covered by
the liquidity market. Right. I have notes on that, and I don't even know how far down my note page is. I did take the World Economic notes for this.
So
week.
did you see some of that? So it is.
And this is why I was talking about the Japanese bond market as well, and that has a lot to do with cash on hand liquidity issues. Whereas Japan wasn't keeping that level of cash on hand, so therefore they could no longer financially, within a certain court period of time, meet that liquidity percentage, which is why they defaulted.
Here too, Sam, they were saying that there's maybe 11% of the silver that's actually on paper sold in the market. It's only 11%.
Right. Yeah, and then of course you've also got the
of the. So you could own silver, right? Stock from silver, but only 11% of that is physically in a vault somewhere.
Yep.
And that is a big problem. That is a huge. This is the reason why we're in the trouble that we are in now.
Well, right now the Dow Jones is off.
There's so much money that's just concocted out of thin air that you can't sustain that forever.
Imaginary. Yep.
Exactly. Fiat currency. Look, it's going to be tough to move away from fiat currency. It's going to be tough in the short run, but in the long run, it's going to be more trustworthy than the
Did they say Bitcoin was going to take over?
I think it's going to be a while, but I do think I don't know enough of Bitcoin. I'm trying to teach myself.
I don't know either. I just
What I
see that.
see, it's
I
actually
think the
better
government are
than.
going to introduce their own kind of currency, Bitcoin.
Yeah, they're
for
not going to use
every
Bitcoin. It'll be
country. Their own form of digital currency.
yeah. And all the
Yeah,
banks are using all the banks have already created their own blockchains and
Correct.
cryptos. So it's
Look, the entire economy system is moving. We're
Mhm.
going to move from the fiat currency that we've had until now, where it's not. Where
And
it's just
that's
backed
the big
by-
argument between the
We're moving from
petrodollar and
IOUs to
the
actual
Russian Chinese
physical
dollar.
gold and silver that'll be backed, for your money. I think it's like 70 or 80% where banks are.
Oh,
They have to have at least 70 to 80% of the currency in their vault. Which I think
Right.
is not a bad thing. It keeps people from
liquid asset.
overreaching. It keeps people from fraud. But it's gonna cause a lot of pain in the beginning. It's gonna cause a lot of pain. So
Yeah, well, we're in a financial world market turmoil right now because literally, and I talked about this last week. There are people pulling from the American bond market and they're cashing in, and this is the start of an influx and a downfall. And this January 20th did forward us off into this, as Sharon said, we have moved from recession into depression. And it's going to continue to snowball all the way until the middle of the second quarter, which will be up into June, and then you'll see the transition. It'll either get better or it'll get worse. And if it gets worse, then we're in downfall.
Nothing will be worth anything. This is why they keep pumping that idea. You will own nothing and be happy.
and be happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's the be happy part? I don't get that. Like,
Well, that's what they do. They give you these electronic devices. They flood you with all this bullshit, and they offer you when you go to the doctor, oh, you're a psychotic person. Here, have a drug, or you turn to the bottle of alcohol, or you go and explore drugs because you can't stand this reality anymore.
Well,
And
you have
this is
eight
how
cats.
a lot of people develop psychosis.
they're going to give you pills to make you happy? Is that what they mean? Or
Well,
I'm just
look at
trying
the
to connect
population now.
the two.
How many people in the world now consume alcohol, drugs, and everything else because reality is such a
medicating,
hard thing to comprehend.
Right.
Sure.
So
Which
the
is
only
why we
way
have
they can
a
cope-
vast homeless population and mental health and drug issue going on. Because of,
I apologize.
Whoa,
What did I?
Gillian, you have a ghost house.
I did not
Invisible.
or that. I have an issue on my end.
She opened the door
Under
to
the
start it.
invisibility cloak.
Mhm.
But this is how they operate. They cause the problem, they then offer you the solution.
Yeah.
This is how everything works with them.
Yep.
It's like be happy because we're gonna give you what we give you, and that's all we're giving you. So be happy with it. Basically.
I thought it was common knowledge that when politicians are liars. I thought that was just common knowledge. And I'm not talking about either. I'm talking about both sides. How some people just all of a sudden believe in politicians is just beyond me. I don't get it. They've never
It goes
it doesn't
beyond
matter where they
politicians.
come from. It doesn't matter where you find them.
It
They're all
goes beyond politicians. It goes beyond that. Anyone that has that little bit of power in their control, look at
That's
the
right.
medical system.
That's right. That's
Look
right.
at the
Power
education system.
When there's an
Banking
opportunity for you to take off the top, most people, if not all, are going to do it. Especially in the world that we live in.
And the words are dog eat dog. It's always been that way. You aren't intent on lifting up your fellow man because you've been taught not to. Look the other way. We need to change the way we think about things.
Well, and people think it's politicians that are wrong. It's the system. It doesn't matter who is running what, as long as the
Look,
system
we're all
remains the same.
flawed humans. We're all flawed. But at the same time, We shouldn't have this unequitable hierarchical system where it's us and them. We're the little people. To them, we don't matter. This is
Yep,
why they're
that's
making
the
all their
oligarchy.
preparations.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
why they
they're
don't
little
care how many
pawns.
get. That's why they don't care how many people get wiped out. The flood that takes out an entire town.
And that's what happens if you vote for the populist system in any country's politics system.
Hey, Richard.
You cannot.
Yeah, I want to say hi to
have-
Rick.
You
I wanna
cannot
say
have a
something as
populist
well.
candidate. You have to have a
I want to say,
political candidate who knows who's
You want
qualified.
to say hi?
well, I'm gonna knock this out. I want to say hi to Richard. Richard,
Okay.
aka Rick, is here, and
How you
Third
doing?
Eye is here. Hey, Third Eye.
Hey,
I hope
how
you're
you
feeling
doing?
Better.
Hey, Jedi.
I hope you're just getting better and better by the day.
And
So
better.
Right.
Indeed. I hope
I'm
you're
glad you're
feeling
here.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really.
we're talking politics and world crazy stuff. We're not talking about the
Hey,
sky. We
Thomas.
need to talk about the
Yeah.
sky.
you
Thomas
ready
is
for
here.
this one?
Hey, Thomas.
Oh, I
Hello.
see
It is
Hey,
part
Thomas,
of it,
good to
but
see
I
you.
mean, hello. Oh, there's
Thomas is
Thomas.
here.
I was
Yay,
wondering where
he's-
you were.
I know. He's here.
Whether you're getting
oh,
licked with
hey,
snow
look
or
at
not.
that. Hey, Zeus.
Oh,
thank you.
Zeus.
Of
That's
course.
wonderful.
And let's say hi to all the
Let's
Russian.
see.
and
You know,
Chinese
you know how they say
soldiers.
always pay it forward. I was out last week.
Yeah.
This week we're doing Sundance, and Sundance is a very good time for me.
Oh, well, congrats.
Just
Right.
didn't
Yeah,
send
yeah.
out
Alright.
that
It's
video.
been good. I haven't had a good week.
Yay.
I just love
I was
the
hoping
video
for this
already.
one. I was gonna say I love the one with mittens in the car.
Oh wait, this part's great.
Are still
Gotta
moving.
go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, she's
I
beautiful.
parked the car.
Oh wait.
Oh,
I
my
have dreams
gosh.
like that where I'm going
Yeah.
one way and the world's going
She likes
another.
it. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, speaking of
Very cool.
mittens, let me just pull this up because it's been a minute since you all have seen how big she's getting. She's like really growing. She's got a growth spurt. Let me drop this
Good.
down. Hang on. I
That
know,
means she's
right?
getting better. Whatever that stuff was in her, and whatever
Let's
you're doing
drop
now is working. This new therapy. It just
Yep.
shows you the power of
Oh.
love. Look at that baby.
It's true. It's true.
And they're looking at me. Hey, baby.
Living life right here.
Right.
You feel good?
Not in that winter, son.
Looks
Yeah.
like it. Oh, gosh. Isn't she cute?
I know. Yeah, she's
Oh,
getting
Rebecca,
like
you've gone
look
on
how
this
long
baby.
she is. She's so long, and there's
Brina.
Oh.
They're
Her
best
friend.
friends.
Other
yeah,
best friends.
Her and Brina.
they are right. They play together
They're
all the
together
time.
all the time.
But I know Tiff, isn't she cute? She really is. She's a cutie.
She's so pretty.
Yeah.
She loves that camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, she actually is
Look at me.
cooperating this time.
Look at me.
She knows. She's, she knows
Yes.
she's the mascot. The
I know.
Skywatcher mascot.
Yep. It's like, I just relax like this now.
Right,
Look at me.
right, right. I mean, you can tell that it's like a night and day compared to how she was when she wasn't feeling good. Like, you can tell she feels
That's
good.
great.
Right. You
Excellent.
can just tell.
Ah.
Yes.
We're really
And
happy
then-
for you. We know that how much
There
that
she is.
means.
Yeah. That's where she
Oh,
is
that-
right now. She's right here beside me
How small she
Um,
was.
on
Yeah.
her heating pad. She has her own heating pad. And that day I had a little space heater right beside her. So she had hot, warm air blowing on her. She was soaking it up. There's her heater. Yeah.
Nice. Oh,
So, but she got a little fat tummy
Oh.
going. Her tummy's getting chubby.
good.
So,
That good
Anyway.
because she didn't eat at all for a long time.
yeah, she went,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, she was losing
So
weight.
you could do like a
Right.
like a book, a Skywatcher book on how to save your baby.
Yeah.
You could.
I know. You just love them till they're well, I guess. I did.
Right?
Just, oh man, I have done everything I could think of to help
I
her.
know that's the thing about never giving up and always trying to
Yeah.
to find as much natural product as you can. Like you don't want to overwhelm
Right.
your animals with stuff as well.
Yeah, like even just sitting in a steamy shower room, a bathroom with this shower running. And anyway, we did that many times, helping her breathing. So
It
she
really
got me.
works. I mean, we used to do it with
She got
babies
me.
in South
Ow.
Africa. Yeah.
Scratches all over my hand. Anyway, that's Little Mittens. That was a couple of days ago.
Well, hallelujah.
Yay. She's doing good. Right. It's consistent. It's saying.
Awesome.
Oh, hey, Carol Ann's here.
Carol Ann's
Hey,
here.
I know.
everyone.
She's
There you
beautiful.
go.
Good to see you, Carol Ann.
Hey, Carol.
Wow. I wonder how her little kitty cat's doing.
I
She has
know.
one that's
I was
under
just
the
going to say,
weather.
Bianco.
Hey, Caroline.
Bianco. Where's
Right.
our baby?
I'll have to show you all a picture I made of them too. It's really cute. And David is here. Good to see you,
Hi,
David.
David.
David made
Hi,
it.
David.
And oh, Tiff has kitties too. Oh, that's cool. Well, we'll have even more to talk about. That's pretty cool. She does live nearby, and we're like, she said, why don't we just go have a cup of coffee? And I'm like, well, we should. Yeah, that'd be fun.
We talk kitties.
Because
Yep.
she's almost always the first person that jumps into my live when I go live on YouTube and TikTok, but definitely on YouTube. So I appreciate that. It's nice.
Who is that again?
Thank you.
Tiff.
Tiff.
She
okay.
lives here in Tulsa. She lives
Okay, that's one of your. Okay.
not far from me.
You know,
Yeah, not far
I
from
hate
me.
these new name changes because it's like I have to remember.
I know. Me too.
One-
It took a while.
I hate
Too
it.
much. Never too much. Never not enough. No. Let's see. Waiting on the Daily Sun post. Sharon, I'm so glad you said that because I forgot. I did. I totally got sidetracked. So she's my little secretary today. That's great. Thank you. I will get that posted. So okay, let's go ahead. Is Blackberries here? Is she? I want to make sure she's present. Let's see, Blackberries. Because she wanted me to show this, and I want to make sure she's here. Tell me if you're here. Check in, Blackberries, because it's ready to play. And then we also have, I was going to show you what happened in New Zealand in just a moment, among other things, or several things to talk about. I don't see Jason here yet today. I have a video to show you some of his captures.
Did you know there was flooding in New
Blackberries.
Jersey on the 19th?
No.
Yeah, I was
No.
wondering if Katie
Gosh.
Jill had seen any of that. And yeah, there was
Really?
some really gnarly flooding in New Jersey.
Wow, I didn't know
It's
that.
going on all
She
over
said
the
she's
world,
here.
of course. Spain, France,
Wow, Tara
Holland.
made it.
Hi,
Germany,
Tara.
Hi, Tara.
Poland,
Good deal.
you name it. Everybody's flooding all over.
There she is. All right, here we go. I'm gonna play her video. Like you said, she has a YouTube channel.
Cool.
I don't know if there's sound. Let's see.
Sky Scribblers.
I don't think so.
Scribblers. You'll get them sky pencils.
Well, maybe some.
That was the Tan asteroid, and I believe Pappy.
But
Wow.
there's one. I'm just saying how many times I go out, and I will
Mhm.
always track, I always keep a count. And it doesn't matter, even on the busiest days, it's never more than 10, 10 throughout the whole 2 or 3 hours I'm out there.
Well, this is, of course, over an area where it's going to be quite visible, and
But that looks, I'm sure it's a heavier day. I'm just saying.
all the gray-blue area with a little red tinge here is planet. And if you look down at the horizon, which you can't see in this shot, you will see a completely different sky color.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this is all planet over the top of us, people.
Yeah.
Actually, several
Big
planets.
silver gray.
See,
Look at
behind
that
the-
thing.
Behind the tree.
Where are you located, Blackberries?
And they're covering up, these straight lines are going multiple straight lines to cover up, to separate between the edges of the planets right there, which are amply visible if you know what you're looking for.
Yeah, I've noticed
Yeah.
they're really doing that. Son. They're spraying down on the edges of them.
Right. Well,
Because
we've
there
always,
is-
for years, we've said when they start to spray, it's time to get outside and look what they're covering up.
Exactly.
When they start to spray, it's time to play.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I don't think
California.
I don't
That's right.
think they realise that when they spray, they actually create a different refractive area as well. So it also
Right.
brings some features forward as well.
We got some shots. It's looking at this right there. We got some shots of skull this week.
Yep.
We got the cube. We got shots of the Fox cube. Tim, Montana Skywatch,
Uh-oh.
and Montana Skywatch anonymous sites that are.
Uh-oh.
He's cutting
That's what
out.
we've been doing all these years. And again, back to America's Live the other day. I was this guy. I haven't seen it. You know, we say
Here we go.
Hey,
what we're
Here
gonna
we
see.
go.
I feel like you should wait a minute, Sam, because
Steve.
nobody can catch what you're saying.
There's 3 days.
Nothing.
Robot. I don't know. Yeah,
Wow, he really got that on. Yeah.
there he goes.
Spit
He'll be
the
back.
marbles
All
out.
right. Wow. Goodness sake. But I love your video. I was trying to find your channel again, Blackberries. I was like, where is it? Here it is. What's it called? Let me tell you. Oh, it's called I Love Blackberries. That's the name of the channel. I Love Blackberries.
Big
It
mystery.
says-
Mystery. Wow.
Yeah, she's got a lot of video. Oh, wow, cool. Well, now, yeah, I'll have to make a slideshow of your videos. I didn't realize it goes back a ways, years. Yeah, okay. I'm going to have to dig through your videos, Blackberries. I'll make more videos out of it. So that's nice. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. And now you should expect a few more new subscribers, I would imagine. Right? I love Blackberries.
I know. I'll subscribe.
Right. Right. You should, yeah, definitely.
I know everybody here will subscribe.
Yeah. Hopefully it comes up. You know how sometimes you put the channel name in and you can't, it just,
Or you get like 20,000 of them.
right. Or that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
God, was I telling secrets again?
I know.
Yeah.
It got worse and worse.
Yeah, they spun me out, and then I got tossed off a StreamYard.
All right. Let me get my folder up here. Okay. Let's go ahead. I'm going to play that video I was telling you about of New Zealand, what happened. There was a couple of different things from what I could gather. There was a landslide, but there was also flooding.
Yeah, they had serious flooding. in New
Terrible
Zealand this
flooding.
week.
So it was a couple of things, but the landslide.
They had 2 months worth of rain in 10 hours.
Oh my god.
Wow, it sounds like a rain bomb, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like an epicity rain bomb to me.
Right, right. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
On New Zealand's North Island after a landslide hit a campground at Mount Maunganui.
Another camping ground, guys. Tents, mobile homes, caravans.
We were in the massage room, which is the closest side to the mountain, and the whole room just started shaking.
I wouldn't admit to that,
Like,
but
it was like a freight train
I was
driving
in the
right
massage
past
room.
you, and we could not grasp what has just happened. We looked outside the window, and there was a caravan in the hot pool, and that's kind of our first sight on scene of what happened.
Holy crap, can you imagine walking into work to that?
well, you know that's
Again,
going on
guys.
all around Asia and India. It's going on in China. It's going on in Russia. There's landslides everywhere.
There's no warning. This is why we have to be on guard all the time.
Like behind me, and then I look behind me, and there's
If you, we have a motto here: if you see something, say something. Devastated. Look at it. This is the North Island, guys.
Yeah, it was a flash
But
flood.
it-
So much water came down. It just took out anything that was anywhere near a river. and
Yep.
it inundated
Took
everything.
out the timber industry, the forestry industry was destroyed.
I think the wave height was really high, amazingly high. I looked at it. I didn't write it down, but it was. I have it somewhere that it happened, but I don't think I have the wave height that went through a good portion of the country.
Yeah, I'd be running,
Well,
mate, too. Run,
you
keep going. Don't watch it. Keep going.
you know,
Run.
mainstream science says that if there was other civilizations and all advanced and all that, there would be evidence of it. But imagine this on a large scale. What evidence? You have literally a freaking a whole layer or God, you know, a whole layer of earth on top of old, you know, on top of old civilization.
Okay,
God
look at it
knows
like
what's
this,
under there.
Jesus. Look at it like this, Jesus. Not only over the 4.6 billion years that the Earth has been here and all the civilizations that have been here, how many times has it experienced this kind of thing where we've had volcanic activity, the heating of the core, the changing of the environment completely, and
Cycles.
this is why we have these out of place artifacts,
Yeah.
because continents rise and continents
And
fall.
it doesn't make sense when you it only doesn't make sense when you think that we're the pinnacle of society, right? If you were to humble yourself and realize that we didn't go from cavemen to this in a few thousand years, we didn't. Okay, if you humble
We
yourself
went
and
from
know that
horse
you
and cart. We went from horse and cart from the 1900s to hadron collider in the last 120 years.
That's right. That's
Go
right. Makes
figure.
absolutely no sense. That's not consistent. That timeline is not consistent. So if you take into consideration that there was other civilizations more advanced than we want to give them credit for, it makes perfect sense. All of this makes sense. What they don't want you to know is that how these civilizations disappeared, you know, and what happened.
Well, I
No,
suggest
we're
people
just
go
the
and
most
watch a guy
recent
called.
ones. We're just the
I
most
suggest.
recent cycle. You know, it doesn't
I
make us.
suggest. Yeah, I suggest go watch a guy called My Lunch Break. He breaks all these things down from previous civilizations to out of place artifacts to the geology of the earth and how many times it's been folded over and consistent materials that come up. Like, why did they say a building was built in 1856, whereas, you know, the population at the time in that particular town was only 20,000? So this is why I'm always questioning history and always trying to get somebody or something to validate what is truth and what isn't.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's really hard these days
Usually-
because
That
people
planet
aren't
right there.
discerning enough. People aren't discerning enough to know which opportunity to take.
And it just never sat. None of it really sat right with me. Or a lot of what they teach us about our history, none of it ever really sat right with me. Like, we descended from a monkey, and I'm not saying that that's entirely. I mean, from the Anunnaki version of it, there was some mixing there. But what they tell us that we evolved from monkeys, I just.
Well, there were 225 or so different proto-humans prior to us and monkeys.
Well, there you go. That's what I mean. Like, yes, there was probably some genes that were added to the gene pool, right?
Right, directly.
Well, think
That's what
about it.
happened.
They're
But
talking.
where I disagree, where I just
Yeah.
doesn't seem true to me, is that we
Well,
evolved
look
from
at.
monkeys, because when something evolves, it ceases, like what came before, right? Ceases to exist, or it transforms, right? Yeah, we still
Well, you
have
guys have all
monkeys.
seen the movie clip Prometheus, right?
It's been a while.
Where the guy drinks the black goo and then he falls into the
I
river
got
and all
really,
of his DNA
I got turned off by
reconstructs.
the movie because they kind of went with the whole horror
Okay.
thing.
Let's
I
go
couldn't pay
let's go
attention
all the
enough
way
to
back to the beginning and the changing of mankind, realization. And I was like in this, unfortunately glued in a tantrum all week about this, is the fact that we are we're a mining colony. And what they did is they found the proto-human that existed on this planet, whatever stage it was at the time that they found it. And they realized they sent initial mining facilities down here to mine this planet, and then found out that the weather conditions, of course, were hostile to their race. And different cycles and different trials of how they wanted to do this were run through. And then finally, we arrived because we were changed in order to be the mining colony planet Earth. And we're given food, which is where wheat comes from, and many other plants on Earth. And we are a mining colony that is owned by another civilization, and we are their creation. And that's the nutshell of the whole story. And they've been by every cycle, every 3,654 years. They come down, they collect the commodities that we are naturally created to collect, because it's in our DNA to be greedy for gold.
And not only that, we are the only planet that makes enough soft metals as well.
Right.
Which we are currently
within a very
doing
large
with all the
region of space.
volcanism right now. We're creating new gold and new sediments right now.
Yeah, I was
other
actually a
planets.
lot of people are already saying that we're in the new gold rush. Like right now is good prospecting time.
Right, well,
And
the
it's
value
only
of the gold.
as these
Yes,
as the plates continue to shift and move, we're gonna have remineralization of it, as well as Sam has talked about it many times. How we have to break up. You know, the destruction of the earth is going to happen, because that's what remineralizes everything. That's why this planet is of interest to other people, because aside
The
from that, I mean,
Sorcerer's
we're just
Stone
a
is
tiny
planet Earth.
little planet. You know, we just happen to be in the perfect Goldilocks zone where it creates certain minerals that
Correct.
a lot of other planets don't get. So
When tectonic plates jam together, rock gives up this spark, and that electrical spark gets into the liquid and the sulfides and the nitrates that are in the water that are in between all of these rocks. And it's literally like welding goes off between these tectonic plates and the cracks and the fractures throughout, and all the steamed gases that boil up from the tectonic plate sublimation and redistribution of the element down Nelson Mantle, then bursts its way up 200 miles away from the nearest fault line, and then you get all of this electrical chemistry. They talk about geological chemistry, but they don't include the elevation, like when it blows up and you see this lightning storm from hell.
correct.
well, we're not. Well, I'm sorry.
And that
I mean,
is the release system.
we're not saying. I don't know if that's Rodney. I think it's Rodney. I think we're not saying that Earth is the only planet in the entire space that has gold in this galaxy. Maybe in this solar system, right?
In the
But
south,
no,
in
we're
our
saying
area
that
of space,
gold is
in our-
only on Earth.
in
I
our
mean,
nearby solar system.
that would be a pretty bold
No,
statement.
there's a lot of gold in our area. In Hammer, our
Time you
outer
get in.
Here we go again.
thing.
We're cutting out.
Ooh,
We need more donuts, guys. Come on.
Don't get your coffee refreshed.
you
That's rough.
move.
Uh, Wow.
Can you not hear us
Now,
either? I wonder.
we all know with electricity comes heat and pressure.
Mm.
And that's the other forces acting on all of these other materials that are dense. So any kind of matter that has any forces inflicted on it will change, whether that be physical or chemical. So this is why we're seeing all these upsurges in the tectonic plate
Okay.
movement. And again, we've got to remember, if that big sun is out there too, and it is electrically coupled to our core, it is heating it up as it gets closer to us. And we know what thermal expansion does. It's the law of thermodynamics. As you heat up, things expand. So this is exactly what the Earth is going through now. Our outer skin, we only live on the outer skin. We aren't even exploring about what's happening in the next layer underneath our mantle.
And
They're not talking
we
about
can't-
what's happening in the
A lot is
oceans or
happening.
what's going on in the core or
A
what's
lot is
coming out the
happening
holes.
beneath us, guys. A lot is happening beneath us, and that's really where all the activity is really happening, is beneath us. We're only seeing very small. We're seeing the tip of the iceberg, really.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Considering our skin is only a couple of thousand kilometers deep, and we've only been 12 kilometers down, according to some of these, mining research companies. 12 kilometers is nothing.
All right.
We're not. It's not that we're limited. We're
see
just
here.
another. We're just another factory, right? Of thousands of millions and billions of gold factories out there. Gold factory planets. I'm sure we're not the only one. I'm sure there's a lot of them out there.
Yeah, but how many of those
Yes.
have been visited by the same solar system?
Uh,
How many of those are in its path of that solar system?
Well,
That's what we've got to think
Well,
of
there you
as,
go.
as well.
Yeah, there's definitely other
This is why-
factors as well.
This is why Star Trek and Star Wars and all of these things come into our field, because we have to recognize that we aren't alone. There are probably things out there like Dune where they're mining a planet for spice. We don't know whether that's fact or fiction for sure, but we've
Well,
taken
we are
it
the
into
spice
our
planet
reality.
because the reality of gold is under estimated as well. We treasure it as a beautiful, shiny stuff that we value as money, and in actuality, gold is a positively charged metal, and most
The only
metals
one.
are not. It is
The
one of the
only
few things in the universe that carries a positively self-luminescent charge. Gold actually shines all by itself. It actually puts off to other races. They can see it, but they induce gold in monatomic gold into their bodies, and that heals the cells. You can heal yourself. There's your med bed, and it does unbelievable things. And they use it in their technology. We use it in our technology for solder and special components and all kinds of stuff. And of course, I got to
So
be
they use
careful.
that in med beds.
The gold.
Yeah, if you
monetary
have enough
gold.
money, take it by yourself or go to the health food store and buy some monatomic gold and take it, depending on how much of it you can afford to purchase, and take a certain amount of it in your glass of orange juice every day, and you can get younger and younger and younger. And if you do your own chant and realize what the chakra towers and all of that does and grounding, you can get much, much younger and self-heal.
You have a question, Sam?
Okay. Do you think the planet's cause will last? I've been pondering that recently about the Ice Age scenarios. I think it's possible. The known generic science. Now, here I'm going. Oh, known science says, and we have to start doubting that a lot. But on average, from what I understand, we've had 15 ice ages. Now we're of course there is the talk that when Nibiru leaves, we're going to go into an ice age. Well, we're actually coming out of the last ice age still, and the planet is still warming up. Now, the overall medium temperature of planet Earth throughout their history is anywhere from 83 to 93 degrees in the entire planet, with no polar ice caps whatsoever. And we have an entire planet that's tropical in nature from our location in the Goldilocks zone in our solar system. But because of our axis tip, we end up with the seasonal changes in the polar ice caps. And that has to do with our core and our placement and our rotation speed as well. A spinning top versus a very spinning top. And
think about it. If it's taken us all this time to traverse around our sun, all of this time over centuries.
Right, and the more water we have on the
how
planet.
often we've gone through this wobble phase.
Right, with the mid-ocean bulge and all of that, the slower we go.
Yeah, we're not perfectly round-wise.
If you're a skater and you bring your arms in, you go faster. And then if we went faster, we'd be warmer.
Just like a person on ice, you know that when they're spinning around doing their pirouette, as soon as they bring their arms together, less surface area, more rotational, because you change the arc as well, so you go faster.
Because of our axis tip.
Cool.
I noticed that you showed a bunch of this. This is recent, isn't it, Rebecca?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, real.
I'm starting
Yeah,
to think.
Wow.
I'm wondering if this is a Matim. Well, yeah. If you look at the monthly site drawing, Matim is in the left, and the side of Isatim and Saru is on the right.
You can just barely see them.
The white, pink, yellow areas on top.
Amazing.
I noticed
so what-
the montage of between Matim and Saru and Isatim is that's what your picture says, Zeus, were the
I was just gonna say that, but I was muted. I was gonna say that
There you go.
that's where the cutoff halos came from this morning.
right,
Okay,
and of course January
that makes
15th
sense.
matches the site drawing.
Did you add? Okay, all right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because there was some after the halo disappeared or just went away. You could see the enormous shadow right of the sun. A little, there was some to the left, but most of it was on the right. So
I always
cool.
thought Isatim.
it was on both sides. It was
mainly.
definitely on both sides.
Look at the
Okay,
blue
yeah,
above.
That makes sense now.
The blue above.
Yep.
This is past sunset, and above there is the Isatim yellow moon. This is the bottom. Okay, this is the bottom. Wow, that looks like a
It's
Saru base,
huge.
but it's in the wrong space. That could be Nepesity. By the way, Rebecca, I did send you that video from JD, and look at that.
Oh, look at the light pillars.
Yeah, that's the light pillars. That's the direct lead off between Earth and the planets. There's two planets.
I've
in
been
the shadow.
seeing a lot of that, Sam. I initially thought it was just because we are
Okay, that's
our
Nibiru, Red
our
Asteroid, and
air
F2.
quality right now is so bad. It's been so bad.
Hey,
So
Jenny.
I'm kind of blaming it on that. But this morning, I was up above
Wow.
all the pollution, and I saw the same thing.
Well,
Yep, this is electrical exchange between the planets.
incredible.
There's the thing that when they're in balance, they're connected electrically because we have different electrical, and so
Yep.
But then when they get too close, they push each other away. But that's what real gravity is, because we're a binary system. Their planets are their planets. Our planets are our planets. We don't separate. We don't steal their bodies. They don't steal our moons. We don't steal their asteroids. Their debris, yes. Small shit, yes. The big stuff,
Okay.
no. These are self-illuminating at night now. You're looking at the white object. The blob in the middle is the red asteroid. Above it
Wow.
and behind it is Atu. Behind that is Nibiru, and it's being self-base illuminated at night.
Oh, wow. Look at the
Okay,
detail.
so is it Nepicity overlapping? Atu?
Nepicity is in the upper left corner of the dark area
Yeah.
Yeah.
where the green is coming from. The white-green blob in the central middle left is the red asteroid in front of Atu, in front of Nibiru.
Wow.
And the white
Yeah,
cloud on the
okay.
bottom is
Yeah.
the bottom of Nibiru being sunshined on from the daylight from
Yep.
behind us.
I want to say hi to Jenny real quick. Jenny's in Germany.
Hey,
I
Jenny.
bet it's cold in
Hey.
Germany too.
People
Hey,
were
Jenny.
again on your
I'm
live
I'll be
show.
to Jane.
On your live show, Rebecca, the other day, people were
Uh-huh.
going, "Well, wouldn't we see them at night?" Here they are.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you do see him at night. Yes. So there.
I bet you if I showed them a picture of CGI, they would be like, "Oh, that's a planet." I think we have been watching CGI for so long that it seems to be ingrained in people's mind, and that's what they think they ought to be looking for. But it's not
It's
like
gonna
that.
look like a movie,
Yeah,
right?
it's not. You need to get those whatever ideas you got from Star Wars and all those
Go
great
back.
movies.
back.
Great
if you
movies. You
Okay.
can get other ideas out of it, but don't think that that's what you're gonna see. It's not. There's clouds. We're not the only ones that have clouds. We're not the only ones that have an atmosphere. We're not the only ones. Like sublimation is a very common thing out in space.
This
It's
is
cold.
Isatim
You
yellow
come
moon.
in the heat of the light.
Wow.
You're gonna have sublimation. It's just
Isatim
it's
and the
known.
lead asteroid.
It's a common thing out in space, right?
And the green asteroid is the bottom white cloud going from right down to the center middle. And the rounded blob is lead asteroid. In front of, in the upper right corner, is the yellow moon of Isatim. And the whole major part of the dark area is Isatim. with Saru in the background and Matim coming in on the horizontal far horizon left.
Yep. Shadows are amazing, aren't they?
The illumination, it is already, the sun is pinched off and already set, but you're seeing an orange halo effect.
Yep.
Post light, and you're seeing the bottom illumination of a Saturn yellow moon and the lead asteroid and the green asteroid and the dark area of a Saturn because it's gone overhead, and you're seeing the dark bottom of a Saturn where a Saturn's yellow moon is illuminated.
Yep. Very short. Very good.
I'm gonna go check on the laundry, guys. I'll be back.
And you can't
All right.
make this shit up.
Yeah, the Yellow Moon and iSaturn have been awesome this week.
Yeah. Katie Jo's picture, she's got a perfect side shot of a Saturn's yellow moon, the whole rounded edge, and you're just like, I'm not arguing with that.
No.
Yeah.
And that, that's what these people that are, watching the live shots, Rebecca, is because we don't have the perfect Hollywood shot, 5 of them to hand them like you try to. And with those comparisons, that would be your best bet would be just to take your complete file of comparisons over the years.
Yeah.
And scroll them at people in part A, part B, part C over 3 different videos or whatever. Start them off at the beginning. You do the comparison pictures and the comparison drawing, and just narrate your way through it and bring them up to par, I guess, because you got to hold their little hand and share and share and share.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. And obviously you've taken that one step further in having a month-by-month series, so you can see how that month compared to that month of that year changed their relative positions as well.
Uri and Pan Asteroid. And
This one is so good. I was going to make a comparison with
how
it.
old is this?
This is last week.
Well, that's the Skull Asteroid right there.
Wow, cool.
And he's been huge too lately.
Here it is.
Spooky. I got a nighttime shot from him this week. That is the Skull Asteroid right there.
Wow.
Yep. He's
I mean,
perfect.
Really cool.
He's a bit
Isn't
late
that
for
good?
Halloween though.
Oh, it moved. Well, sorry.
That's fine.
Anyway, and you can see the curves behind.
Oh,
the
definitely.
It's coming down at an angle, and then there's a big curve swooping in behind it. That's a planet. You can see it. Actually, there's 2, 3. Anyway, there's several things.
So the skull's right there in the middle.
Yep.
Smack bang in the middle.
We're coming from above. Remember, the hairline, the pathway of the Skull Asteroid always comes off his hair like its hair is on fire.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's always
I was
been
gonna
that way
also
about the Skull Asteroid.
This was taken by a person that does a drone camera, and he lives just outside of Tulsa, not far from me. So
I got
like
this week. I
right
got
over my head.
a nighttime capture of the Skull Asteroid above the moon.
Great.
And it's
Okay.
got,
Wow.
It's got these center dots for eyes sunken inside the dark skull, and it's freaky as shit. Man.
Yeah. It is. It is.
Sam has a Cat has a statement. I don't think it's a question, but they're making a statement.
Planet
Sam.
X is
I'd
another.
like to
So
hear your
yeah,
thoughts.
the Planet X is quote unquote Nibiru, since Nibiru is the main planet of the other solar system. And when the theory of Planet X per se came out, that's something around from the 60s to the 70s, that had to do with the aberrant orbit pattern known by all of science to be affecting Neptune and Uranus and their jog in the atmosphere. And they knew something out there was affecting the orbit model separate of our solar system. And that's where the original term Planet X came from.
Yeah, before they removed Pluto, Pluto was the 9th planet.
Right.
Yeah, who actually disclosed? That's what I was thinking.
Sitchin was the one who said that if you look at the stanzas written in the Sumerian tablets, if they were traveling from outside our solar system inside, then they would have a reverse count on the planets.
Okay.
That's where
I
Planet
don't
X
necessarily
Oh, the funny thing is
feel
that
he's a trustworthy person is all. So
what I want to know is who is the nut job that threw out Pluto as a planet. Yeah. when in actuality, did you know that Pluto is bigger than Venus? Or was it Mercury?
And yet they,
I think it's bigger
Didn't
than
know that.
Yeah.
Probably
it's bigger
Mercury.
than,
Yeah, Mercury. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
Mercury's bigger than Venus for
that's
sure.
Atu purple. Look at that Atu purple.
But the only reason why they said it was not considered a planet anymore is the distance. It doesn't fit in with the
bull.
configuration of the alignments of how planets form.
According
Right.
to whom?
Right.
Exactly.
Or are we gonna
Exactly.
discount
And is
entirely?
Pluto part? I'm sorry. Is Pluto part of the Kuiper Belt or what? What is it?
No,
Like,
no,
it's not.
no,
Okay.
no.
Because that's what I've been here. That's what I've read. Like,
there's
seeing when they took planet off of the, the list. When they took Pluto off the list, it's what I read in one article was that it's part of the Kuiper Belt, and that there's other, bodies
No,
out there that are just the same size or even a little
you just said it
bigger.
right there, it's the same size. The point with
Right.
it is humans determine what is a planet and what is not a planet by size. And that
Okay.
is not what you can do. You
Right.
have to determine if a planet is a planet, because if it has a liquid thermal volcanic core and has a positive energy, in that case, our solar system is of a binary planetary system that has over 90 some bodies of positive. So that if you add the binary system, Nibiru and all of their bodies and all of our bodies together, we're upward of 90 atomic protons in order to create soft metals. In order to have this equation work, it has to be within the proton, neutron, and electron count 2 atom gold or close to lead or mercury or copper and all of these positively charged metals. We have to have that many protons and neutrons to make the machine work. So how the value is spread out between the two solar systems is beyond me, but I know that it has to do with planetary body count. Planets are positive, asteroids and moons are negative. Electrons are these things that are flying around, but that's how the chemistry actually works in the atomic and the astroatomic, which is the unification model that gravity doesn't take into account.
No. So this is why in the book I'm discussing all streams of science and how they've pulled it together and how they've force-fed us this information to make us believe exactly what they want us to believe. Even though they can sit there and they can throw 10 experiments at you that go, oh, but we can prove it because this reacted this way. We are looking at observational science. I actually asked the computer the other day, how do they calculate the density of a planet, and how does that determine its gravity? And it had heart failure. It went, I don't know what you're talking about. You can't connect the two like that. You just can't.
I know how to calculate a surface area of a sphere. That's the radius to the second power times pi times 4.
Yep.
And I know how to do volume of a sphere as well. But there
But how
has
do you
been
do
always
density of a
this
planet? That's
assumption
what
of
I
that
asked
equation.
them.
That
How do
assumption
you
of equation
determine
of
the
mass
density?
does not work. I mean, how do
That's
you weigh
right.
the mass of Saturn or Jupiter when we know they're gas giants?
Wow.
We have no concept. We can only do the surface area of a sphere or the volume of a sphere.
Correct. We can't
can't
do
do
the
the
exact
math.
density. We can
Right.
only make approximations. This
And
is why
that's
the
where I ran
science
into
is
trouble on
flawed.
my paper too, because I had to hypothetically account for a mass of protons to make the equation stable. But I knew for sure that we had to have 2 atoms. I knew it had to be a binary atom structure, which is what gold is. Otherwise, we would not have any.
And not only that, if you look at the formation of our
Wow.
system as well, and how all planets have to coalesce to form something. And it's the forces of all of these interactions, whether they be microscopic or macroscopic. They all have
according to
their,
shell
their-
structure.
Correct.
According to basic
Wow.
laws of chemistry and shell structure, because they can't
Yeah.
not do anything else.
No. So it's all of these other forces, and gravity doesn't even play a part in it, because we measure gravity only by the level of skin on our planet. And I don't know how they deduce that it's 9.8 meters per second, because it varies.
I was just chuckling.
It's constantly
Einstein. I
changing.
apologize.
But if you do any physics experiments or anything like that, they always insist that you run by their constants, and their constants have been developed through experimentation.
Now, there is a great deal to the chemistry that was invented in 1444, and the man, again, and thank you, Sharon, I did post the man who invented the periodic chart and all of that on Montana Skywatchers. Yep. I appreciated that. Was very good, thank you. And it was timely as heck, as usual. Sharon's always sending me good information, and I do try to look at as much of it as I get to. But yeah, and those missing spaces on the periodic chart, they're really there. So, nobody's just named them yet. And that's, modern day science doesn't want to give anybody a break, no matter how smart they are. Unless you got 4 plaques, with glass, on the wall saying, well, I went to that school and I paid student loans for most of my life. And
half of many got famous when they died. Look at Einstein. He spent 30 years, the last 30 years of his life, trying to prove shit. He still didn't do it.
Well, not only that, there's been 5 or 6 major scientists that have completely disproved Einstein over the years. And yet the Hollywood notion is still yet to clear reality. And he was running off of base 1880 Heisenberg uncertainty principle equations that they're still piggybacking his work over today.
Yep.
And there's people paying student loans on getting taught shit that's wrong.
Exactly. This is why I'm here to dispute it all, and it's all going in the book. So
it looks like a duck, it acts like a duck, but we're going to call it a kangaroo.
Yep, that's right. Mickey Mouse, mate. If we can make it fit, if it fits into our beautiful mathematics, okay. But if it doesn't, it's like all these other ones that they show you in modern time. If there's an outlier, they just dismiss it, but they don't go and investigate how it became an outlier in the first place. That's how chemistry, maths, and science works. It has to have beautiful cohesion with everything.
Well, they really, really don't want people to have any math and science skills, because all of that has been eliminated from the schools, as far as I can tell, as well as PE and a bunch of other things, which is why most people are highly overweight in this country. Again, I just crossed my mind, so I better get it off my chest. I do deeply apologize to all of Europe and NATO countries for my elected president's horrendous poor behavior and comments about Afghanistan and that war. This man does not speak for us, and we absolutely love our allied neighbors, and we would never down them in the way that he did this week in Davos. Look it up. I have to apologize for that. But boom, there you go.
But it's like any representative of any country. They're all screwing things over. They're all making big mistakes, and it's all coming back to hit them in the arse.
Well, there's going, I think there's going to hopefully be an accounting of where people actually judge a politician by his track record rather than his TV commercials, and actually do their homework before they vote again in the 2026 midterm elections. Look at that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Look at it.
That would be Attu at night, being facially illuminated while we're on the backside of the planet, and we're seeing the facially illuminated Attu.
Gorgeous. Whoa.
Wow, how recent is that?
That would be Isatum Red.
Red. Look how red it
Isatum
is.
is going to be over the top of us very, very soon, regularly, where it's going to be above us constantly.
There's a lot of red well, I know it has to do with the chemicals in the atmosphere when they had the solar blast, but it was red a lot.
I believe Isatum is bigger than Earth, and we've never had a close pass of Isatum. So we kind of know what a base cloud looks like, but we don't know for sure. And of course, this summer is going to be a new learning curve. And again, people, we don't even know what this summer's weather is going to be, and let's get through February and March. Oh my God, here we go.
Yep. And you got to remember too, Julian, there's a lot of particulate matter in the atmosphere right now too.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
it
you've
just
got all
looked
the
like that.
dust.
It's a couple of pictures that I took. I should send them to Rebecca, but it kind of looked like, if you just look at it, sometimes when you're taking them, you don't see things, but when you see that later and you look at it, you think, wow, is that like our planets as well, echoed in the lights? There they are.
But have you noticed that sometimes you'll be out there and you'll have a view and the angle will come in and it look misty? That's when it's picking up all the particular matter in the upper atmosphere. So that's what else is distorting some of the pictures as well. You're like, if you look at the top of that picture there, see how you've got all the distortion, Gillian, up the top? That's not just because of where the clouds are. There's other particular matter in those clouds creating those effects. So closer down, whereas in the lower horizon, you won't have as much density. And this gets back to the question that Jesus was saying. If all of this particular matter and dust and stuff is in the air, it has to fall down eventually. So layer after layer after layer, of course it's going to change the topography as well and bury civilizations. And if we have cataclysmic events,
which is why
volcanic
skeletons
flows,
are in the ground and buried.
protoplastic flows, all that kind of stuff, they get buried under that stuff. How much
Which turns
lava
into
is
grass.
being extruded
Weed,
onto
which
the
turns
planet's
into
surface?
rotten stuff, which turns into peat and dirt and this and gets buried deeper and deeper. And that's how
Yep.
artifacts go, a foot down under the ground, is because stuff falls from the sky constantly. And Earth is growing every day.
All the time. It's alive. It's not static. It never was.
And not only that, we're getting more and more water. I really believe that, a very large source of our water might be water from Nepenthe rain bombs over, cycle after cycle after cycle. Because, where did our original water come from? Our atmosphere, yes, space, because we've got hydrogen, but you've got oxygen. But where did the oxygen come from? Yeah, well, heliotropes and all of these, sea coastal mounds from the first original water. But where did water come from?
But not only that, we're
water.
porous on the outside, so a lot of that water seeps underneath, and we've got a
Yeah,
lot of
volcanic.
water underneath the surface as well. So,
Especially since the
if that's
tectonic
getting-
breakups have been going on around
Yep.
the planet, which is, and I think everybody's already forgotten about the big two double vortexes that were off the coast of South America for, God, I think 6 months and stuff. And, they had people flying over going, where the hell's all that water going out in the middle of the ocean, going down this big, mile wide open vortex, and it was documented that this was going on. And it was talked about for about 2 weeks, and then nobody watched it after that. And I was just in awe, and I kept watching and seeing if it was on. And back then, we could get satellite footage of it where we could prove it to ourselves that it was really occurring. And you can't get that footage now.
No.
And they've taken all of our tools away from us. And this is that guy, that Ryan guy was, well, do you have any scientific proof? And we go, yeah, we've been watching it for 16 years. We haven't been sitting on our hands the whole time, at a gossip fest across the, the back fence.
Yeah, I looked into his LIDO too, the laser informational thing that they check in outer space, and how they've accumulated all of these countries and all the money that they've invested in it. And I sit there and I go, and they reckon that they're highly precise and incredibly accurate. And I sit there and I go, but you guys are still using spectroscopic analysis.
Right.
Do you
which is
realize that
allocated through
spectroscopic
time,
analysis of picking up gravity waves has an error of 3%? That's a huge error.
Well,
That's
not only
too
that,
big an error.
where anyone is allowed to point any equipment is all allocated by the government.
Correct. So this is, and for them to sit there and go, oh, but we're a government organisation and we're fully funded and we've got the most sensitive equipment, and we have come out and proved that this black hole we've experienced gravitational waves. You look at lasers. How accurate are lasers? For a start, they've already got a 1 to 2 degree inaccuracy in where they're directed. They're not specifically 100% accurate. They may be a single strand or wavelength of light, but they still have particle separation and degradation.
We are ready. Well, wouldn't people in observatories see these planets? Well, guess what, people? Did you know that a huge percentage of observatories are shut down?
Yeah.
90% of them are all shut at
Right.
And also, Sam, not to mention that
Not because it's winter either.
people, maybe back when they were further, I would see the telescope argument, but as close as they are now, it'd be like looking at a beach ball through a freaking microscope. It doesn't, you're not going to see anything. It's just going to be blurry. It's just going to be, you're not going to see anything worth seeing.
And we've had regular photographs where we're seeing, craters on Saturn's yellow moon lately.
Well, people have this idea of a telescope that's not really realistic. Unless you use a telescope before, you would have an idea of what it's like. And maybe that crazy idea that you're going to see land masses with the telescope, it's just not
when you see land masses by eye.
Exactly.
And look at what we can get now. We can get really good high definition images of the moons, but we cannot focus 100% on Saturn. What does that tell you? Limited range of the optics.
Yeah. And people don't realize just how close our moon actually is to us in cosmic, on a cosmic scale. Our moon is very close to Earth.
It's in our backyard.
265,000 miles.
That's right. So, isn't it easiest to focus on something that's closer to you than further away?
It is, I was telling somebody, I showed them a picture and they're like, well, why hasn't my friend seen it? And he's an amateur astronomer and all this. And I'm like, well, why don't you ask him? Because this picture, it's real. This video that I just showed you, that's real. Maybe go ask your buddy. I don't know. Maybe he could explain to you why he's not seeing what I'm clearly seeing from the ground, because this video is not made up. It's not AI. It predates AI. Wow.
That's what I wanted to say as well. You know how when you're trying to explain to somebody new that there are planets going past us out there. I remember back in the beginning, tonight is my 8-year anniversary here. 23rd into the 24th. This is when I came to Scotland. I was just saying to Lindsay, hello, Lindsay, earlier today, 8th year starting. And Lindsay was like, yeah, she remembers when we went to the Isle of Skye to scatter Dad's ashes. And she gave me beautiful pictures again today that we all shared. And also the geology of Skye. We were sitting next to something that was like a porous rock. It looked like a giant sponge rock. But that's again, I'm wandering off the point. What I was trying to think of is remember when you first discovered that these were big shadows going over the earth, and to try and explain to somebody we're looking at the miracle of a binary solar system through 2 atmospheres, their atmosphere, our atmosphere, even the biology of space in between that as well, which is full of moisture as well. So of course, the light, the shape that you see is distorted, like in one of those mirror houses at a fair. And sometimes they're going to look really close. It's like they're right up against us, like a fishbowl, and you can literally see them. And it's a miracle that you can see their surfaces and how beautiful.
Like today, Julian, today somebody was asking, why does the sky look so milky? And I'm like, it's not. I really wanted to say it, but I didn't go there because at work and but I was like, it's a planet reflecting light. That's really what it is. It's a planet, and what you're seeing up there is just light bouncing back because it was really hard.
Or being cut off by it.
Or being cut off. But it was even looking at the sky was like somebody made the analogy once that they're like pennies at the bottom of a pool shining. And sometimes it really looks that way. If you actually if you look at the sky at certain times of the day, it's hard to even look at. It's so bright.
Yeah.
But it's
my Ring doorbell shows that to perfection. That's just
yeah, it does.
the distortion.
The camera will pick that up so much better than our eyes, so much better. But I try to explain that to people sometimes. What you're seeing, it's not that the sky is just all of a sudden brighter today.
Oh, breaking refraction too.
There's
When you have a
something
cutoff.
there reflecting light back. And
When you have the cutoff and the light screams out between the two bodies on either side, that's where we get that immense flaring of the sun that is so big you can't even define the sun.
And then in the
out.
afternoon, after the sunset, okay, once the sun goes well below the horizon, you still have these white skies. All right, our sky is not white. It's just it's the bottom of a planet reflecting that light back.
Yep.
And that's the reason why we have illumination hours after sunset.
Yep.
But again, explaining that to people is just. I sometimes look at it and I'm like, the fact that I know this stuff sometimes just boggles my mind. Sometimes
It's like
explaining this to some
we know this different new science, and we're busy helping
yeah,
Sam to
it-
grow
here's
this new science, you know.
like
And it's
8 billion
again like you can use
years.
miracle and awesome and stuff like that, but this is really hard to try and bring that new insight into somebody else, like that Shazam moment you got yourself when you went, wow, like wait a minute, that's wrong. Because I remember looking, it's almost like we were looking through a tunnel of their giant bodies towards them at one point when they were coming
Right.
towards up towards me. They were coming up towards me, and I didn't realize they were coming up towards me. Down in the southern hemisphere, it's like it made this beautiful sun tunnel. I called it the sun tunnel. You could actually see the different sides of them. It was a miracle. It was really mind blowing. And again, you just half the time want to cry at how
You never
shocking
get used to it.
and unbelievable and amazing.
You will never get used to it.
Yeah, it's like I was just overwhelmed with love again for everything when I seen some of the pictures. That when I looked at the Northern Lights pictures, I thought, look at the miracle of the glowing. This is different glowing. The two different nights had subtle different texture, like different pastel coloring, and that must mean they were glowing off our planets. It was
All the
glowing
other
off.
planets are glowing as well. When we have northern lights, they also do, because that has to do with stellar material hitting the outer magnetosphere of all the planets, including Earth.
Because there was
We
a
spoke
curved
about
one.
that.
There was like a genuine, it looked like the head of a planet sticking up, and it had
It was.
the white rim around it, and yet there was red
Yeah,
as well.
it
So I
was.
thought,
We've never ever had we've had pink and green and blue aurora borealises all my life, but we never had the deep red that we have. What do you got for us, Rebecca, now that you're back?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
So, Ken of Birdcage, well, Rebecca gets back. She wants to know. Well, she's saying she thinks that the eclipses happen more often than we think. They have very much. There has been. They keep telling us over the years, oh, you won't see an eclipse till 2070 some, and then a few months later another one.
2035,
They tell
20.
you won't experience. They tell you won't experience one over your country, but it
Yeah.
doesn't mean some other part of the world's not going to experience one.
Yeah,
But they
It's a play on
happen
words, man.
way
It's like
more
there's spells.
often. They are happening way more often than they used to, because I bet partially our tipped axis, but part of it is these other bodies around.
Yeah, I think some of the actual eclipses are due to some of the bodies, including some of the asteroids in close passing in front of our sun. And we talked about the transit of Venus and the transit of Mercury that happened in 2019 and 2020, 2021, and all of that. And they were way too large to be the transit of Mars or the transit of Venus or the transit of Mercury or any of those. because Mercury is this tiny little dot that goes through, and you know, we see on film, we see this big, massive thing go past. You know, it's like no. So yeah, we've been lied to, and we're being lied to on a number of different fronts as well. And yes, even the ISS is ruled by what they can and cannot talk about in their non-disclosure agreements from coming down. If you're a military, you know, pilot up in the ISS, you can't say jack shit until you're like my age. So yeah,
and then
they
you consider a crackpot.
Which crackpot are you like? Let's jump in the pot.
Excuse me, sure.
I hate that. That term is about as bad as conspiracy theories.
No, guys, that would be Mr. Batshit crazy to you.
Okay.
Hi, Tara.
Apologies. We'll be the crackpots.
I will have my due, please.
Thank you, Tara. Well, that's
thank you, Tara. Thank you.
That looks like it's timing
glad
for a
you're here.
refresh coffee. So I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Okay, Sherry. There they go. Whee!
Have a parachute or something.
Okay, give her a parachute. Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
because
cool.
you know, every time I see a cat on the
never
edge in a balloon, you know, you're messing with my
Right.
vertigo, man, my reality.
Vertigo.
Stunt cat. Stunt cat.
Yeah, I thought we couldn't get Carol Ann on a hot air balloon.
Yeah, she
Right?
is.
She's the pilot, right?
It's like holding a baby out over the balcony, going, "Look, my baby!"
Anything for mittens. I think anything for mittens. So I would
Gotta have a
explain.
parachute,
She's away with the cat again.
and
Here's
only a
your little-
Montana Skywatcher sanctioned parachute that we know is
Here's
guaranteed
your little
to open with the automatic computer. You know,
her toy.
Planet. It's
It rolls.
That's a kitty planet.
It spins and it has this tail and it whips back and forth and it takes off and she goes and gets it. She's played with it for hours and hours. So
That's like her,
and
I
this
highly
video is
recommend.
sponsored
She's
by.
going around.
Yes, let's see.
She needed a toy, like something fun, and it's like a little friend. You know.
Are you gonna do a walkabout, Chris?
No, it's not. There was clouds earlier, like really awesome looking, and now it's just completely clear.
Oh, yeah.
Not a cloud in the sky. Just a
They
big
move
sun.
fast, eh? They move fast when those coattails go over, like. Gone.
Well, I'll take a look out my window.
Let's find something else. Okay.
Tick, tick on the list there, hey?
Right. I know, right? There's we have options. Okay. Let's go ahead and show this clip. Let me see if I saved it real quick from Jesus. And then there's something else we gotta talk about.
Okay.
Dun dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
I know. It's like, did I save it? I thought I did.
Did I say that?
I know. Here it is. Yes, I did. We got it. Okay, so he sent a clip and a couple of pictures. And then I added one little thing I found on there too. So let's look at
Cool.
that for a moment.
I'm
This is pretty cool. Hang on. Here we go. It's not every day you see something like this. Or is it? I don't know. Y'all see that?
Oh, awesome.
I was gonna say, Chris, I'm gonna rub this one in your face because
Yeah, look at that.
I know now you're jealous because I finally got to see this.
Yeah, it's really
It's
cool.
incredible, isn't it?
8
Oh my
years,
God.
I've never seen it. Okay, so when I was driving, that
Wow.
was the last, but these one
Oh,
ain't.
that's a beauty.
Same, just-
This is a stellar
Okay.
halo. This is not a sundog because the
Right.
sundog would be on the street, and it's going beyond the horizon. This is
Ah.
a stellar halo.
And look at the light on the street. It's like the light I'm getting here. It's like
Wow.
bizarre and
On the
muted.
left is Matim cutting into the light. Above it is
Whoa.
Seru, and on the right is where it's Atom is on the right.
And look at that pushed right
I
over on
mean-
the top left. Wow.
It's being
Yeah,
cut
it's
off.
definitely-
right from the top.
It was so
Yeah,
fast,
really.
guys. Too. It was so fast, but you could
This
literally
is
see
a cut off
the
halo.
yeah, you could kind of see the curve and the dark
Hmm.
right above.
Look, only half the sun is there.
Yeah.
Sun
Yeah.
tunnel.
The
Sun
top
tunnel.
half is being cut off. This is the halo that is created when the sun is cut in half.
Yeah. this was happened so quick. And then it depending on the angle that I was at, because I was again, I was pretty high up there. I wouldn't have seen it if I was down here in the valley in Salt Lake where I live.
It's Saturn coming
Probably
over
wouldn't.
the top now, because I mean it's been a couple of weeks and we've been noticing that it's been forwarding from the northwest sky through sunset, where it's been going over the top of us at sunset. And I believe that now it is probably earlier than that, going over the top of us, and just before sunset cuts off the top view of the sun. Saturn is very large, and she's going to be over the top of us by springtime.
Yeah. Also,
So
you know what I
see how many
see?
times bigger than Earth is Saturn?
I think it's probably just a little bit larger, like, where's is what, 25,000 miles, circle or something like that. And this is probably 30 or 40. It's there's no way for us to know, but I assume my assumption, and I hate to guess, but I believe that Saturn is larger than Earth. And there are no visible waterways on a Saturn. All we've ever seen is the red planet and shadowing and close-ups. But this is the closest to Saturn has ever been. So we've never had any real good sightings, because most of the time the Saturn's yellow moon is in the way.
So that moon's pretty big too, then, or is it
Yeah,
just
it's
closer to us?
Well, actually, compared to it, it's small compared to the actual, but I mean, it's way bigger than our moon.
I would say so.
It's again, this, we've got this magnification, 37% graduated out through one. And there is just no way we don't have laser pointers that we can measure the size of a planet.
Right.
Now, if we were off the planet, it would maybe appear a lot smaller. I do not know. But what we do know, and Jesus and Christopher and everybody here can tell you, is we've watched Saturn's yellow moon and Nibiru come back towards us since 2018, 2019, 2020. And the phenomenal show has been so unbelievably repetitive as it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I mean, it's just insane where we are now to think that just recently we watched that. And it used to be this tiny little red thing with a yellow dot in front of it. And that was 2019, which is, back when Christopher first started, and the drawings and, the actual captures. And I noticed Rebecca is putting a couple of the older drawings and comparisons in her videos now at the startup. And that 2019-2020 video of the side of a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn, still the best footage out there to date. And she put it in the video at the startup, which is great.
Okay, cool.
And, and I mean, that is absolute proof that there's a planet right there next to the sun, as this, motion picture is showing the angle of light changing on Saturn's yellow moon.
I was going to say, there's actually a lot here. Actually, a lot when you really get to looking. Looking here, look at the top left corner.
Yeah, look at that thing right over the top.
See that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm seeing, the very, very, very top left corner, about that far into it. It looks very cube looking to me. It's like a straight corner. The bottom.
I have not had time to really, because I had just took it and then I sent it and I came on the show. But I top left corner, I definitely.
You see that it comes down.
There's a right corner or a left corner there. Yeah.
I think that's the bottom right
of the Texas.
The bottom right-hand corner.
And if you look right in front of it, there is a tiny little white circle, which does match the second criteria, which is side orb. And I'm going to have to agree with you.
Yeah.
And there's
if you see that, then I was going to say, if you see that, then the long box cube is that probably going to be there. It's just like this right now. It really is. It's just like
that. Well, see, after it went away, right? You could see the shadows on both sides. There was these enormous shadows on both sides of the sun. This shape of the sun remained. The halo thing disappeared after a while, but the shadows on each side were insane. And then there was a small little cutoff. If you look at the bottom, like 6-7 o'clock, you could almost see Matim kind of cutting into the sun there. There's a small curve there.
Yeah, Tim is there. And
gonna get to see
is that a big
other-
is that a big rock chip in the middle of somebody's windshield?
It is. It is. But I was going to say, Sam, so the pictures aren't through glass. This one I had no choice because it happened so quick that I was like, I'm going to record it because I'm not
Okay,
gonna
all right. I don't blame you. The other one I didn't. I noticed that one wasn't
glass,
on.
the video is. So it showed both show the same thing. So
Right.
I was like, I think this is okay to, to
Yeah,
show.
the halo is because the top half of it is cut off by Saru.
Right.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
This is like Sam's only drawing, I believe, that has Saru directly above the sun's, and that's what Jesus has caught. 'Cause you can see it going.
November. It was also like that in November, I believe.
Was it? I'll
right.
check
Yeah.
it because I've been looking for those examples.
Yeah, because I moved it to the edge because what I'd seen in December and
Uh-huh.
January, we were seeing a side edge cutting in from the right, so I changed it back to the side.
Right.
And I did ponder. You wanted me to go back to a single drawing, and I
Yeah.
did ponder it. I pondered it, but I still did it the other way anyway. I did 3 this month.
Yeah, but
What do you guys think? Should I bring it back down to one drawing?
it really
I
it's
think you're-
beneficial for what I do, making the comparisons. Which is
But
important.
it's visually very because things are so bunched up right now that I kind of like the single, but I love this too. I think you should stick with all 3 of them.
Yeah. You're gonna have to do a lot more work now.
I don't want to make your job
Do
harder.
us a 1-1 and then do us the
Eventually.
2-2.
That and it's been a year. Like we haven't had a full. It's been a year since we've had one full
Really?
picture of this. Yes.
Well, eventually, I'm
It
It looks like
the
somebody's
op-
been counting the days.
I
been-
didn't realize it was that long.
At least do it for Rebecca, Sam, because she definitely needs it for
Make
her
a Rebecca
comparisons.
I
drawing.
really do because I keep going back to this drawing because it's accurate enough.
August 2024. Yeah.
It's accurate. Pretty
Yeah,
good.
it's pretty much.
There's
It
a
hasn't
few
changed.
In a
changes.
year,
Yeah.
They've gotten
Yes.
bigger.
I'm
And
every
right?
month. I know. Yep. I know. I
Everything
really
is
could
so much
use-
bigger.
I
It's
really
just wild.
use it. I mean, for what I'm doing, it's because there are so many issues like this from Jesus. There's so many people that center the sun in the middle of their picture and having a drawing on this side and this side that don't match up in the middle, and I can't make a comparison with it. I have to go find an old drawing to get it close, but it'd be really nice to have a current one of what like I said, Saru, Yuri, Atu's moon, Isatim, Yelaman, and then whatever's
actually,
behind
it really hasn't changed a lot, except everything's gotten
It
way bigger.
hasn't.
And in our
I
face-
have like a poster-sized paper that I could send you, Sam.
You're right. There
Yeah,
hasn't
how am I supposed to?
You're gonna
photograph
have to
that?
get bigger plates, but
Yeah. How am I going to photograph that from from a ladder?
I don't know.
It's
You're gonna have
okay.
to,
I mean,
you're gonna have to get your daughters to hold the plates down or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I do it on
All
I do it on typing paper, so on copy paper.
Let's
so.
see how big
Alright.
that is. I know I got it here somewhere.
How big is the paper you draw on, Sam?
It's just your standard copy machine paper.
A4.
A4.
Yeah. We're talking about going A3, the big poster size.
A giant.
Yeah.
oh boy.
Yeah, that would double my pen costs and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
out my
I'm gonna
acrylic
play this
ink.
video
Yes,
also from Kenny. Is Kenny here? I know it's gonna get late for Kenny.
For us,
Although
we
that doesn't
call it
seem to
manga
stop him. I
pens.
think he stays up all night with us. But tell me
He's
if you're
lucky
here,
that you
Kenny.
can.
I have your video.
Yeah, some people are lucky, aren't they, Jelly
It'll
Bean?
work, right?
And-
Speak enough.
oh, hey, I see Amy is here.
There
I
you
didn't
go.
catch that.
Yeah,
earlier.
send that to Sam. He can draw it.
Right?
He can stick it on a
Yeah.
wall and draw it.
From a ladder.
No.
Pretend
Yeah.
pretend he's in the classroom and teach girls.
See,
Well,
there's
I have
another
a-
vote for 3.
I have a stand. I have a group of blocks and sticks and stuff that I used to put my camera up above the tabletop, and then I filmed downward on the tabletop.
How
And
awkward.
That's why I said, "What? I got to get a ladder to film downward onto the floor, to get encompass that picture inside of one frame of photograph."
Makes me wonder how tarot card readers do it. They probably have the same setup.
Yeah, they shoot straight down on their, and then their hands are, and that's how I did the original Understanding the Sky series when I used to be on this program called Show More, which is great, by the way, but I ran out of
So
time.
your
and then-
old videos on Samuel Hoffman have the same cutout circles things, and
Yeah,
if you
and
can
I
find
sent
it.
them money, and they never gave me any more time, so I stopped doing my own videos. Not only that, we had a whole bunch from James, and he had his CFIT made about 3 years worth of work vanish.
Yep.
There were like at least 32 videos, and I think there's like 7 of them left.
Yep.
And those are the edited versions. They're not the full version that we had gone and made. They're the early versions, the ones that I sent him, and then he added a bunch of stuff to the overall videos, which a lot of people watched, and Jesus used to religiously watch over and over again.
Yep. There's
Yeah,
only about
right.
7 videos left
still,
on
I
Radio
still have a
Wasteland.
playlist. I still have a playlist because even some of the music, some of the techno wasn't too bad sometimes. So
Yeah, I watch those nowadays, and I think, oh my God, how amateur I was back then.
Oh, come on now.
No,
You're too hard on yourself, Sam.
Somewhere.
We, the kids were playing with their fingers. We had their little toys bouncing through the videos.
Great.
Yeah,
The
that's
kids
what
were,
made it cute. That's what attracted a lot of other
That's
people.
what makes it authentic, Sam. There's
Right.
no fantasy here. No smoke and mirrors. It's all
And then
real
the
in your
kids went
face
through the
stuff.
My Little Pony era and the Burger King toys, and
you know things have
Why
gone
not?
things have gone so fake now that's what people want. People want
Definitely.
genuine people, genuine content, genuine something real. We're
Yep.
living, especially now, things are getting worse with AI. So now people I think Hollywood's dead. I think people have moved on from all that.
what? You're not going to rush out here on
on
January 22nd, the 30th, or whatever day, and go out and see Melania? It's in box
The what?
office. There's in 2,200 locations in the United States and around the world. The
What
movie
is?
Melania.
Oh, okay. Really?
Hadn't
Yeah.
hadn't heard about it. Sorry. Thank you for the.
She made her own movie?
You mean propaganda?
Well,
You can call it
there was a
propaganda?
$40 million paid out dark money hush bribe to make this movie, and it's coming into theaters. Rush out to
And
see it.
there will be dumbasses that are going to
There
go.
you go, Lindsay. Something for us to go watch. You said, should we go and watch
It's-
another movie?
Oh God, no. It's Melania, of course, Melania Trump, and of course, nobody is going to want to see it. So,
You'd be surprised.
No one wants to
You know,
know
because
how she
after
went
all-
from.
hey, Carol Ann,
Unfortunately,
plug yours, because after all,
Unfortunately,
No one,
Who
no one
plays
wants
her
to
in the
see how
movie?
no one wants to see how she worked the system from teenage model to president's, first lady. Come on.
from and don't forget the Einstein class visa that she doesn't even qualify for.
Oh, but she speaks 5 languages. That makes her special.
Really?
Yeah.
And half of
I
them
don't
are
think English is one of them.
Slavic swear words.
I'm
What?
Play a video.
But what is her
Sorry.
background? Remember, where is she from, guys?
Yeah.
Russia.
Correct.
Yeah, Russia. Speaking of Russia, I have a video about.
Yeah, we want to talk
And we-
about that, don't
we
we?
have to have-
Yeah, we want to
Yeah.
talk about the kids skiing down the side of the hill and the buildings. That's all CGI crap, guys.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
just
come on.
speaking-
We need to talk about people not
Yeah,
being able to
Surely-
understand this.
I would. If you're on Facebook, you probably have seen this huge snowstorm. Maybe not even Facebook. It's all over mainstream media this go around.
Which is
And-
shocking.
Snowstorm in
Manipulation.
Russia. And-
Mass manipulation.
Epstein files.
Like NBC, the Weather Channel, like all the big ones are sharing these images because usually you'll see this floating around some random channel that
Right.
it doesn't matter. But
NBC.
this is
The
different.
big news.
Right. To see it on
Yeah,
the
what-
conglomerate large
Have you got
media
the video,
stations is
Rebecca?
weird.
Show the video. Come on. Show
I
the
will
video.
get that.
Or a picture.
Okay.
Yeah, come
And
on,
just
man.
what I want to say is they, immediately looked strange, funny, not real, all
Yeah.
of the above. And I started checking them on the AI websites to see what it would show. I ultimately, over the past week, have checked like well over 20, and
Wow.
not a single one came back not AI. It was not even anyway. So it's nothing but AI, and I'm like, why are they doing this?
Well, a lot of the
I'm not
video
sure
all of a
what
sudden
it
is no longer not even the scene they're talking about, and I see that over and over again.
It's frustrating, isn't it?
It's
What the
really
hell?
important to understand this is being aired to us on mainstream
Yeah,
media.
Russia,
meaning that
Right.
they're all
Russia is
for it.
in dire. They are sliding down the side of 4-story buildings. They have snowdrifts so deep.
Oh,
in
look at this.
Moscow.
Yeah, no, they're not. Are you
No,
being
they're not.
sarcastic?
No, I'm serious. I've seen the Russian footage. They have snowdrifts in Moscow that are literally
Sam.
4 stories high.
Yeah. I've sent you videos from people on the ground recording this stuff,
They're not
Rebecca.
real. Look.
Well, I get
No,
that,
but
but
Russia-
that's not. But this is
None-
not
none of this-
happening. Like this is not real. Like this is not
Yeah,
This is
actually.
Some
not
of it's
none
not
of it.
real.
None of this stuff.
Now,
None of this stuff.
can it happen in Russia? Has it happened? Sure. I
It is.
I'll
It is
believe
going on
that,
right
but
now.
this is not.
No, Sam, they're I'm trying to tell you they're showing us stuff that is AI.
Yeah, they may be showing us some stuff that's AI, or they're
No,
off
everything that is
stock
on
footage that
mainstream
they're
media,
using.
everything I'm showing you was on
But
mainstream.
I have been watching worldwide weather. I've been watching India news and Japanese news, and
Look at the look, it's around the world. It's worldwide mainstream media.
it's, that is not real.
That's overdone.
That's not
Yeah.
real. Look at that.
None of
Okay,
that was
listen,
real.
Sam.
None of that was real.
Hold on. You admit that that's not real. That was
That
on mainstream
Pieces of it
media.
are not real.
It's-
They are not. A lot of
No.
the time, they're not even using the actual location that they're talking about. They're using
No.
film from around the world, stock footage. There's this big, huge reporting lazy thing that just stepped in, where rank amateurs are coming in. They're trying to get the YouTube dollar. Yes, I agree. There's a huge portion of that. But I went and checked the world newses. I went and
It
checked the
doesn't
local
matter. It's
sources.
worldwide. AI is
But
worldwide.
the
AI
super
is everywhere.
snowstorm, the North
You're
Pole
not going to get
effect,
around it.
the North
Yep.
Pole effect is going on in Siberia and in Russia and in Irkutsk. They had 71 below this week.
Does
Holy
it concern you that the Weather Channel is showing us AI videos?
Yes.
Yes, it concerns me, but we've got a whole
NBC.
generation of lazy reporting going on.
I'm just saying, you're not going to get around it. You can't just go around. They're
It's easy-
everywhere.
it's-
Mainstream
Okay,
I
media.
think it doesn't. I don't know if it has to do with them being lazy. I think it has to do with them. It's the dollar. It's the dollar. They
They
don't.
have to get clickbait. They
Right,
have to
that-
get
that too.
viewership.
But they don't have to send a reporter to these places.
No.
They don't have to use a camera. They don't have to do anything. All they have to do is use a computer to generate their story, and they're
This is
showing it.
why- This is why I always say check your sources as who you're watching. Now,
No,
would we
Damn, I
to
can
say
go
that.
there with my snow tube.
would
Right.
we watch an AI generated Stephon Burns? No. Will we watch a real Stephon Burns? Yes. Would we
Right.
watch
And so we have
How
to
do you
literally
know the
check out
difference?
every single story that we're being
Right.
showed now. So it's like
right, correct.
we have to go and do our own research, make sure that the
Right.
story that we're being fed, even though we're seeing it as an AI image, we have to make sure it's a real story.
I'm on YouTube and I'm scrolling through YouTube. I look at who put it out and if it's their
Right.
official title name or if it's a facsimile thereof. And then I know automatically, and if I click on it and it's AI, I don't watch it.
Well,
I just turn it off.
well, this
And
is
then
AI.
if it's the legitimate guy that I watched for the last 2 or
I'm-
3 years, and I see his body mannerisms are accurate and what they're reporting is accurate, then I listen to it.
Right.
And I discern everything all the time. I'm not gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater. I still have to do
I
the
know.
science.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I'm fully aware that 90% of what they're throwing up as visual aid, I don't know how many times I've seen the same China footage in the last 3 years.
Yeah,
Wow.
they're very subtle. Do you remember that Nibiru movie that they claimed was going to come out every year
Yeah.
since
Oh,
2017?
I missed that
And then
video.
like Like
I've
look,
got it. I've got
Katie.
that video. Absolutely was obsessed with that video because you told me like, oh, it's pretty much it could easily
that would
pretty
be
much
so-
go like that.
That would be so
You know,
cool
like
if
a real
we had tobacco like Dragons Invade Earth. I mean, it would be scary, but it would be cool.
Right.
So what about the videos of people trying to leave their houses where they open the door and the snow's blocked
All
them
of
in?
them.
Are
Oh,
they
that happened.
AI?
Yeah, no, that's
Are they
real. That
AI
happened to me.
too?
In 1997, I was living in East Missoula at the time. We had 11 and a half feet of snow in one weekend. And I opened my front door and we had to dig our way out.
Yes, but I don't think
Yeah.
you're
Well,
getting what
maybe
Rebecca's
if
trying to
that
say
was
here.
real, but this isn't.
No, that one
I
isn't.
think we're missing the point of Rebecca. We're not trying to convince
my
anybody
God.
that this
I'm
is
gonna
She's
have
not
to
going to
go
look that
walk
perfect
outside.
if she just tunneled herself out of the snow, man.
No, right? Did you see like how she was acting at the end of the thing? It's just so awkward and weird.
Oh,
Right,
It's not even
exactly.
a
It-
real-
it's like, okay, sure.
I don't
it's not
know.
even wet.
Here,
Right.
guys,
How's my
is that-
beanie not even wet?
It's
God.
that.
that-
Yeah.
It's something far.
This
It's
is the
something
point
far
of
worse.
what Rebecca's
Something
trying
really
to say.
bad.
Is this.
Rebecca's like on a mission.
It
I
is
can't
very
believe
po-
it.
what was depicted in those videos is something that can happen and has happened before. But the point
Yeah,
is that
you see, that's where
that
the subtlety
footage-
comes in.
that-
Is they can mess with people, and people will go, yeah, but that really did happen to us in 1963 year. You know, we had to tunnel our way out of stuff. It's true, it can happen, and they'll play on that, and then they'll go and they'll make something nice and crafty, and then
my
stick it in.
point
But
here.
how many people from 1963 are still alive today, Gillian, to remember it?
Right.
Well, I had to go down into Google to go look for it because I thought,
Yeah.
as Sam said to
I
me, that
wasn't alive in
blizzard. I'm like, I don't know if
Unbelievable,
there's been blizzards here.
It's right. It's bigger. It's I don't know. It's like way deeper than people can really wrap their heads
Yeah,
around.
that-
Even
That
you
is
know when they're
all
going to
big
be
mistake.
bold
Right.
faced
Like,
coming
why
on
would they show that on the
the
major?
Weather Channel.
That
Hello.
right there is what
They are
is
testing
happening.
the waters. They
They
are
had
setting up.
drifting snow, not snow amounts of that deep. They had drifting
No.
snow because they had the
No,
storm, the superstorm that went through Poland and over Moscow, buried them with a unbelievable amount of drifting snow.
that was
And
mainstream
this
media
is really going on.
worldwide. I mean, I
Have
Do you
got any
realize how big
examples of
Russia actually is?
non-mainstream?
It's huge.
I mean,
Russia's
the local
huge.
meteorologists were sharing this video.
That's real.
The meteorologist. No,
Yeah, but
it-
can you?
This they're doing. I've seen. I don't know how many.
unless
there-
you were there to see it for yourself.
Okay.
You
There
can't
are a
say
lot of
that.
people. There are snow drifts that are going up to the fourth floor in some cases on Russian block building because of the
Sam.
snow drifting in wind. And it went so high that they can
Does
do
this
that.
mean anything, though? Does this mean anything to you? That
Oh, what?
different websites verify that it's everyone I checked came back 99%, 98% AI
That's
generated. And if it's
That's
not an
fine.
AI video, which I'm checking lots more now. And if it's not, it's like 0.3. I mean, if it's not, if it's a
I
real
realize
video,
that, but I have watched a lot of footage this week around the world weather, and I've watched a lot of videos on the superstorm going on around the world, and that's what I've been
I
doing since the 18th. And
But-
this would be one example out of 50 that I've seen. So
But
therefore,
why
I'm
are they
saying
only showing?
this may
But why
be
are they only showing
98.1%
Russia? Why aren't they
AI
showing
created.
they're
Japan?
blasting AI everywhere around the world. If they're
Well,
doing it
I
on the
realize
Weather
that.
Channel and NBC, it's every country, it's every language.
I know, but we
every-
cannot discount science. We still have to go in and check and
I
compare
know,
and compare
But this
and
looks
compare.
insane. It doesn't even look real. It looks highly dangerous. I wouldn't let my
But I'm
children
not going to
on
discount.
that.
You're upset because of this, and you want to discount it entirely.
That's
discount
not the,
what?
No, I think you're misunderstanding the point.
No,
Okay,
I'm willing.
I'm making my
I'm more
point
than
on the
willing to
opposite road.
admit when
Again, the
something is real.
point here, and if I'm allowed to,
And if it
Listen,
tested
is-
real,
She's
the
got a
fact-
bug up her butt.
is whether regardless of not if this happened in Russia or not, it's AI. All right.
Right.
There's not real footage of it. It's AI. and that's disturbing. That's a problem. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Now,
It is.
again, nobody's denying that some of this could have happened in Russia, but the footage that we're seeing right now is fake, and it's clearly fake. Like you could tell it's
Well,
fake. When
I was
saw it,
watching. I was watching
like,
the storm
this
that
is
went through
definitely
Poland
fake.
and into Russia.
Anything that I Googled now says that this is AI. All of it.
Look at
is-
that.
Holy
I mean,
crap.
seriously?
The
Can
point
anyone
here
go
is
on
that we have to
Google
question everything that
and
we
do a
see
street
now.
view?
We have to
Can
question
anybody see it on satellites?
Can anyone go on Google Earth and pick a location in Russia where this is supposed to happen and then go down from satellite view to street view and actually confirm it?
Good
Is,
idea.
is like Google Earth live though, or is it?
Again, the point is that we can't just take media right now at face value. You have to do your homework, because just
Yeah, because
because
you don't
this
know
is-
who's bought that
just
channel.
because this is possible, it doesn't mean that it's real. It doesn't mean that it happened. Right.
Like that. Look, that's above the buildings.
I mean,
It's like
that's
10
fake.
stories deep.
Seriously?
No, and that mainstream media, that's what I'm upset about.
Yeah.
Is that they're throwing this down. My son, my oldest son, I was talking to him this week and he saw it. He thought it was real.
Wow. And now, so
I mean,
this is what I
no-
want to know: are there commentators like after the videos saying, is there somebody sitting there saying, "Well, let's go live to this video now and watch"?
Right.
And then are they saying anything afterwards? Like, are they?
It was more like 7 feet. Is what
Right.
Google is
That
telling
was
us.
the report from Russia and
Now,
in
7
Poland on the
feet
last storm. Yeah.
compared to what is
That
this?
was.
50 feet?
You can look it
And
up.
I think that's the pretty big lie and
It
very
was Superstorm Francis.
Right.
So look
7
that up.
feet is I again, Sam, I
Right.
agree that this is very possible. I agree that it's happened before, but the footage is fake, and that
Right.
is the point here. It is a
And
fact.
like, what is the amount? What is the statistics? How many people are actually going to sit there and look up the real information for themselves? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole point of seeing a news clip at 5:30 in the afternoon. You
Well,
watch the
that's
5 o'clock
everybody know
news
the
for
name
30
of that
minutes. You get
city.
your, daily news, and you
well,
go on
I
about
was-
your day. Now I have to look all this up to verify it now. Like,
Yeah,
really?
right,
No.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's what I do. And I mean,
I know,
saw
I
this
know.
morning, About 5 o'clock this morning, I'm watching this Cascade volcano region in Washington State, Oregon State. Clickbait emergency. This is happening in Oregon now. One of those reports. So I watched it, and then I went through, and then I cross-referenced and came out here and turned on the computer, and then I
Right.
checked the Oregon State Geological Service to compare what
Look
they
at
were
that.
showing as volcanic activity versus current volcanic activity, and found out it was just total bullshit. Well, yes, that's what you have to do now.
98%.
Well,
But yeah, and it's
well,
even
well-
getting to where you have to even check the videos that you're watching to make
Yeah.
sure they're real.
Right.
I
You
do.
can't
Like
just
the,
watch a
this
video
week,
and
the
trust
Sicily
the
event.
source.
I
Yeah,
thought
that
the
was it.
video I saw I thought it had to be AI. There's no way these waves were doing this in Sicily. I couldn't believe it. They were so big. The storm surge was terrible. I checked it. I made sure to check it on the AI detector, and it
Oh,
was
that's
they weren't AI. It surprisingly wasn't AI. So
10 to 12.
there you go. But
You see that? You see
Yeah,
that
that's
in the
crazy.
Weather Channel, top
Okay,
right hand
guys,
corner.
I have a question.
I
have
thought
a
they were
question.
somewhat credible.
What's the name
but
of that city?
Camp Chuck? Nah, or something. I have to look it up and see.
Oh, you mean it's Kamchatka? Is that the name of the
Yeah.
city?
That's it.
Supposedly. I have a
that-
question,
because-
guys.
Yeah.
If we are being proliferated with AI now,
Ugh.
how's it going to be when the real shit goes down?
Oh,
It's over.
That's what's happening. I think that is what I think that's the point of
I think the
rolling
real
it out
shit
now.
is going down.
Is the
Yeah, it
confusion is what they're doing is confusion. They're confusion. Either it's real or it's not, and nobody's gonna know anymore. Look what's happening all across the world where nobody knows
Okay,
what
everybody
is
knows.
really going on because there's so much bad information. There's so much bad that everybody's frozen in decision making because they don't know what's real and what's fake. And I think
Okay,
that's
remember the storm that went through Japan on the 18th? We talked about this
Yes.
a couple of shows ago. And they and literally in some cases got 13 and 14 and 20 feet of snow.
Oh,
Okay.
gosh.
Kamchatka is north of that to the northwest, just a little bit off across the Sea of Japan there. And this kind of snow is going on over there in Kamchatka right now, as well as minus 71
7 feet. It was 7 feet. Son. 7 feet. This is not 7 feet.
But that's on the other side of Russia. That is the storm Francis that went into over Poland and into Russia. That's completely all the way across half part of the planet. Different parts
Everywhere
of
that I've
Russia.
looked at, Sam is saying 7 feet. 7 to 8 feet, not 50 feet as we're
I
seeing.
can't find any images of that.
That was Francis
So-
in Western Russia. Kamchatka is Eastern Russia.
Yeah.
Two totally
But
different
I
regions.
searched for all of Russia, Sam. The only place
so
that's
could you
small
tell us
That's
what
right.
is
That's fine.
free?
They can't cover all of Russia.
That's
They're
Eastern
like
Russia,
three
guys.
time
That's
zones.
what's getting affected. If you look further down, if you go south from that, Japan is south from that.
Mhm.
So
And they
this
got
is the-
14, 20 feet of snow on the 18th.
Not quite
See?
100.
So this is the
9.9.
direction.
Not quite.
Yeah.
Just
Sorry,
99.9.
Or no.
So
You got a
anyway,
little
Jerry-
small margin for error there.
Hey, Jerry. He
Hi,
said
Jerry.
they
I
do
think
it.
you're overreacting on blowing. I mean, if you've ever lived in Minnesota, snow drifts can get 10 and 20 feet tall,
Sure.
and they go over the top of houses. Yes, not
10 feet,
not
not
5 stories.
50
You're right,
feet.
but well, but I
Okay.
I saw multiple news reports where
Sam.
the drifting went up to the 4th floor, not the 10th,
Listen,
4th.
I feel like I spend probably more time on social media than you do. Okay. I feel like
Yeah, probably.
I really do. And I'm just, I don't know how to explain it, but I know, and I don't trust, what we're being told. a
But
lot of the
I
time.
spend my
Good
time
reason.
looking at news reports across the week.
And
here's what I'm
But
getting.
you don't
Here's what I'm
really
getting.
understand where the information you're watching is really coming from.
Yes, I
Like,
do.
let's give-
I check
But-
all my
Look,
sources every time I
No,
see them.
no,
This is what a Google
I'm
search of
talking
all,
about
of
going
all
back. Who owns the company, and then who
Right.
is their boss, and their boss's boss, and their boss's boss, and then you just
That's
It takes
why
a long
I.
This
time
is
to
what
sit there
I'm,
and
this is what I
figure
this is
that
the
out.
response I'm getting on AI.
Well, I can't get any kind
Wow.
of snow looking in
Look,
Kamchatka.
while the 40-foot drifts are real, a lot of the extreme images circulating on social media from
I'll be right back.
January 2026
Okay.
have been identified as AI generated. Yes, these things happen, but what you're seeing right now is AI generated. And I think that's what Rebecca and myself are trying to.
I mean, I'm
elaborate.
busy trying to
Okay.
find Kamchatka.
We're not,
anymore.
at least I'm not saying that this hasn't happened or isn't possible.
Julian.
We're saying what's
That
circulating
says
on the
5
internet
years
right
ago.
now, what's circulating on the news is not
That
real.
says 5 years ago.
It-
That's
Oh,
actually
hang on.
a picture from Google Earth in Russia,
Wow.
and it's got that's 3 feet snow there because the road is
Okay.
underneath.
Oh,
That's 3
wow.
feet
Yeah, I
of
know,
snow
there's,
underneath that.
Okay.
See the
Yeah,
roof
I
of the
have seen
house?
it like that. Yep.
That's
I've
the
seen
roof
it like
of a
that in
house?
videos. Yep.
So that's on Google Earth
That
5 years ago.
I can accept.
Yeah,
Yeah.
8 feet
That looks real.
and
Yeah,
some
okay.
snow drifts, but
What if?
But not up the
Listen,
side of a 10-story building.
Right. Thanks. Right. Listen. What if they're presenting this AI just so they can create, like they're setting themselves up so they can create a backlash when some controlled opposition individual will come out and say, "Hey, I checked your stuff and it's not real. You're lying to us." You
Right.
know, and then they're going to start this backlash against media. You know, they're going after the media.
Look
They're
at
going
us.
after the government.
And we know,
They're
and
doing
we
this
know.
to us. They're always
should
doing
be-
it to them.
Rebecca, we're
Okay.
in the know, and we're here arguing. Could you imagine somebody who doesn't know much,
Oh.
who doesn't know any better?
Yeah.
You know, they'd probably fight over it.
Setting
we're-
us up, Jerry says. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I said that last week.
And there is a level of cognitive dissonance here.
We're the target. We are the target because I mean everything that they're making these AI videos about has something to do with the binary system, and they're going to create all this, skepticism. Like, oh, I've seen it. That's AI. That's not real. I've seen AI videos that look just like that.
But they say, here's another thing. They're busy just now manipulating the masses very subtly, very cleverly, and trying to dumb everybody down at the same time. But then there's the individuals that they just simply can't stop. Like, we're not the only ones, and we're hopefully, making other people think about it as well. And they'll go away with the seed. They'll remember, please to remember to just verify, like get your evidence. I know what you're saying, Rebecca. You're like those pictures. We talked about this last night, didn't we? I mean, what that snow looks like. And we both got a bug up our butts about it because for new people, it's very, very, it's a very dangerous time when people are a very sensitive time in your development when you're first coming out your shell and thinking, oh my God, would they do this to us on such a big scale? I mean, they couldn't possibly be doing this. And the shock level you felt yourself. There are people waking up just now that need to see this podcast. They need to understand that this is happening, and this is another layer simply because the rest of us who are awake already are pushing the limits with these people that are in control, and they're like bringing out all the big guns now, like trying to keep us down,
and we
trying
can't
to keep us.
just blame them. We have to also point out to everybody out there making any video, whatever video it is that you make, if it's about cats or about laundry detergent or about mascara or any healthcare products, if you're one of those, what do they call that?
Digital creator.
Yeah, create. Yeah, what, if you're any of those people,
influencer,
you have to be responsible
one of them.
with what you're posting, and I think hopefully, people take a responsibility for that. I know that we do. We take a very serious responsibility into account about the information that we share. We have a series of rules that we've all learned to follow over the years, a criteria of how we collect our information, which is why I was teaching Jesus about the glass chip in his car. We have a set of rules, and it is incumbent on everybody out there making any video and posting it to try to be as credible and newsworthy as possible. Absolutely. Now, AI has furthered that and made it available to any Tom, Dick, and Harry now, and can put out misinformation for clickbait. So none of that.
This is where the conversation should have gone. That's exactly the point, Sam. Is that there's
this
so
is
much.
It. You see, they're trying to make the maximum.
We have to be very responsible on how we take information in, and also how we put information out.
And my
have
point
a
was,
responsibility, people here.
We're
fellow humans. I don't care if it's clickbait. You have that responsibility. There's an honor. There's some kind of man has to live by some code. You can't just put shit out there.
And I only click on time stuff that I recognize. If it's some news broadcast from somebody I don't recognize, I don't play it because I know that there's some. I mean, I watch so much that I've learned. I've got my groups of people that I go to. I finally got my European weather back again, and I finally got all the Canadian weather again. And you have to find these credible sources. And if these people aren't credible and you're listening to them, and my favorite one on some of these political things they're talking about, they're mentioning the president and they go, the former president, which tells you automatically it's AI misconception and it's handing you old information. So, and there's so
unbelievable.
I'm seeing some of our own members posting and falling for a lot of this stuff.
And it's upsetting, isn't it, Jesus? Because we have to sit there and tell them, "Oh, I'm sorry, but your post is AI generated," and it's almost like we're attacking them and telling them that they don't know what they're talking about. But I mean, it happens very easily.
I had to do that this week to some, and there was so many that I refrained from because I didn't know them well enough, and I didn't want But there was one when I was like, I think it was Maria. I was like, this is AI. Just be careful, because
Right.
there's a lot of this stuff going
Don't
on.
click on it. If you don't know.
Look, long story short, guys, be careful what you take in as real information. We are living in some horribly. I don't want to use the word propaganda because it's not just political; it's
It's
everything.
dystopian. It's weird. Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Everything has
It's
to be questioned.
surreal, yeah.
Everything needs to be
Gary
questioned.
is right.
You all need to keep that in mind when you're posting and when you're receiving information.
Man, be careful who you buy your stuff from. There's some bad stuff going around the neighborhood. Man, some of that
man.
shit laced, man. They got. I heard they got rat
yeah.
poison in some of the stuff, man. Don't be going there.
Yeah, I'm going underground for sure.
Yeah. Man, don't give. Oh God. Yeah. If you guys knew how far back a lot of this stuff goes back, all the way literally to the mid '80s, where they really, really kicked in the whole process into higher gear, and they were funded and post Ronald Reagan and all of that, and then of course don't forget
good.
The baby Bush. Oh boy, did they do a lot of shit that you don't want to know about by baby Bush. And
Not Baby Bush.
I could do 3 books on that alone, just from what I know about what they had planned for the mid '80s and early '90s,
And how they try to hide it. Like, I still picture Bush sitting on the floor playing with blocks and aeroplanes.
Well, of course, because he was a puppet, just like the current administration.
Exactly.
You guys, I mean,
And
how
that's how I
did they
see it.
fund? How did they ever get funding for the Hadron Collider in the first place?
Oh gosh.
And whoever
I
told
can't
them,
even. I couldn't even give you just try to think of a number of how much that thing actually cost to fund its build. Like,
Yeah.
there was no way I could even think of a number.
whoever gave them
Because the
permission to turn it
electricity
on.
Just
Right.
because the electricity just to turn the damn thing on for one experiment.
Yeah, and then, hey, I got this bright idea. Let's send an atom around an electrical track that's a mile long. Let's send it up to the speed of light, and then let's
Right.
crash it into
Crashes into
a
another
stable
one.
object and see what happens.
And
Let's
then we
build a
won't
bigger
even
one.
worry about the frequency
Yeah.
vibrations and all the rest of the things
Well,
that
even
emanate to the other side of the world.
I watched.
You
the
got a
containment
secret one in
experiment.
America you don't know about.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's the Texas Collider. That was the baby one, and that was of
Yeah,
course. Guess who
yeah.
paid for that?
There's
Papa Bush.
there's a few of them here, isn't there?
Papa
Yeah.
Bush.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hey,
Yeah.
guess what, guys? Guess where the first original cube arrived from?
Oh,
Yeah.
Where did
wonder.
it stem from? Out of the
Mm.
sky.
Does it start with a T or an O?
That's it. The tape.
And the bigger Hadron Collider, and then guess what appeared over the top of that one due to the Norway spiral.
Doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle. Beep, beep, beep.
And I watched the containment experiment, the first containment experiment, and I went into it with a knowledgeable science mind, knowing what the collider was all about. I did my homework. I knew what it was prior to that, but I did additional homework to understand what they were doing. And they didn't have the containment of reentry.
How many times have they broken it?
There's multiple other protons that come back out of time-space continuum along with it.
Hello,
From
we're
other
looking for
galaxies?
antimatter, remember? Antimatter.
Yeah.
Sticking little balls onto the side of other ones.
It exited outside the containment field.
Wow.
So time and space and matter, the time-space continuum, was distorted from that moment on.
Yep, the moment they turned it on.
And
Just like they're regretting
every
turning on
time they
AI
turned
now.
it on, they would blow fuses and short out because they couldn't figure out that they were sending protons ahead of time in space-time, and then it was getting back before they sent it, and then the moment they turned it on, the connection managed,
Wow.
and it blew their systems.
Yep.
That is
Paradox.
terrifying.
And
Yes.
then what happened on the other side of the planet after they went
Okay.
pop,
Now, if you want to,
This is why they're coming.
if you
This
want
is why they're
to phone home and you send a galaxy long
A
message
big
from.
shockwave.
Well, no, in the
Yeah.
gamma quadrant, you say, for instance, we're talking about the seventh marker. You send the seventh
True.
marker keynote through a Stargate.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Oh my gosh.
It's like someone throwing a bucket through your front door, guys. What?
Well, this
Where
is
did that
how
come from?
the cube got over Texas. It was sent the seventh marker. This is how
You
the
remember when they did
Spiral
Stargate and they
orb
stuck
got here
that little
because it
thing
was
through the
marker.
through the
And it
mirror thing
arrived.
first?
It arrives over the top of where it came from, which is where the connective intergalactic craft came from.
Yep.
And I probably just said way too much. I think
No,
I
you
just
didn't.
really just took a dive last night. But hey, they
No,
let
we
me
were
talk
talking
this
about
time.
that.
They didn't blurt me out. I'm
Because
still
we
here, but
discussed
I mean,
this.
if I vanished,
We
you guys know
discussed
it was
this
this.
2 shows ago. That's why
Okay,
they haven't
okay.
blurted it out.
Yeah, the Brave.
Yeah.
They've already got over the, you know,
Yep. So
got their
you
little
let us
notebooks
Yeah,
out.
hey.
You know,
It's too late. Nobody will believe me anyway.
Of course
Right.
not.
no, of course not.
Of course not.
Do you believe him, Jillian? I don't believe him.
No, I always come here every Saturday. You know,
All right, now.
Remember,
Yeah,
when
yeah,
we
yeah.
were
my
in the
support group.
Matrix.
We haven't
I don't
seen the
think none
Norway
of us-
spiral
none of-
orb, have we?
I don't
Where is
think any of us just automatically believes him. I think we knew that he was truthful in his message, but we don't here proved it to ourselves because that's really the
Yeah.
only way
Yeah, well-
that you're going to wrap your mind around this. Nobody
Yes.
can really convince you of this. The only way is that you're going to have to take the information and go prove it yourself. And that's
Yeah,
what
go
I,
get
that's
your
why,
camera and go outside and start
yeah,
taking
and that's
pictures.
why
Start
Sam has
thinking about it,
been.
looking at old
And that's why
pictures and
Sam's way
going.
of teaching has been so good because this information is not something that you can just go and tell somebody and then they'll be like, okay, I believe you. You have
Right.
to see it for yourself. Like that's really, if you don't see it for yourself, you're probably not really going to really digest it well and absorb it and actually learn it unless you see it for yourself. It's that crazy that the only way you're going to believe it is if you see it for yourself.
I'll
Stop
never
for half
forget.
an hour and watch a sunrise and a sunset, and you'll see yourself how the shadow changes as the light diminishes.
And it's
As I-
absolutely magnificent. It's an incredible thing to witness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and as
and
I
if you
said
have it,
before,
get yourself a
any-
Ring doorbell and you can see it. It's
as I
just
said
amazing.
before, anybody who actually puts the time in to actually learn this can see it. You will see it. You just got to give yourself that. Just be curious enough to say, well, maybe these crazy people might be right. All right, just drive on that little doubt that maybe just maybe this bunch of crowd of crazy people that you're seeing right now that they might be right. Work with that, and then try to leave your biases at the door. And I promise you, we are not full of shit. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't endure half the shit we do from people because we get a lot of shit from
Yeah,
people.
exactly.
Mark a week on your calendar that you leave exposed so that you can catch the sunset every afternoon and see how it changes from the beginning of the week to the end of the week.
That's right.
Because the
if
planets
you're
aren't always
here,
available.
And if you're already here and you're on the fence, just keep continue on the journey. Don't stop halfway. See
Takes
it
you a
through.
couple of years to understand
Yes.
the, get
Yeah,
your
we didn't
brain
learn
to
it
see
overnight.
the magic, because it's like getting into focus when you first start walking as well. When you're a little kid, like when you first
course.
started walking, you walk perfectly.
I
the
think
first.
Christopher picked it up in a matter of months.
I had to know for myself. I had to.
Overachiever.
I saw Rebecca's few lives that she did one after, like she did it like once a week or maybe twice a week, and the pictures she was showing and your illustrations, and I'm just like,
Right.
I have to know
But you know
what's
what?
going on. I
It's
have to
hard.
do it for myself and see it.
Yeah.
It's because she's so
Right.
passionate about it. And she's
Yes.
so matter of fact. It's like, there it is up there. And then you start looking at it, you go, you look at the picture and then you know what? Actually, that shape and that
Right.
shape and then you're hooked. Then you're hooked.
Mhm.
Puzzle, well,
And
the
then
puzzle comes together.
Right.
Julian, is
Took-
what it is.
Took about 3 months for me to see the whole
Well, that's the thing.
picture
is
of
that you-
Sam drew the picture and I saw the whole thing just
well,
as
yeah,
he drew it,
You saw,
and it was just there.
prior to Sam. You had all these puzzle pieces, right? That you knew
Right.
something was different. Sam kind of just helped you see the big picture.
Yep.
You know. And I
Found
also wanna say that to everybody listening here. Most
So
of
kind,
us
thank you.
found Sam because we had already knew something was different. We just didn't understand what it was. All right. I've had people tell me, well, it's literally just Sam just tells you what you see. No, it wasn't like that. It
Uh-huh.
didn't work that way, guys.
Nah, it's such a
we're
revolutionary idea that it
we were
breaks everything
actively-
you've ever been told.
We were actively searching because we noticed something was not right, right? And that journey led us to Sam. It wasn't the other way around.
Right.
We were curious. We noticed something was different. We just could not understand it. When we found Sam, all those puzzle pieces all of a sudden made sense, right? And they started connecting, and those dots just started. The car was just basically driving itself at that point. And then you at that point you just can't even deny it. All you can do is just sit there in complete awe and just accept that this is really happening. As crazy as it is, it's
But
real.
not just that. When Sam was released from his disclosure and he wanted to go public, he was more than just sending out a signal visually to people. He was using his abilities to try and open up the consciousness of the planet, to send a signal to everyone, not just us as a group and the people watching, but the whole of consciousness that this was going on. And he was testing to see who was listening.
Who was receptive enough to actually listen.
Because
When
I
it
always
comes
said
Sam-
to
Everybody out
when it
there.
comes Sam, it felt like I already knew him. There was no unfamiliarity, from listening to him.
Yep.
The first time, it just felt like I knew him in a past life or something. It just felt so familiar.
Yeah,
It
but
was
you know how
hard.
even that comes into the picture.
Yeah.
It's so
yeah.
staggeringly huge. The
Yeah.
nature of the deception and the nature of the
And how do
when
you,
you
how do
break
you,
through the envelope and you're out. There's
how
no
do you
going
turn-
back.
How do you turn your
No.
back on something like that? How do you just turn? This is
See-
why I don't understand why we've had members that come and go, right? And something bothers them, or there's some little. I'm like, look, if you actually really understood what we do, you wouldn't have let that stupid little thing affect you, because you would know that this is much bigger than any
That
stupid
the
little-
information was more
than
important
any
than the
offense
ego.
that you took to something or anything. So whoever decided to leave, I think is because they didn't really see it. Because if they would realize that what we're doing here is so enormously huge and important and significant that you wouldn't let some difference of opinion or some sensitivity issue get to you. Because in my opinion, this is way, way bigger than my feelings or my anything. And I would not let a difference of opinion shoo me away from this, because this is
What
way-
I found
this is
the most cases was the huge enormity of it for the whole of humanity. It's for
Absolutely.
everyone. It's not just for us. You see, a lot of people get stuck in that. Oh, it's my secret. Oh, look what I found
It's-
out from that
no,
man. I'm
it's
going to
not.
take it and I'm going to write a book, or I'm going to do a movie series or something, and they run away with the idea and think that, nobody
Yeah,
will
but they
notice I
have-
stole that
They
idea.
only have one little piece of information,
That's right.
and all of a sudden they become experts in the field, and they go away and become bath parrots, and then they're criticized because the information they've got, not only is it secondhand, they haven't confirmed it for themselves.
And it
And a
hasn't
decade
grown
old.
from that aspect either.
No.
Nothing's been added onto it. See,
Correct.
here we're adding things onto it every day, all the time. It's just, I find every show so different because there's a topic in each show, there's a point to being here talking like this. It's what we're supposed to do, and it's what we don't do anymore. People
And the
just go and grab a book
correlation-
and parrot the stuff because
The
that's what
correlate,
they've
yes,
been
the
told.
comparisons, Jillian. Like, look, I got that that cut off halo today, right? I was curious. I was like, is it a real halo or is it just whatever? You know, I looked on our Facebook groups, and sure enough, I ran into Katie's. I ran into one that was from Utah, right? The confirmation, the correlation that we get every time that you have a sighting, right? And you're like, well, it didn't just happen to me. Like I could literally get that sighting, go onto one of our Facebook groups, and there's going to be at least 5 people who posted the same thing within days.
And that's what was so
not
amazing
within
about
minutes.
Montana Sky in the beginning,
Right,
how
and that was the
everybody
premise.
across the planet.
That was
Yeah.
the original premise behind Montana Skywatcher 1, was so that we could have accurate daily postings from everybody out there. Front door took one photograph or the best of and send 8 or 10 or whatever or less in. And that way we could around the world compare. That way we could also realize what everybody was calling clouds could not be clouds, because clouds in Germany and clouds in Montana do not match. And when they do, they're not clouds. They're space bodies with clouds wrapping around those space bodies. And that was our proof, and that's where we went down the track, and we've never looked back on this crazy train called Nibiru. And we've got thousands and thousands and thousands of comparative photographs over the years from when they were tiny, and then they got bigger, and they got bigger, and then they moved over here, and then they moved over there, and then they moved over here, and cycle after cycle, year after year, 16 years. Come April, we will be documenting this real information. I mean, this is citizen science talk radio, and you're not gonna find worldwide news like our experts gather every week from around the world from multiple sister sites. We're correlating this information, people. All of us here, all these panel members have earned their place today. They are top of the line people that know what's going on. So this is the place to come to and the thing to listen, and like and subscribe and hit the notification bell and send a copy of it to your friends, because the only way this is going to get out, I mean, we're one group. We got to be, you know, Citizen Science News Podcast Nation, whatever you want to call it. This is science news that you're not going to get from ISS or from NASA or from somebody in Afghanistan. No offense to Afghanistan.
You know how you were talking about radio the other day, Sam?
Yeah.
I had an idea. As I was telling Jillian the other day, I had a 1973 Sunbird Tirana, which was a manual, and in it had a CB radio. And my dad always warned me, just be careful who you talk to on the CB radio. And I thought, isn't that interesting? And being married to a truck driver, you sort of got to hear some of the stories and things that they talk about on the radio, because it's more than just observational hazards ahead and all the rest of them. Some of them tell silly jokes and all that stuff.
We had a CB and a ham operation in my house growing up.
Some truck drivers are quite intellectual,
Right.
if you know what I mean. And I thought, isn't that an interesting concept? Because truck drivers talk amongst themselves. If I got on a CB radio and started talking about Nibiru and a binary star system, imagine how crossfire amongst the truckie groups that will go.
Well, if you're a
That's
ham
one way.
operator out there, do it on ham radio as well.
Sure.
Guess what? I was actually talking to Mark yesterday about building a crystal radio.
Cool.
Yeah, you told me about it as well. That
and
crystal
a
sticking
crystal
the
radio can be this
aerial and
big.
stuff.
Can be
Okay.
this big, but it doesn't rely on the unit. It's the capacity of your aerial. So the bigger the aerial, the further distance.
Right.
So I was thinking of even infiltrating an FM station which had nothing on it, which wasn't registered to anybody, and just start talking.
Nice.
You know what I did with my CB station? I
did you
took
do?
the length of the cord. Remember, now the CB works in 60 cycle humps, in the 60 cycle factor.
Yep.
So I went and I got a 100-foot length of cable, even though I needed 40 feet to get to the top of the roof to my aerial. And then I took that remaining 30 some 40 feet extra and I wrapped it in a coil. And I would key my mic, and anybody within 30 or 40 miles, I would stomp everybody out of anything they were saying. I would just completely take over the whole, and they go, my God, what are you doing? You're bombing me. And because of that rolled up coil, I could out key anybody within 60 miles.
Because as I was explaining,
with a ham system, you ham radio operate around the world through line of sight and skip off of atmospheric bounce back, and that's how you can reach halfway around the world. And I did my CQ in the past years and years ago. I was in the ham operator in CB.
Yeah,
cool.
I think, that might actually work now better, especially if you go to the old-fashioned ham operators who are hiding in their basements, having a great, time, and they're in their 60s and 70s and 40s.
Well, it's
and
about
50s.
time to resurge these people and get them active.
Riker one
Spread
now.
the word.
This here's the rubber duck, and we got a big damn ass red plant. It's Nibiru is not red, it's blue. We got a big ass blue plant down on the I-5, right up on ahead of me in the north. And
So
people,
that was one idea I had. It's just a matter of getting all the materials and building everything.
I even thought that when I can't talk, when Rebecca wants to get control, she could hit a button that says Citizen Science Talk Radio, key everybody into shutting up.
Okay. Yeah. Where is it? I need it now. No.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, the hand clapping or laughing that you have, you have.
No. I hate to just
we could have
take
a
over,
link to your website, Rebecca. We can have our own radio show attached to your webpage.
That'd be great.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, 24 hours a day.
There is a way to get on like Spotify and
I was thinking of Spotify too.
Well,
Because
like that poor
I've got-
gentleman that was shot today in Minneapolis,
I've got all these
It's all
books
just
and
audio.
notes
Right.
of notes.
Nice
A lot
get
of
out of
these are
Minnesota.
transcripts. A lot of these
Right,
are
I had no
transcripts
idea,
of
Sam.
Radio Wasteland.
Yep.
So I could read these on Spotify like a
Right.
audible book. Like an audible book.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. Right.
Whatever
Well,
we can
I
do
hope-
to get the message out.
I hope that and I watched the view counts right after the show last week. We had 330-ish views immediately when we
And then
turned
it-
off the show. No, then
Awesome.
it actually went up. It's about a little over, just under 600 now.
Great.
The last
Yeah,
week's show.
But did you notice it dipped first before it went back up again?
Now Rebecca's subscription count has gone down again. So
Yep.
make sure you check your subscriptions, people. You think you might be subscribed and you may have been removed. Because remember, just a few weeks ago, they made Rebecca unfriend me and she didn't really do it. And by the way, I'm remarked as spam again. My Facebook page, I am now spam. So, and I put in a request to review that. So
I
people-
just want to show you all this real quick.
Go right ahead.
Before I talk.
Awesome.
But I did I found a real one. I mean, I
Yeah.
found this one. This
This
is
one
real.
says insiders.
It tested at 15%, which is most likely not,
Okay.
So this I can accept.
Right.
I believe it did snow, but
Right.
not 5 stories.
Because I did. I looked up. I went through the German
Yes,
news. I
Israel.
went through the British, the BBC news. I went through the Spanish news, and they were all talking about the storm that went through Poland and into Russia, and it was called Francis.
Like,
And I
Yes.
did look
Holy
it up.
cow.
like this is acceptable though, right?
Right,
wouldn't you
yeah.
say?
They just
Right.
dug them all out and they get
But-
covered again.
There's your 7 feet of snow right,
Right.
there for Francis. But what
Oh,
Jesus was
God.
mixing up was that is in Western Russia, and all the way 3 time zones later is Eastern Russia and Kamchatka, and they did get 11 to 14 to 20 feet of snow.
Holy
And so
crap.
did Japan. Northern Japan
Okay.
also got that.
I can't verify that. I can't. I mean,
Okay, look up.
No.
Look up.
if
I'm trying to
we
think of
know
the
that
name.
we can't even trust mainstream media now because we
That's a big problem.
Sharon, is
AI.
northern is Kyoto or something like that in northern
what they
Japan?
say.
Yes, Kyoto.
It shouldn't be allowed.
Type
Period.
in
So this is
snow
I- right.
January
I
18th,
looked up-
Kyoto, Japan.
I looked up
And don't
all
use
of
Instagram or
Russia.
TikTok.
In all of Russia, what was the most amount of snow that was received? during this month or during the last few weeks, whatever.
Uh-huh.
It was all the same. It was okay. What it said is that according to AI experts, 40-foot what do they call snowdrift? Snowdrift is more like wind kind of pushing it towards
Right.
an embankment or something.
Right, or around corners.
Even though 40-foot snowdrifts are possible and common,
Right.
most of what you're seeing right now is AI generated. Most of what you're seeing on the internet is
This
AI
is what, when I put in, Russia snow 2026, this is what comes up on TikTok. I mean, I'm just scrolling down, showing this is what.
It really
what
sucks
it
that we
is.
have to.
Be thankful we don't live in Russia, guys. Not only that, they don't have any natural gas or oil or gas for their cars, and they're having a very high inflation period. So we should feel very sorry for the Russian citizens, not the government, and wish them. And just imagine the people in Siberia, where it's even farther. And
I think right now people are feeling sorry for us in America.
I did find one here. I thought there was one coming up here. I thought, well, that might be real. I'm gonna
that one on
test
the
it.
left, right there. In the middle. That might be real, right there.
See, that's what I mean by snow embankment.
This
You
one,
see how
right,
it
look,
looks like
Tim.
it was pushed
Look,
by the wind.
that's the one I saw too. I'm
Right.
like, that might be real.
Yeah, real
So,
camp production, right? 6 to 7 feet of snow
It's not.
with drifting.
Damn.
It's not. I know. I thought, well, that might be real. That might be. Let's check it so I can.
Yeah, it's
According
it-
according to what I've got on my phone,
Right.
it says that they
Here we go.
received anything between 35 centimeters to 200 centimeters of snow in Japan.
Ah,
There it is. There's your real.
God.
Yeah, I know, Chris.
And here's the thing with the AI,
Not
they
real.
all have
Real.
similar characteristics too. So once you start to watch them and you start to pick up on what is incorporated into these AI videos, you'll start to be able to see it without having to check. You'll just know, okay? Because like there, for example, there's most of the time with these AI videos, they're short, they're really short, maybe 10, 15 seconds at best is what you get. And then you get like a commentator at the end of the video saying something. There's always somebody talking. And it's always a calm voice, like they're showing this extreme weather scenario, but it's like
But
a
you
calm
know-
voice. And
It's
it's like,
over-
ooh,
yeah,
look at that in the sky. Wow.
Yes, it's overlap.
You can use a template.
Right.
It's a
So
voice. It's
people are
voice
using
over.
multiple
Chris.
templates and
Right.
just reusing them over and over again.
Right.
That's how
Or
they
there'll
get
be like
Yeah,
built like
it's on
there was one
Snapchat.
that said it was in Vegas, and I really thought it was like it looked like Ice Adam's moon, like an effect from Ice Adam's moon, right? And I'm like, that's incredible. How did I miss that? And then I'm watching the whole video, and suddenly the guy says, only in Vegas or something like that. And I'm just like, oh, this is bullshit. And then I look again, and you see the building. I'm like, well, where is that? What part of town? And I'm looking again, and it's like I've never seen
right
that area, right? But then I'm looking at the cars, and the cars are like goofy looking. And then you look at the,
There's no brand.
it's
on
bad,
them, you know,
right?
but there's no brand.
Like cars don't have square tires.
Yeah, and there's
yeah,
no brand.
right,
Like there's no brands whatsoever. If you look back,
Right.
like there will be no Coca-Cola, or if it's
Mhm.
it'll be like something else, or you'll see the faces in the back in the audience. They'll all be the same. Also,
What
So
would you
there's a
guys
huge
do?
power.
What would you all do if you found out that at least 90% of everything you've ever been shown has just been AI in the last 20
Honestly,
years?
I
Oh
would
my
be
God.
I would be disturbed, but I wouldn't be that surprised though.
I've known
Like,
that
it
for
wouldn't shock
47
me. It would
years.
Poke the hell out of me, but I would not be shocked.
We only have to look
I-
at the
I-
invention of television and movies to realize how they've been pulling the wool
Yeah.
over our eyes.
Tell a lie,
In
version. Tell a
Guys,
lie, vision.
in 1980, I was taken down an elevator, and I was in handcuffs, and that elevator went down, and that elevator went down, and that elevator went down, and that elevator went down some more. And then I was brought into a installation, all white walls, and You know, your standard government wipe everything with paper tile ceilings and all of that. I was taken
Sterilized.
into a room where I met an approximately 4'2" gray alien wearing a science lab coat.
Holy shit.
You said it.
And that is,
Wow.
of course, our site mascot that we use
There's your
in all of our videos.
PSTD right there.
And that was the guy that did my psych eval for the U.S. government.
Okay.
Well,
He
think
could
about how
read me
Elliot,
without
when he
even
first met
speaking to
DT, how he reacted. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
see, my psych eval was done by a rogue gray that works for the U.S. government, and I imagine there's some declassification okayness to telling you that, but
Did he waggle his finger and go, "You're smarter than Einstein"?
you're calling home. Well, actually,
Yeah,
we
he must have
traded
had
some
a
information, and I did get a
Hey,
point
Dragon.
of information from him, knowing what his race goes through, as well as what, and that's who did my
Yeah.
psych eval. And,
Wow,
and then
Sam.
they played me like a fiddle, knowing my shortcomings
Sure.
and how to get to me, so they could keep me shut up for a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. And then they gave me threats according that if I didn't do this, then they were going to do that, and because they knew my psych eval and how to push those buttons.
Wow.
So I have known that everything that they brought me back to Montana in handcuffs. I have been knowing that there's this horrendous lie that is going on to the American public and the worldwide public since 1980. So yeah, I know how that feels exactly, Joe.
Okay.
I don't for a second believe it's just America, Sam. It
Oh,
has
it's
to be the
worldwide.
entire world. It has to
Yeah,
be.
and
has to be.
all the other
has to be an
factions
entire.
are trying to play this
this,
poker game.
Yeah, I don't think they would be able to keep this a secret if they unless they were all in on it, or most of them were in on it.
Oh, they have to be, because that's where their level of control is, and this is why the G7 countries were all in 2009. They were all having, the bigwigs from around the world were having that summit in Geneva the day that the Norway spiral occurred.
That was like a knock on the door to them, Jesus.
That's hello, teenagers, mom and dad are home.
Yeah, hello. You better but this party. You better piss off now. Get him out.
And
Clean
that
up
was
the
why
place,
it was
man.
just the G7 and not the G10 or the G20. But that Geneva.
So this is the
world-
reason why a lot of what's happening now isn't like I take it with a grain of salt, because there's so much that correlates. There's so much crazy that correlates with crazy that we see, right?
Yep.
Every time that we have some kind of crazy space weather, that
bizarre
we have
world.
some kind of close pass, there's always some crazy shit happening in the media.
Yep.
It always correlates. If you're paying attention, it always correlates on some level.
Man.
I'm already rubbing my eyes.
I can't ignore that. I can't ignore that those patterns. I definitely see a pattern there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the thing
Well,
is that
that's right.
there's also a little grain of truth in things that they say.
That's right.
And this is the hardest thing about AI, is that even though we're seeing pictures of exaggerated snowfalls, the truth is still there. Those
And that's the
poor
only way
people
they
in
get away with
Russia,
it. That's the only way
those
they get
poor
away with it.
people in Russia
Yeah.
are stuck. They can't get out of their homes. They can't rely on services. They can't just go to the shops and buy something.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of work that has to be done so
There
they
is
can get back
a
to that
trucking-
normality.
There's a trucking embargo in Belarus and in Latvia and in Poland. There's all of the shipping is blocked. They're now finally getting the ghost ships of oil. They're France took one as well. So they're blocking the extra trade for the extra money for Russia. They're in deep trouble. There's
I wondered why
no
they were all
bread.
hiding in our port here, like in our.
Well, there's no
base.
bread, there's no milk. Those poor people have no clothing. They have no. I mean, they're freezing their butts off and wearing 4 pairs of
They've
pants.
got no heating, no nothing.
No fuel, no gas, no nothing. There's long
They're
queues.
not
and
allowed to
that's
collect
that
wood.
word,
They're
queue.
nothing. Nothing.
Yep, it's horrible. And
so
of course,
fancy
they're bombing
living
the
in
crap.
those kind of environments.
They're
We
still bombing the
forget how
crap out
privileged we are.
of you know,
Yep.
Ukraine, and Ukraine's getting devastated. But Ukraine has enough defense forces. They're now kicking butt backwards. It's the opposite
Well, Russia
happening.
bombed
to
it
Russia.
during the peace talks.
Right? Yeah, it wasn't peace talks. That was a Trump distraction.
Yeah, of course.
Hey,
look at
he's
me.
only promoting Putin's
Yeah.
agenda. There was no peace talk whatsoever from Ukraine. And if you're in Ukraine, Zelensky, and listening to us, don't give in 1 second till those bastards leave every inch of your land.
Don't negotiate nothing.
I know.
Yeah, don't settle. Fight their asses. Make sure they go backwards.
No
Well,
matter
you
how
know-
hard it gets, resist.
Resist again, and that's the same thing we're doing. No matter how hard we get stopped every week. I got thrown off the show twice today already, and because I was saying something important, and then they booted me. Don't quit. It's scary. It's happening. Again, we talk about the cubes and the aliens and the blockade, and then of course the other races that live on the planet Nibiru and Saru. Don't let that frighten you. Comment in the comment section on YouTube. That way we can get back to you. Guys, this is really happening, and we have been documenting. I mean, my God, everybody, how many hands? Raise your hands if we've not been seeing the long box cube and the Texas cube for the last 2 years every day straight. Every day, people around the world, and we're not making this shit up. And it's always in the same place. We know these are real sightings, and you have to believe that the intergalactic, not even local. We have big time other factions here right now, including 3i Atlas, which, by the way, Stefan Burns went off about this week, and I couldn't get through his material. He was sidetracked so often. He's almost as bad as me.
But he gets excitable too, Sam.
Yeah.
And he's young.
He's young, but he's smart. But yeah, he gets, like I said, he gets sidetracked like I do.
Because we've got so many things going through our mind at once, we want to get it all out.
At 312 miles an hour.
Correct.
I got work to do.
Hard to keep track of where that needle skips.
Yeah, I'm going to start squeezing if you keep petting that cat.
I know she's demanding it. She's like, pet me now, and she's forcing my hand.
Mom.
I know. She's
Mom.
forcing my hand to pet her. Seriously, she's like,
Mommy, get the ball. Mommy,
Mommy, kitty cat. I have work to do. I told her. Dubaloo's here though. Hey, Dubaloo.
Hey, Dubaloo.
Made it. I'm going to show you all a video. I've been trying to play this video for like 3 weeks now, and for a couple of weeks, it's one of the Christopher's.
Oh, cool.
So some of the things on here were things you made probably 3 weeks ago, but for a couple of weeks you had technical trouble.
Yeah, I've been having all sorts of
Right.
issues.
Right. But you're here now, and
Yeah.
let's go ahead and play
Cool.
it.
Okay.
Have it delayed even another week. And Laura's here. Hey,
Hello,
Laura.
Laura.
Finally made it. Busy day, lots to
And,
do.
yeah.
Still have to check electrical outlets for
Oh.
for I don't know but I'm happy you're here, Laura. That's cool. I'm glad. I bet you are glad to be home. If it's
Make sure the
cold where you
power is on
are.
or something.
Probably is. All right, making sure I didn't overlook anybody. Let's see.
Cool. I don't mind that my videos don't get sometimes sometimes it happens. It's not a big deal, and
Slight delay.
I would much rather other people that have sent in their videos would get a chance to have their videos shown on the podcast, and that's
True.
why I have the group on Facebook, so anybody can go to my Facebook group and to see them there too. So
Not
that's
only
cool.
that, you need other people to go to Nibiru System Skywatcher on YouTube, because your view count needs to be boosted up by our wonderful members. Like and subscribe to Christopher's channel, please, as well as Jesus's and Jillian's.
I always
Sharon
hashtag
also
it.
has one.
I always hashtag your group too. So
Yeah, I've
Oh.
been pretty busy. I haven't added so much stuff lately. I've still got a week's worth of sky pictures to edit.
It backs up, doesn't it?
yeah, it
I've been
does.
busy
It
writing the book,
does.
guys. I've been busy writing the book. So far, I've written 172 pages in
Gosh, awesome. Great job.
20,000 words.
Wow.
It's the longest
What was that?
essay I've ever written.
There.
Great.
Thank you.
Yay.
I was just thinking that you needed that.
I know.
So-
really.
Wow.
That's the
So a
accomplishment.
book
I can't-
needs
I
about
can't wait.
100,000 words, so still got a little bit of work to do, guys.
Speaking of which, Mozart, man.
Okay. Yep. We can do that.
Chip away. Chip, chip, chip.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and before I switch the music, I'm gonna play
Okay.
this video.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I keep
Awesome.
forgetting, but we're not gonna forget. All right. Well, here we go. Here we go. Some of the things that Chris made recently.
Cool.
Nice.
Go over. Go.
God,
Oh my
that's
God,
bad.
look at the cake, man.
Ladies on
Thank
Oh,
God for
man.
snow.
Now you got to give him a big finger sign that says Nibiru is here.
Oh, that's great.
Even
Oh my God.
That's good.
Oh.
Oh boy.
And you do
That was fun.
weddings on Wednesday, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and the annulments tomorrow or Thursday.
Thursday, annulments on Thursday. Weddings on Wednesday, annulments on Thursday.
Yeah.
That's right. Only in Vegas.
Oh,
Never a
golly.
dull day, man. Never a dull day. Never a dull
No.
Saturday.
Never a dull moment in Vegas.
And Vegas has grown so huge since I was there last. It's insane.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's not the same.
Yeah.
It's not the same town at all,
Now.
and it happened so fast.
Well, not only that, economically, I mean, our tourism is off like 56% because of a certain person in the White House and their mouth.
Golly gee, that looks like a walrus.
And kicking people
I love
out
the
and stopping,
shadowing on the side of that planet right there. You know, that- you know.
and stopping people from coming in the country before they even get there.
Oh shit! They're
Deny
ICE is
visas and-
taking in people in Hawaii for God's sakes. I don't know how many foreign students have gone to Hawaii for the weekend and they ended up being, you know, encased in a prison camp for 3 weeks, and because they didn't have secondary reservations. There's an actual case of that. I mean,
Yeah.
and they ICE agents took a child in 2 days ago in Minneapolis, and the parent, and you know,
Yeah.
a 5-year-old bawling child. They don't have a warrant. They're kicking in doors without warrants, which is you
No.
know, direct violation of your Fourth Amendment and Fifth Amendment rights.
And that's what we
Jeez.
should be worrying on a global scale is why are they removing all of our rights?
Well, remember 1937 and 1938, there was a whole organization of guys in brown shirts running around Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
And both stacked right
Well,
there.
that's what they are predicting.
And,
They're predicting not only the rise of we'll call it the Reich, but also the
Yeah.
rise of the other side of religions too. That there's going to
Well,
come
right.
a time where
That is
we're
the
going to
Antichrist.
have that.
The breakup,
Yeah,
and
that's
this
right.
is why we talked about the opening of the sixth seal when the evil axis take power for a short period of time. And now remember, you know, Trump's family is immigrants from Germany, and he kept a copy of Mein Kampf next to his bed in the 70s.
Yep.
And
Interesting.
that's a testimony straight from one of his wives, and she wasn't lying; she was telling the truth, and that was like a long
was
time
Ivanka.
ago.
And
Yeah.
she's not here to defend herself now, so
Isn't she buried in the golf course for a tax write-off?
yep,
Oh,
yep. No mausoleum for Ivanka.
And
She's
yeah,
just
they
forgotten
don't
about
they don't
it.
even mow that area anymore. She's just a side course.
She's
they call that, a bunker,
she's in the rough.
In the rough.
Oh,
yeah, in the
Sharon.
rough. In the rough.
She's in the rough.
No, seriously, she is. Up something like the 11th hole at the Westminster or
she's in the
something
rough.
golf club.
Yep.
And
It's
not only that, you
shocking.
should see how she died.
Yeah, didn't she
speaking
fall
of
down a
which,
set of
Ruth
stairs or
Epstein
something?
filed- Yeah, she got somehow pushed down the stairs. Yeah.
It was her high heel shoe. It broke. Didn't you know that?
Right. Yeah, right. It was the heels. It was the heels.
Cracked her skull
Yeah, and
open.
there had
on
been
a
a- there
flight
had
of
been-
stairs.
There
his
had been a
tail.
previous hospitalization for something similar as well, and then literally she got better, and then it happened again, and then passed away. Hello, big green
Wouldn't have been any
triangle. I mean,
air
big
in
blue
the tube.
triangle.
Hello, pizza.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that a Domino's delivery?
DoorDash.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
we like DoorDash.
Menu log.
How fast is DoorDash?
Well, that depends on if Elon gets his rockets in the right direction first.
True,
Yeah, he
true.
had trouble with his Starlink, and he's having a lot of trouble with his Starlink. And by
Yeah.
the way, the market value of those trucks, the Cybertruck, has
Oh
plummeted.
man,
Of course, they're stupid.
can you
if you
imagine
bought
that
one, it
spending
was
over
worth-
$100,000 for a truck?
Ooh, what
Well,
kind of
but
shit-
you know,
Well-
a 2-year-old model is only worth $10,000 or $12,000 now.
Oh
kind of
wow!
truck
Oh.
doesn't
Well,
pay
Elon's
for-
in trouble now because China has just released a multi-billion-dollar program to send up their own version of Starlink.
If
Oh,
you
really?
have- if you own stock in Tesla, now's probably a good time for you to sell it. I don't think Tesla.
Oh yeah, they've already lost a lot of money.
I don't think
Again,
Tesla's going to be around for too long, especially
real
with
quick.
China's
Yeah.
EVs. China's EVs
the
is
stock market is
making-
still down 0.58. Whoa, is it? Yeah, last week the stock market crashed, people.
Well, the only reason that
It went-
Tesla had the advantage is two subsidies, government subsidies, and also
Right.
they had a patent that ran out a few years ago. Now it's flooded with EVs. So, they've
Well,
lost
not only
their-
that, but electric vehicles don't work in cold environments. And
No, no.
Have I
Operation
told you
longevity
how
is-
many? Have I told you how many people I've rescued during the winters? Every winter, I rescue at least 10.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
People because of electric cars that don't charge.
Unreal. I
Yep, you
can't.
cannot charge a battery if it's frozen.
And it won't stay charged. Even if you.
I
if you
noticed
can't-
that fact for the last couple of weeks. My bike is really hard.
Really?
It doesn't
Well, you have
stay
to charge
charged.
it in the house in a warm
Ah.
environment, and that's very dangerous to charge inside your home, and they don't recommend it.
Sure.
You have to have a warm. An electric vehicle is only good for people who have heated garages.
Yeah.
For people who live in California.
Yeah, up here, if you say you own an EV truck up here in Montana, and it tells you
A
you
what?
got 270 miles worth of travel room,
Right.
and you go 60 miles, and all of a sudden it tells you you're out of battery.
Wow.
Now look at all that.
So
scribbling.
EVs aren't going to make it up in Montana. No way.
I'm more sold
Look at
on
that. Yellow moon, yellow moon, yellow
hybrid. I think hybrid technology is better than EV, at least at this point. At this time, right now, I would rather a hybrid. And I've had a hybrids before; they're awesome.
You know what? Get me a 1978 or prior automobile, and
Nice.
I can fix it with the old parts for
Right.
a quarter of the price, and it won't go electrically out on me. And the old switches will work, the windows will work, the transmission will work, the heater will work.
Well, it's why
I
I
was
like-
watching.
It's why I love Honda, Sam, because that's the closest that you get
Right,
these
right,
days to a
right.
car like
There
that.
are no consumer
Very
reports currently
basic.
on Honda.
Very basic, very, very, you could use parts from a 10-year-old Honda on yours.
Yep. Matching.
They're very universal when it comes to parts, and
Good
they're
comparison.
so easy to work on.
Right,
Even
and
if you got to
it-
go with the mechanic, it's relatively cheap compared to any other car because they're just
Well, the car market, there,
easy to
there
work
are
on.
many car companies that are going out of business right now because of the tariffs. And we're right at the threshold where this year it's going to start to show up. There's bankruptcies going on throughout the farmers, corporations, you name it, around the world, especially in the jobs market here in the United States. The numbers aren't even being reported correctly. And the bankrupting small businesses throughout the United States are going to crash this year, people.
Yeah,
And
well,
look
they
it up.
want to monopolize everything, son. I think that's the
What's
point.
that? Look at that picture. Wow, what's that?
They're gonna bankrupt.
That is
They're gonna
accurate.
bankrupt farmers. They're gonna bankrupt cattle. Cattle farmers. They're gonna bankrupt all of it, and then they're gonna have this big corporation, Tyson-like corporation, which is already has their hands well dipped into our meat supply. Before you know it, it's all going to come from one place, and that's the point.
Right.
You know.
Soylent Green.
Corporations are gonna take
Oh
over.
no.
Soylent Green.
The monopolies that we have now are at the root of the problem of
Well,
the
the question
economic.
is, are we going to tolerate it? And I'm not saying by violence,
Right.
but are you going to tolerate it? And this is where we all have to use. This is why I was talking to a couple of you guys the other day. You have to use your voice. You have to use your celebrity. You have thousands of friends all over the world. We have to speak up now. We cannot tolerate this any longer. We have to stop
I
it now.
was telling Sharon the other day, not too long ago, that we were talking about the book that she's writing. I said, this is a great idea because we need to do something outside of technology, something that's more word of mouth, something that's more one-on-one,
In your
face-to-face.
hands. Yeah, I always said that we needed
because we don't know how contained social media is. We don't know how, and we do know that it is definitely suppressed. For
Well, I'll
sure. At very
contribute to the
least.
public safety need.
So I think that the more we actually talk to people face to face and try to get that word of mouth, I think is I'm personally gonna try. I'm gonna make a conscious effort to actually talk more to people one-on-one about this stuff, and maybe
I have not
a
dared
video
sit down and write a book.
I'm gonna make a video that specifically I'm gonna have it ready just for specific conversations that I have with strangers, so I can say, "Hey, look at this," and then give them.
That's why I love Christopher Nibiru video. I start with that one now. It's an excellent video. There are a lot of people really love it. I love it. I play it every week, at least once a week.
Something that could get somebody, something like that'll get somebody's curiosity, because that's really what you gotta do is you gotta pique somebody's curiosity enough for them to come back.
And I'm getting serious, Christopher, when I say you should send that into the Sundance Film Festival. It is that good.
It's our last year here in Salt Lake.
But they're all over again. Look up the Sundance.
Oh yeah,
Film
they're going to
group
Colorado.
and get them a copy and find out what it takes, even if you have to pay $50 for an interview
Right.
or whatever, or $100 or whatever. We'll raise the money to get it in there. But that is valuable. I think it belongs in the Sundance Film Festival. It is that good.
I'll tell you, there's a lot of crap at Sundance. Not all of it's that great, man. There's a lot of crap.
And it gets reviewed by a public commission who's not affiliated with any government. It's an amateur film festival.
Yeah.
Cool.
Just like the Olympics is supposed to be for amateurs as well.
Oh yeah.
We've got sporting professionals.
By the way, if you have tickets to the United States Olympics that are coming up, sell them now. Cancel. That's happening all over the world, by the way. Look at that.
That is
Cut off
cool.
and rounding.
Wow.
That's beautiful. Look at it. Classic
Yep,
example.
exactly correct. That is exactly correct.
Wow.
Yeah, when I saw it, that illustration hit me the second I saw the sky. I'm like,
wow.
There's the lead asteroid in front of the Saturn Show moon. Can't argue with
Look,
it.
you can
And
just
it happens
see
every
like half
day.
of a white face there. Look at it.
It
and it
happens
stayed like
every-
that for at least a good hour.
Oh yeah. It's been unbelievable for the last month. I mean, Saturn's yellow moon and the lead asteroid have been just predominant in the sky, and you can't
Just like he
do
drew
with
it.
Period.
Yep.
Well, and
Undeniable.
if you start at this, people, and you go out and you take your photographs to the right side of the sun, you are not going to miss this. It will show up in your pictures every day.
Oh, incredible.
Even if you have to print your site drawing and take it with you.
Right. That's what I did.
Exactly.
I absolutely
It's the
had it
only
with
way-
me all the time.
It's the
I
only
still
way
do.
you can learn. The only way you can learn.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a point of reference, then you can always
Yes.
line these up.
And if it doesn't show up in the sky, you go, God, I wonder what's wrong. This doesn't match. Well, excuse me, but it will. It will match. And then don't forget the ion tail, and everybody forgets the ion tail, and it goes all the way across the sky behind you. That's the spiral asteroid, and then the that is Pappy and Spiral, the one in front above.
You got to
the on the
remember,
left,
guys,
Pappy.
too, the planets are constantly moving too, so we're not always going
Right.
to get the perfect view.
Right.
A lot
No,
of
and
it's
Rebecca's
luck as
startup
well.
on the startup of this film, today's show 151, she shows the rotating background spinning dark planets so well, and I hadn't even seen that before, and that's in she put it in I think last week and then this week, and that
Yep.
rotating planet is just unbelievable. Look at
Yep.
the purple, look at the blue, look at the purple,
Yep.
look at the blue. You're looking at the a planet or a moon, and then the blue is the real sky. This other color stuff, everything above, you guys, is planets. They're that close. They're that huge. You got to see these things, and once you do, there's no coming back. You see these planets because everybody can see them. The trick is to look at the dark areas first and realize that they are way bigger than you can imagine.
Yep, especially when they go from horizon to horizon, as far as your
Oh,
eye
yeah.
can see. And the higher up you get, the better angle you get because you've got a further horizon line to see them with.
Clearer view, yeah. And a little cubey in there.
Yeah.
Some skull, and a whole bunch of asteroids.
Some skull, you know.
Yeah.
Some skull, man. Some
Some
skull, man.
Look at him just sitting there. I'm bright as punch. Look at me.
Can you imagine how many people actually see the Skull asteroid in some really good event while they're sitting in the park and they get the living shit scared out of them?
Yeah.
And then they have to convince themselves that they're seeing things and they're not insane?
That's probably where that word pareidolia comes in.
Sure.
Do you see what I'm saying? It looks like a rabbit deer, not a skull. Wow, look how tense that is.
Everything was red. The buildings were red. It was awesome. The ground was red. Everything.
Beautiful.
It's like that day when we were just about to have the snow and everything was purple pink, and you're like, yeah, man. Yeah, man, take a picture.
Awesome.
But
Which we never ever had growing up whatsoever. That never was
No.
ever in our lifetime. And the pity is ever since 2010, our skies have direly changed, and people who were young, in their teenage years on now, this has been, 16 years. And they grew up with this, so they think the skies are normal, and these are not our normal skies. Again, go back to an old movie filmed in the 80s.
Yeah.
Go back to a 70s or a 60s Western. You won't believe the difference between our skies today and what Christopher's filming above his head right now. You would never have seen any of this in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s or the 2000s. I hear things moving. Must be Rebecca.
Ha 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 ha. It's not. It's somebody
No.
else. Oh no. I just got back. I got a sad problem. I have this kitty cat. It's one of our stray kitties, but he's been inside the last couple of days, right? And I let him out this morning because he'd been in for 2 days and just to air out. And he's went under the house. I can follow his footsteps. And I have not seen him since like 9 o'clock this morning. He's just under the house. And I have gone
Probably
out
doing
there.
his thing. This is, he's getting ready for the storm.
day.
He's probably still on wild mode.
It's
Speaking
a
of which,
kid
probably
outside.
You can probably
I
sense the
see the
storm
outside
coming.
Probably.
They can
I mean,
feel
it's
the pressure on their whiskers,
frozen.
remember?
Yeah, it's supposed to be there right now.
Anyway, I've been outside at the crawl space down there knocking and tapping and calling, and I've not even seen him. I can't see him under there, but
He'll come back when
anyway,
he's
bless his
ready.
heart. I know. I was trying to spare him from freezing, but he wants to freeze. So
He must have found a good spot. He might be next to your boiler for all you know.
well, I wondered. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Hopefully.
Cats are cats. Cats are cats.
Hopefully he's okay.
He will be,
Big
don't worry.
guy. Big guy. I know, it's big guy. I know, Carly.
Hey.
I wish I hadn't let him out.
Look,
Anyway.
don't blame
Aw.
yourself, Rebecca.
I know. I wish it. Yeah, he was kind of losing it this morning. He'd been in for quite a while.
And that's why
He
he
is
won't come back until
wild.
he is ready.
He's kind of a wild cat. So anyway,
Don't panic
tried.
about it. You'll be good, okay?
You can't leave some like catnip
know.
out there for him or something. And
I know. I took plates. We actually heard a little cat fight under the house. I
Oh,
heard
no.
it, not too bad, but we could hear cats, meow.
Oh, yeah.
So I took 2 plates of food just in case there was
Hello.
2, and nobody touched anything.
Hello. He's my big boy. He's my star.
Okay.
My Sylvester.
Look at his fluff tail.
Look at him.
Oh,
He's my
looky there,
Sylvester.
kitty cat.
He's not.
That's like
He's not
where?
little anymore.
No, oh my
A
goodness.
little
He's
baby.
big. Oh my
He's huge.
goodness. Right.
huge.
Wow.
He
He's
is
huge.
Really big.
Wow. He's living
How old
his
is-
best life, man.
right.
How old
Hello,
is
my
he?
big boy. All right, hop down. Off you go.
He looks like the size of a 2-year-old child.
He's
Right? No
huge.
kidding, Jillian.
He's
He's
huge.
huge. Yeah. Considering he'll be a year old in March.
He's only a year.
Already?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
He'll be a year old in
Wow.
March. And to
Yeah.
think that I found him, he was this big when I found him.
Yeah, remember
Right.
those babies you showed us? Like,
Babies.
Yeah.
amazing.
See what love
Yeah,
does.
you made me feel guilty and I had to go out and feed the outside cats.
Not just
right,
Mojo.
right.
Not just Mojo lovers.
Did your baby die?
Well, the more they get, the
Thanks,
better they
Daisies.
get. So,
hang on a sec. Here.
what you doing?
I went over there
What you
for
doing, baby?
Yeah, I guess it turns off by
What you
itself.
doing?
Her little toy. Uh-oh. It went in the closet. That little thing, it rolls. I have barricades throughout my room so it doesn't like roll under my bed or in the closet or under the table in the corner. So I have all these pillows and shoes and boxes and
you don't live for your
Trying to-
pets, do you? Yeah.
I know, I'm like trying to keep it in that vicinity. Oh, it got back
Yeah.
out. Good. I do, actually. I don't know. That's all I got going on.
That's
Kitty
your
cat.
distract.
I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I know,
You can
Laura.
see that. Oh my God, look at this. Look, that
It's
looks
like-
like my ring
Yeah.
doorbell.
Wow.
Oh,
right.
gotta
It's like
love.
it's really red out, but there's yeah. Check it out.
Wow.
Look at that
That's
thing.
really-
Woo.
Uh-huh.
You
Yeah,
can, you
and
can
it
actually
just-
see the stripe
Yeah.
Fury in the upper
I
left
wish the
corner. You
damn
can see the blue
building wasn't in the
stripes
way.
here and the
Let's see.
yellow edge of your,
That's so cool.
which is actually
Right.
white.
I mean, I can
That's
see
the
like
gang's
flaring going on.
Like that's its atmosphere. Oh, that's pretty.
you can see like I can see with my own eyes. There's like red going on a little bit. It's like pink and purple. There's purple behind it. It's wild. This is wild.
Right where your hand was, just above that window, is where the tan asteroid will be, and then a little higher up where it says live is where the skull will be right about now.
Right. But there's definitely that shadow line is
that-
awesome.
Wow. That's so cool. That's
Probably the flaring that is being created is with him cutting into the left hand side and then pinching,
I
and
would
then he
think
sats
so.
him on the right hand side, and then of course like breaking out and just huge sun flaring, plus also cut off from
Yeah,
above.
you
like
can
there.
definitely see stuff when there's no clouds out.
that's what Chris was getting. That's it.
Yeah. And it's always at the right. You got to be outside at the right moment when the sun sets.
Yep.
sure.
And well, the cool thing about it is we've been watching this for 16 years. We didn't just start watching this 6 months ago. We did, and I saw a beauty the other day going, God, dude, you should see all my footage from the Alaska live webcams. And I just sat there and went, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me, What about that there planet? You're like, you mean that small one that's the size of a golf ball and is actually a lens flare?
Yeah.
With the
Oh, I know.
Microsoft
It's bad.
spotting all over it.
Have you
It's really
noticed
bad.
there's always a huge ass planet, the real planet, behind that lens flare? I'm like,
Right,
that's not that's
right. And you try to
It's
point that out to them, and they don't even what?
How long have we been seeing that same size lens flare, Sam? In 8 years, it hasn't changed.
Yeah, it's
remains
been
the
about
same
6,
size.
7 years. Yeah. Well,
But
and,
it
and
but
you
it
know,
rotates.
Yeah, it
they
rotates.
leave the ones that don't work well or don't get washed regularly or have a bird living on it or a spider living across the cam.
It's
Those
the
they leave
housing
alone, but
unit.
all the ones
I
that
blame it on the
Becca lives
housing
for every
unit.
day, the equatorial ones and the ones in Antarctica and the ones in Europe that we used to live off of, and the ones that I miss the stuff from Italy. I still miss Italy Skywatchers, and from the Mediterranean, and those all ones are gone. But the stuff that look, there's a planet. I see the red winged planet Nibiru, and it's the size of a golf ball, and it's like, oh Jesus, here we go again. And we've been telling those people for years now, and of course, I got to mention it because I saw a bunch of stuff from Leah Fox this week. Leah, what are you doing? Please stop. Got great information, and then you post a whole bunch of hooey along with it. Are you paid or are you on board? I'd love to give you on board status and be respectful, please. We like you. What are you doing?
You could do so much better.
Come back to the fold. Come back. Or if you were going to come back to Mordor, we'll take you. I'm bad.
Okay.
But the reason why
The One Ring.
the reason why you like the pictures from Italy so much, Sam, is because it's right on the equatorial plane.
Right.
Mexico, the Mexican webcams were always.
They were the
And
best.
think about it. If you're at the equatorial plane,
Best
you're
out
not
view.
getting that distortion you get from the
Yeah,
other continent.
you're literally yeah, and you're also like closer because up, you got the holes, right? So you're literally closer to.
I wonder. I truly wonder, because if any of you guys that do go back on the Facebook Italian Skywatchers that were there regularly, I wonder what actually forced them to quit, and I wonder if it was their government stepping in telling them they had to stop, because they were so into it. It was like this 3-paragraph goodbye speech going, I'd really love to do this, but I'm being forced out of it. And
Really?
Yeah. And nobody has taken over Italian Skywatchers. But if you're out there and you're listening and you'd like to start a sister site Facebook group, we'll give you the criteria and the background of what we seek and what we don't want. And you can start wherever you are around the world. You can start your own Facebook group. And then we'll all, one of us or many of us will join the group, and we'll cross-reference your information with our information.
Exactly.
And we will guide you into seeing these planets for yourselves, which is what we do around the world every day with thousands and thousands of people every month, every year.
And we'll share them and discuss them.
I got a whole bunch of old friends requests that I answered today, and Erica, I don't know if you remember Erica Moen, Rebecca, but she friend requested me again. Erica Moen, Sharon, or she's an old Montana Skywatcher member.
That sounds
Cool.
vaguely familiar.
Yeah, Erica's a very nice lady, and she friend requested me, and we'd love to have her. I'm just mentioning it publicly. She, a lot of people don't want to come on the show because they're shy. But there's so much everybody can do to further this information, and I'm pushing the guys in the background to use their celebrity, because you guys all know and love these mugs here. You're our wonderful friends, and reach out, talk to them. Start a Facebook site, join a sister site.
Do it.
You got 5 members in your area, or even a small group, because we pay attention
Word of mouth.
to everybody.
Word of mouth, guys. The more seeds out there, the more hands out there. Like for every one person that you get on board, that person can get another person on board, and so on and so forth. So you can't look at it as just one person getting on board, because you don't know how many people that person can get
Did
on
I
board.
steal your toy?
But
You hear the
Rebecca
toy?
guys,
I stole
I've
my
been up
cat's
to-
toy. Look, here she is.
Right?
She wants the toy.
Don't show it to
The
mittens.
toy.
There's
Sure.
the female. There's the female, guys.
Oh,
And she's
boy.
big
She's
too.
big
She's real
too.
big too.
Yeah. She really
It
is.
doesn't look that big.
Must have had a big daddy.
Yes,
Yeah, I reckon, because Mummy's tiny.
Huh.
You don't
You can
believe
have your
my
toy
face?
back.
Yeah.
Come on,
Did
you
you
can have your
see
toy
this,
back.
Sam? Did you see this?
Come on.
This question from Richard. Hi, Richard.
Oh,
I didn't know
I'm
if
sorry.
you
I wasn't
or
reading
not.
anything. My glasses are kind of
Oh,
dirty.
okay.
Has anybody heard from Dr. Claudia? Oh God, did you really ask me that question? So how is she?
I wanted to kind of just scroll past it, but I was like, no.
Oh, I know. I felt like
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dr. Claudia. Oh, we love her dearly. She is one of the biggest, most full of shit people I have ever met in my entire. I never met her. She was the secret. What the hell did they even call her? And that came from the Money Boys group, and then she came out and went public, and she spent a couple of years rearing it like a farmer on a field for next year's planting. And oh God, Dr. and my favorite was Celestial Objects, and it's Jesus, somebody slapped this lady. And I reached out to her and I tried to, and she did not. She didn't speak any science or physics I ever heard of. So excuse me, Dr. Claudia is not a doctor.
But they're not trying to dialogue either, Sam. Most of these people that I've reached out to, including Mr. MBB, they're not really trying to either they think that they know it all already, or they're not interested in the truth. They're more interested in clicks.
And selling their merch, and buy a T-shirt, buy a hat, buy some survival.
Personally, we want the clicks, but we will stick to the truth. We want the clicks for different reasons. We want the clicks because we generally want to inform people, right? And a little bit of a budget to bring this, a little further. Maybe get Rebecca a secretary to help her with all the stuff she does. Would be nice.
Well,
but first and foremost,
is
this information and the accuracy of this information, and that will not be compromised whatsoever, ever. And it hasn't. And we've already turned down a few projects that entailed us
money
compromising, and we are not going to do that. We're just not going to do
We
that.
will not be bargained, broken, bartered with, or any
However,
other thing.
However, if Ricola or Coca-Cola would like to sponsor us,
Ricola preferably.
Yeah, I'm always giving them a free jab every show. Ricola, Ricola. I've had 2 today already.
Ricola.
And, this video is brought to you by Swanson Home Dinner. Yeah. Or Band-Aid.
And there was that girl that made that jingle for Dr. Pepper. Maybe you can make a jingle for
User up 60. I have not spoken to Bad Baby in many years. She was having trouble with her property because of her local folks around her were having little problems with her outspoken nature. And her and I had voted for different candidates in the last election. And she got to the point where she stopped listening to me because she wanted to do a political program and where I was doing a science program. And I did 10 or 15 interviews with her, and we did pre-plan the show, and we listed out items of discussion and topics, and within the first 5 minutes of the show, that list went out the window. So I stopped doing shows with her.
But she was another one. She didn't really speak that much either.
Well, when she went, she really went, and then I was I was having to back talk her through. Some of her suppositions were a little biased that I couldn't deal with comfortably.
I got the gist of that just from a couple.
No, I
of
do have to promote Mark. Mark in
Yeah.
Ireland. I think Sharon and Jesus did a phenomenal job in the mystery program. What was the name of that? The mystery program?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Mystery podcast. The mystery podcast.
Mm. But I love that Sharon came on too because she kind of gave me she was like my wingman. So I was like, first off,
Well,
I
you
was
guys
and
did
then
great.
I was like, okay, I think you'll be all right, you know.
And I was admirably surprised at the co-host. She did a very excellent job of asking you guys the proper questions at the proper time. And I was surprised at Mark because he needs to speak up a little bit more. But all in all, I think it's the best show he's ever done, and I was very proud of both of you. And I would like to thank you for all the wonderful things that you guys both said. And this is why I went into my tangent about you guys as being more celebrities than you know, because you have done so many podcasts now that you guys have become professional, and I absolutely respect both of you and thank you very much.
Likewise. Likewise.
Well,
it's an honor to have this
understand-
opportunity to be able to do this, you know.
Yeah. And we
have-
understand the urgency of the message of getting it out to people.
Yeah.
Oh my God, urgency. Shit.
As
16
I've-
years people we've been
as I've
screaming
said,
this to you.
16
For 16 years, yes.
And as
This
I've
is
said
why-
before, I'm idealistic about this. I believe in this more than like it's my in my mind. It's gonna be my legacy after I die. Like it's the one thing that
Bingo.
I did this, right? This is my contribution to society, and I find that super important, and it's not something that I would ever take for granted, and let alone ruin it by speaking shit that I don't know.
Well, it amazes me that all those years that we've all been here together, and how we have different political values, we have different moral values. We're pretty close, but the fact that we've all come to this coalition and we don't even have any ego plays at all. There are a few ones on the side, but we don't let them get to us. And I'm very proud of all of you guys. And if we're done tomorrow, I think we've done a phenomenal job. I think all of you guys are just, absolute legacy friends, and you will always be. And this is our legacy. This is what we're here to do. And it is to share our science program and our science knowledge and our research and our collective from around the world that we've spent all this time gathering for people out there, because that is the message. And we're not trying to sell you camping supplies or sunglasses or a backpack or a water jug or any of that stuff in return. Although
We're not
we
asking
do
you
need-
to join a cult or anything.
Yeah.
Oh, don't even get me started on the word cult.
Well,
Thank you
remember,
for
I was banned in Australia for 3 years for being accused of being a cult leader.
Messiah.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
There, and I was laughed at for being the 27th
Excuse
wife.
me. Excuse me. Who's going to wash my feet? Come on, I've been sitting here for 10 minutes.
27th
Washing my
wife.
And we
feet,
had
damn
to
it.
dry it with our hair, Gillian, remember?
And
We
I
had
want
to dry
the
our
green.
hair and
Wife.
dry it.
I want the green Kool-Aid today. I want the green Kool-Aid, not the red, the green,
Jeez.
damn it.
I've
I
only
told
got
them
red.
yesterday.
Oh no.
I
No,
want the
Master,
green.
there is only
Tomorrow,
red.
tomorrow I want the blueberry lemonade.
Oh
Got
gosh.
it?
You are so demanding
do I have
for a
to tell you
Messiah.
again?
Yeah.
Can't
There
you
you
just
go.
snap your fingers and make it appear?
Such a diva, right? On that note, guys, this is yes, Sam is the main character because he's the one that knows this information and got us all on board. But
You guys know all this.
what I love about it is that it's of the people, for the people. This
And
is
by the
not
people.
something that could have been done by just one person. Like,
Mhm.
of course, Sam. Of course, I'm not going to, but it is a group effort. This is the only way
course.
that it could have gone this far, and the only
God,
reason
yeah.
why it's so accurate is because
all this information has been gathered together by thousands of people over the years. This isn't one cumulative effort from one person, which is what a lot of our other side distractions on the internet are doing. This is thousands and thousands of people gathering this
that all the time. I hear that all the time, and I'm like, no, like you have no idea. Like you wouldn't know unless you're around Sam, unless you're in our groups. You don't really. You might hear a lot of shit because a lot of people, there's a lot of people out there that really don't like or understand what we're doing, right? But if you actually take the time and actually interact with us, you realize that we're actually, I would say, pretty reasonable, you know, and we're when we're wrong, we said we're wrong, which isn't that often.
We have a handful of naysayers that really, really hate me. Now there are people out there that really hate me.
And then there's others that really hate you, Sam. I'm not
How dare you?
I gotta go to sleep. I am so tired. I've been up since 3 a.m. And I got a confession.
I got up at 4:40.
To all you cat people here, just real quick, I've been carrying this for 2 days, but I ran over a cat.
Couldn't have been helped.
And I feel horrible. I'm hoping I may be confessing this. I might find some, maybe not the best crowd to confess it to. I'll give you that, but it wasn't on purpose. Like I tried to avoid it.
What would you rather do? Crash your car and kill yourself?
Well, I had a passenger with me too, so there was only so much.
Well, then, yeah.
But I just the first person that came to mind was Rebecca. I'm like, man, I let Rebecca down. I'm like, shit.
Look,
I've done it too. It's a terrible feeling.
I can't imagine how that went, but yeah, I don't know why. I just wanted to end on that note, I guess.
Well, you can get absolution if you get on the Pilgrim Trail and go to the Compostela in Spain and all of that. And wouldn't you love to do that? If I had a bunch of money, I would go and walk the Pilgrim Trail literally from Spain all the way to Rome, if I could afford it. And walk, the Roman.
I'd still go on my e-bike.
Yeah, definitely, Jillian.
You ever ran over anything, Jillian, in your bike?
I wonder if that's allowed. Are you allowed to mountain bike the Pilgrim Trail? I guess as long as you stay in the hostels and take your marks on the card, it doesn't matter how you get there.
Sure.
But you park your bike over at the bakery shop. Before you go into the church, you say, "Yeah, I walked all the way here."
See, I brought 20 sandal packs with me.
I'm not just a cat killer now. I'm a liar too.
Well, remember that this is the month that the great archaeological discovery and the realization of the resurrection comes true, as well as the separation of powers, as well as the enlightenments to the guilty. And we're all paying for that within ourselves in our dreams right now. While we're having these weird, freaky dreams that are disturbing mentally to ourselves. And so we are going through the great cleansing this month, and that is going to continue. And if you are going to sleep, pleasant dreams.
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta get up early and go. This whole week's gonna be busy for me. Sundance. This is the last year, so many people have come out because it's the last year that they're having it here in Utah. Next year, it moves to Boulder, Colorado. So it should be interesting to see what happens. But this year is one of the busiest I've seen in a while.
Well, then I wish that you would get a Sundance Film Festival judge or director in your cab or in your Uber or whatever you do.
I had one earlier, a producer. She was on the phone the entire time talking about her movie. And I was like,
this is where a business card.
Lady, listen to me.
This is where a business card will come in real handy.
I really need to get me some. I really do.
Yeah. Speaking of
put it this way: the the next postal round, you'll each get 50 cards, and Sam, you'll
Cool.
get some gold ones. So
Yeah, we
yeah.
really need, because I mean, gosh, there's got to be somebody there that'd be interested in something like this, right? You know,
I'm keeping them in my. I've only got a few left, and I'm keeping them in my wallet, and I give them out to people around town locally. I don't talk a lot locally anymore. I've been asked to do seminars
considering-
locally again, but I said, well, yeah, how do I rent the hall? I'm not doing it.
Well,
out in the
since
box
you guys over there in the
Wow.
States have got snail mail now, I have to send them express. So instead of 5 weeks, you'll get them probably in 2.
Yay. Much needed, much needed.
5 weeks. That's what it took. That's what really.
Well, how
wow.
long did your Christmas card take? I sent that
I
on the
didn't
13th of
see-
December.
I've been wanting to send you something, Sharon, but when I looked up the price to send it, it was absolutely insane. Then I was like, "Holy shit! She's spending a lot of money to send us this stuff."
Yeah, they
It's,
raised postal fees
crazy.
here in the U.S.
What I sent you, Sam, I wanted to send one to Sharon too.
Yeah, I apologize. I have not taken a photograph of that yet, and I've been glued to the worldwide weather scenario, and I'm a little bit panicked over what I'm seeing.
It's an emotionally charged time right now
Right.
from all
Right.
angles. So
And for my friends, I've been a little bit overly vocal in the private message group because I'm exhausted, and I woke
No,
up telling
Sam.
myself that on the
No,
floor in the
stop
living room. I
that.
woke up going, I'm
Yeah.
exhausted.
I was just going to
Stop
say that, Sharon.
thinking like that.
Yeah.
We need to hear from you on a frequent basis.
Okay, well, I
Okay.
thought maybe I had been a little bit overly emotional.
You are not
and maybe
imposing
just
on us.
dumb
We
things.
appreciate it.
Well, I thought maybe I'd been, a little overly exposed and said some stuff that they're going, God, Sam, shut up.
No.
Or, that's what I was
No.
raised with, was people telling me
No,
not to
come on,
talk.
Sam. We know you now. Come on.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I still feel guilty about it. I just wanted to apologize for. Yeah, I've been really emotional because I'm seeing so much shit. I don't know how to deal with everything that's coming in.
I've been like that too. But my look, mine doesn't come from like I'm staying away from news and all that because I can't. My mental health just doesn't have enough room for that kind of bombardment. But I've just been feeling really emotional, and I've been fear and emotion has been very heavy for me this past month. Very heavy.
Well, it's funny you
So
say that because Sam asked me. I was looking at the cards, the tarot cards, and that's exactly what came out in the tarot cards. The overall feeling right now is an emotional heaviness because we don't know what tomorrow is going to give us.
Yeah.
And the cards
the-
said that.
What's
But
the
it also
uncertainty?
said-
Is the uncertainty?
It also said that if you had a yesterday and you're here today, you do have a tomorrow. You can formulate tomorrow too by thinking positive about where it's going to
that's
go.
Kind of that's kind of the state of mind I try to be. Well, my advice, Sam, is it's good to be informed, but don't let it consume you because it could really, really consume you. I can't tell you how often I see it every day, Sam, in the people that I interact with at work, in the people that I interact with just in my household. How much all this bombardment on
No, he's frozen.
Anyway, one thing that keeps coming up over and over again as to the advice card is temperance. We
Yep,
have to
temperance,
mellow
thank you.
how we feel. And
Another
we have to
arcane
mellow
card.
mellow and not just how we feel, but how we also interact with each other.
We have to
And this
realize
is
it's actually
where-
a larger cycle too. It's not a localized thing with just me. It's all of us are feeling this. All of us
Correct.
are
The
going
whole
through
of us.
the whole planet. Everybody is on edge. We all feel this economic warning sign. We feel the ground. Oh my God! This morning, I'm sitting. It's like 5:30 in the morning, and all of a sudden, I just spun out. I was like spinning circles in my own head, and my feet. I felt this tingle all the way up to my knees again. And then, literally, as I look up from the table, the internet has gone out at the same time, and it's scrolling and scrolling and
Yeah.
scrolling. So it wasn't just me, and it wasn't just the internet. It was simultaneous. There was some
had
sort
the-
of wave that went through me and the internet that was,
Wow.
and I mean, I got merry-go-round sick in a heartbeat.
Wow.
Yep, I was having incidences yesterday of bouts of nausea, but not feeling
Right.
sick. You know how you get that
Right.
in your gut, and
And there's
it's
like
a
a
feeling
hum.
that you pay attention to it. And then all this morning, I had that little sound in my ear that sounded like I had I don't know, probably a mosquito in my ear.
It's a screaming mozzie sound. It's like,
Yeah, yeah. And only some people can hear that high pitched sound.
Mine are doing it
But
right
that was
now.
going all morning.
Yep.
And
mine are
again,
doing it
the
right now
harmonics-
as well.
And
The
that's that
harmonics
harmonic.
are ringing all through
That's
the
that
planet
harmonic
right now.
that's been going through, I think, the entire Northwest. I think the whole planet is humming like a bell. I think
Wow.
Yeah.
when we have the close passes of these planets, like the finger on the top of the crystal glass,
Mhm.
you rub it and you spin and you keep spinning, and then that harmonic builds up, and then it starts going, ooh. I think that we're at the harmonic rub from his Saturn, and it's increasing. And I think this is
Yep.
going to affect our volcanic thing. And look at all the volcanoes all over the planet right now. They are spewing. When they go, they really go. And
Yeah, Kilauea's got a
I was just going
500
to say Kilauea.
meter high thing
Yeah.
bob popping out of it.
Never saw
So
that
what
10
forces-
years ago.
Yeah, so what forces lava to the surface? Electrical discharge from underneath
pressure.
where they're all traveling.
Yeah, if a tectonic
Forces it to the
is moving,
surface.
and pressurization will make it squish out like a zit. And
Yep.
You two are disgusting.
Look, the whole idea is to put it into simplest terms so that you can
Well,
form
that's
an image in
perfectly
your mind.
visual.
Yeah, that's look, and you keep reminding me that people are visual, so we keep it visual.
Yep. Well, that goes back to that joke again. You wouldn't believe how many views some of those dermatological videos on YouTube actually. They get millions of views where they're watching people break out these disastrous boils, and God only knows what. We don't want to go into detail, but yeah, they get millions of views, and we fight for 700.
True.
Night, Mark. I'm Mark.
Jesus had
Yeah, good night.
He's already
trouble.
gone. He
Good
gave
night,
up on.
Jesus.
We're gossiping. We gave
I'm
up
just,
on it.
he's messaging me here too, and I'm like, I didn't even know he left. I just saw all these people
Yeah.
saying bye.
Gone.
Have a good night. Have a good week.
Yeah, there he
He's going to
goes.
sleep.
Good night, Jesus.
I hope he
Night,
gets to
Jesus.
go off the show. I have it every once in a while. Like the other night, not
Yeah.
the last show before. I immediately went to bed right out. I just crashed out right after the show. I mean,
Yeah.
10 minutes later, and I kept doing the show for the next 5 hours in my head while I was asleep. So, and then last week I was typing on Facebook to everybody, and I kept clicking the pillow again.
Aw,
And yeah, it's really hard to turn off after the show. It really
it
is.
is.
Did you answer this question, Sam?
No,
Not
shame.
yet.
Me
No.
And
too.
you comment about the air stagnation warnings have been getting in constantly affecting the binary system. Question is, where do you live?
Right.
Yeah,
There,
because it's gold in some
pollution-
areas. hasn't it?
pollution on the planet Earth has gone up, not down, lately in the last few years, especially with China and India being the
Yeah.
largest producers of major pollution. But again, we talked about this week that volcano in Indonesia went off, Mayan, and it they actually put out a global warning for toxic, dangerous gases coming out of it. It was like 750 metric tons, where the last eruption was literally like 20,000 metric tons. So it was like way triple what they've ever seen before. And now Maya it erupts. Mayan it erupts every 8 years. So, but what it's putting out now is really, really toxic and really nasty. So there's a lot now. There's like 3 going off in Kamchatka, which is the eastern shore of northern Russia.
Mhm.
For those of you who don't know Kamchatka from the Risk game, which I always love having Kamchatka. Yeah, there's a lot of volcanoes spewing a lot of shit.
Etna has been burping some stuff. Of course, Camphrey-Flegra is still putting out some pretty nasty shit this week. And there's quite a few in Africa.
That one in Africa was no warning.
Oh yeah, the
It had no warning. It was dormant for what? How long? Thousands of years, 12,000, 20,000 years or something like that.
Yeah, and
12,000
Ethiopia is literally
Ethiopia
is literally another Yellowstone, and nobody ever pays attention to the crack in Ethiopia that's opening up, and it's got geysers, and I mean it's literally another Yellowstone, if not bigger. And
I didn't know that.
the whole continent from Yemen through the eastern coast of Africa, which is breaking from cramming into Yemen, and we know that the continent of Africa has moved drastically in the last 15 years. And they reported it, 8 years ago, but I haven't heard squat since. They said, yeah, Africa moved 75 kilometers. Like, what?
Wow.
Yeah. So, and
That's
this
incredible.
also affects what's going on in the Himalayas and what's going on in Italy and Greece and Spain and France and subduction zone of the Mediterranean. Mediterranean Africa plate is actually subducting underneath the
I was thinking like
Euro-
inches,
plate.
feet, maybe, but
see,
kilometers, 75
yeah.
kilometers. That's incredible.
This
Okay.
is the science. People force down your throat that continental movement only happens inches per decades or centuries. We're seeing these movements not just in inches, we're seeing them in feet per year.
And then the great tsunami in Japan that caused Fukushima and all of that. They had
Yep.
like a 23-foot slip that one day or something
Yeah.
like that. And then there was a
Did you-
measure of ground that rose and pulled away up and it elevated the coastal shoreline. Some feet in
Has
some
moved.
areas, sank in others.
Yep,
Oh,
completely
yes.
moved. I heard that they're going to start up a new reactor soon.
Yeah.
They're idiots. I can't believe that anyone would even authorize the starting up of a new nuclear reactor anywhere on this planet. We have too many now. And if we go into
They're going off
Yes.
the precedents that their new design, they're designing them new. They're going to be smaller. They're going to have all these new safety redundancies. That if anything happens, apparently all these old all the reactors are old and they weren't updated. Like at Fukushima, that was a design from the mid 70s.
right.
No safety measures were taken to upgrade anything. Nothing was upgraded.
no.
They had the generators in the basement.
That's
Yeah.
because
Look, you
But
What
still,
they
I
don't
agree with
tell you-
Sam. Why are they building more reactors just because they're safe? Where are they going to
Well,
put
what
the
they don't
stored
tell
nuclear
you and they
fuel?
don't
Just
talk about
waste.
is they never
Well,
had
funny
the
you said
ability.
that.
They never ever once had the ability to turn them off.
No.
Once
Well,
they
look at where the
started them,
waste is going now, Chris.
yeah, they don't
Yeah.
even know what to do with the waste, but yet alone turn
Right.
one off.
We have
And they have
got
to decommission
100-foot
them, and then they
concrete
ship all
bunkers
that
out
shit
in the
Right.
all over
desert
the planet
full of
and
nuclear
bury
waste.
it.
Well, they
And
they
people
did
like-
find that in Australia. The United States, when they were shutting down Yucca Mountain, that's where they were going to store all the waste until Obama came in and shut it down, right? They
Yeah.
found that they went all over the world looking for the best site they could find to dump this stuff. And they found that the Gobi Desert was one prime candidate that was good, but there was a desert in I guess the northwest of Australia.
Simpson.
And they asked the Australian government if we could
Yeah.
bury our nuclear fuel there, and you guys said absolutely not.
Well, you
But they
don't
ship
know
this
how-
crap all over the
Anyway.
world every day.
But they still
have,
did it
have
anyway.
you ever looked
Yeah.
into Hanford, Washington?
Hanford is bad.
There are many sites in Oklahoma and in Texas where they have buried nuclear rods.
Oh yeah.
So and in Fukushima, so the waste they had pulled out of the reactors over the years, they keep them in something called a spent nuclear fuel pool, right?
Right.
To
Yep.
keep them cool. Those fuel pools were on the roof of those reactor buildings, and when the reactors exploded, the roofs blew off of these buildings, and the fuel rods went in every direction.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, it was bad. It's bad.
And it's China syndrome on
China
three
syndrome.
reactors. And cesium-213 came up in Norway about a month and a half later.
Holy crap. Wow.
So it
That's
actually
crazy.
went China syndrome and then came up on another area of the planet. It went all the way through the planet in the upper crust.
That's
And
insane.
Fukushima was running on 214, cesium-214. And in the reactor, this fantasy magic spill of cesium-213 appeared in Norway in the like 2 years out, or year and a half, 2 years afterwards. And again, don't forget Canada and Montana and Washington and Idaho were dumped on with radiation, which is why I have a rough voice today, because I was exposed to Fukushima radiation. And the CDC did nothing about it. And I tried to have government report it, and they did nothing. I actually tried to force my doctor to report it, and she was a specialist, and she said there's no protocol for that. Now all you have to do is, if you want to fact check me, look up the thyroid cancer rate in Canada, especially in Saskatchewan.
Or look up the thyroid cancer rate after Chernobyl. They underreported it so poorly. You know, they'll say like there'll be reports that say maybe 15,000 people got thyroid cancer. That's not true. It's like in the hundreds of thousands to millions of people.
And that's locally, and what about around the world?
Wow, look at that. Oh my God.
Look at all that pumice and rock and
Incredible.
garbage going up into the atmosphere, guys.
And it comes back down.
Yeah.
They're falls on top of people and cars.
This
and
is
stuff.
how we bury civilizations. If it can do this to houses, imagine what it's done to previous civilizations that we're
Especially
currently
if it was
just building
bigger.
on top of. Just build on
Anybody
top of
who's
it.
watching those Anunnaki films on YouTube, they're talking about how the Anunnaki left and why they left and why they had the war and why they did this before that and why they did this before that. Nowhere
do
in
they
it
know?
even talks about. They don't even talk
No.
about what's in the Sumerian tablets, in the clay tablets.
I don't.
But how do they know this? It's all speculative.
Well, no, it's actually been being translated by AI.
No, I meant these people bringing out these videos.
Oh, okay. Because some of them are farming it. Some people are actually doing the homework.
Yeah,
There
because
is
they're going
the,
around and watching other channels and
there was a
nitpicking the
whole
bits that are
series of
interesting.
AI, a special devoted AI devoted to strictly
Yeah.
reading clay tablets. It's like
And they've
Enki 9
interpreted
or
quite a
something like
lot.
that.
Yeah, they've incorporated quite a lot now. So
Well, anyway,
I can
throughout all of
understand that.
this, throughout
I
all
can
of this
understand that.
release of information, nowhere did they talk about the arrival or the leaving of the other group of planets. And if they would
No.
only add that, now I did post a video where they discuss the coming of the planets, but they never talked about the leaving of the planets. And I did post it on my personal page. I think that's the one I
Yeah.
got in trouble for, because now I'm
More
spam.
than likely. Truths always get trouble.
Yeah, I didn't think about that until just now. I mean, that's about the only controversial one I did post. It was like this Anunnaki story for sleep. I have it somewhere. I have it written down
Everything's
somewhere.
cracking.
Hey guys,
Building's cracking.
I'm sorry. Me and Jackie, her mom just invited us to go to dinner with her. So we're going to drive to her house and then I'll be back with you guys in like 30, 40 minutes.
Hey, take your time.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Whatever.
Enjoy your meal and your
You're good.
parents.
Cool. All right. I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Okay.
See you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
What about you, Jelly Beans?
Okay. I have
We have to go.
a reel for Julian ready, so we can pause that and go ahead and play her reel.
Yeah, there are a lot of people losing their houses all over the world, and of course, in the next couple of days,
Yeah, it's so
what this ice
bad.
storm does.
Constant.
Have you looked out your door? Is it snowing, Rebecca?
I'll have to go peek out. I don't see anything coming
Yeah,
down.
it should
but
seriously be snowing at your house by now.
I'll go. I mean, I stepped out earlier when I was looking for the kitty, and it was just like almost a sleet, but very light, just little pellets. So no, I mean it wasn't snowing, but I'll go look and see.
Okay, yeah, because you're supposed to
You
sign.
know,
My
I
clothes
mean,
are cold for you.
if it doesn't snow substantial tonight, for not just me, but like a lot of people, I think there's going to be a lot of complaining out there because people were hitting the grocery stores, clearing the shelves, buying them out, expecting
bread,
the
no
worst
milk.
because it was presented to us, you know, as this, you know, century storm.
Yep.
You know, it was.
My grocery
And-
store week.
yeah, I mean, my local weatherman said 21 inches.
Yep.
You know,
Whoa.
and we got like maybe that if I'm generous, you know. I'm not kidding, guys. I'm like, I feel like it's, and I know other people.
You've
on
been
TikTok have
robbed.
already made.
Oh,
You've
yeah,
been
but that
robbed
wasn't
of your
it's
snow.
supposed to be from
Yeah.
me.
Them chat kid
do that.
them chat kid
I
got your
mean,
snow.
It's funny. Last night, Taylor and I were talking, and he was like, "Wouldn't it be something if they just did it for a like an economical, you know, just stir the economy?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, oh sure, why not? Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
Welcome to the
there's
show.
so many
Getting
things you
you
can say that
prepared
it
for the
is, you know.
real event of when we don't have any commodities on
he's
the
been
shelf
watching
for
it.
months.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
I meant we already had a run up to this 5 years ago when everyone was fighting over toilet paper, right?
Right.
So we already
Well-
know what the response is going to be when somebody comes out in the media and says, "Oh, we're going to have a cataclysmic event. Stock up, prepare." So
Yeah.
it's a cycle. It's exactly what happened
Yeah.
5 years ago.
Yes. Let's
Because
see.
people are complacent and they all follow the same rule.
Sheeple.
Oh my god.
One square, one pea.
I have enough dried yeast to make more bread than I can eat in a lifetime.
Yep.
Oh, great. We can all come and
But
stay
you
with
don't
them.
have the wheat.
Gonna make
you
us
need
bread.
the farmers to build
You need the wheat
next
though, because my flour keeps going bad. I can't keep the flour unless I keep it in a
Yep.
freezer, and it's also full of bugs. You buy any flour you buy now is full of bugs.
Yep.
Nasty.
Yeah,
we buy
and
much for
Costa.
Monsanto and all that crap, eh?
And you have to
Have you noticed
recontainer
that?
it, and you have to debug it, and then you put it in a new container, and then you have to keep it frozen.
Yeah.
That I
Anyway.
can't
Where
do.
your flour's coming from.
Yeah,
It's gross.
Walmart
yeah.
shelf. No, yeah.
We've got the
All
best
right.
flour, my Australian flour. Oh, but
There you
it's
go.
got to come over on ship. No wonder you're getting all the bugs, man.
Yeah, but then don't forget the tariff
Gnarly.
tax.
I'll send you some in a
Don't worry,
box.
don't worry. I have
Go
flour.
ahead.
know.
and Play that.
They'll rate it.
I'll
They'll
pay
rate it, won't they? And they'll say it's something else.
Yeah. Careful what you send me. I don't want you to
That-
get in
I
trouble
reckon.
for having too much mail
That
my
looked
way.
like a little planet going in front of the sun to me, that black thing behind the cat. But
Yep,
it's a
that's
orc.
exactly right. And then, of course, the winged planet, which would be a Saturn yellow moon.
Yep. You always pick calming music.
try to.
That's because Jillian walks around with a rainbow unicorn all the time.
Oh, that's why.
You look at the blue, look at the light. Look at the dark, look at the light.
Yep.
Planet,
Beautiful.
planet.
How long ago was this, Jillian?
2 days ago.
Yeah. I think the last time I updated was the 17th, so I've got from the 17th up until yesterday.
It's like- I
And the
just feel
worldwide
like
weather
it's
has
not-
been
look at
just
that.
unbelievable since the 18th. Yeah, that's Yuri on the left.
Yeah.
There have been mega storms and mega this and mega that going off all around the planet, all the way from the 18th and 19th to 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd.
Yeah.
And
That
of course,
was
now
6
the
years
24th
ago.
in the U.S. That's it. Saturn and Saturn yellow moon in the lead asteroid. Kindness and gratitude.
Green. Look at the green.
That was the second night. It was just green. It just glowed and
That would be
glowed.
nighttime illumination of necessity.
in the
And
light.
the photons coming through the atmosphere. We're getting slower by
The
then.
light bleed off between bodies. Now, remember these white dots you see, they may not be stars, people.
They look like pillars there.
Well, in some cases, they're star destroyers. In other cases, they're small bits of asteroid that are illuminated, that are orbiting below. And, that's, of course,
Look
Atu
at the
purple.
glow was like softly
As you
red
said,
there behind
it's
it.
bleed off.
Yep.
Look at that one. Wow.
And you got a kitty in the photo.
Pretty stars.
Yeah, are
No
they
stars.
star destroyers? And again, people, those dang things are up there. We're blockaded. They are making sure they get a cut of what the civilization of Nibiru gets from factory planet Earth. And now the Empire
There's
gets
a
a slice of
picture in
that
here.
pie.
Look at these guys.
Look
Yeah, I
at
know.
that one.
No, I don't mind the long
Wow.
box.
Look at that. That's like a
Wow.
And some of these are Aurora Borealis now, but remember that's the side of Uri without a doubt.
Yeah.
Some of these are regular auroras, and others are objects that are in the sky.
look at the purple, man. Look at that red.
Yep.
And the green guy over there on the left.
In the sky at night, it's happening, and you just got
Look
to
at the red.
stretch your mind to
That
realize
red guy
that
there.
space is absolutely dark out there, and we
Let's
see.
want to say hi to Dennis. Dennis, yeah, we'll
Hi,
play
Dennis.
it. I'll show it. Yeah,
We
we'll do
see
it.
the effects on the side edges of the planets more than we actually see the planets in a lot of the cases, unless they're directly being shined on by the sun and they're overhead or below us.
I get you,
Again, look at the
Christopher.
blue.
I get you, Christopher. Jason was sending me pictures of his observations of the aurora, and I sit here going, I can't
Is
see
that-
nothing. I can't see
It's that
nothing.
skull guy.
No. That's not a
Looks like-
skull.
Yep, these are the bottoms of the planets. Oh, poor kitty. Or the great, powerful kitty.
That's my t-shirt.
I will control you, Darth Vader. I've been
Jillian's
I
Yoda
got
Master.
you.
Yeah, Jedi Master.
Jedi,
for Jillian.
Jedi. What's that, Sam?
Your Jedi Master teacher.
Yes.
Mhm.
Jedi.
That's cute.
I'm here for the greater
I
good.
like
You
it.
will not take me on your spaceship.
Kitty Rizian.
Behold, I am here.
Okay, let's see. I have some of your other slides. It didn't upload, so I'm fixing that. But while I'm getting that done, I'm going to show you. Maria sent me 4 pictures. I hope that's all of them. I only saw 4. But I'm going to show you. I say that, and it's not ready. Let's see. And I don't know. I know Thunda is Thunda here, and Tiff, because I have something to show for them too. Bear with me. I guess I didn't get it sent. Thunda and Tiff. Let's see. But Maria, like I said, they have 4 pictures, and they look pretty cool.
Sun
It
setting.
looks really cool there.
Setting,
I don't know
sun
what the
setting on
picture
the
is.
back of a mountain.
Let's resave it. All right. Let's see here.
Your boys are quiet
quiet.
tonight, Jillian.
Hmm?
They sleeping already.
Here we go.
Fast asleep in fleece blankets because we're freezing.
Oh, bugger.
Okay, that's the first one. And I immediately
Upper left corner.
noticed 2 shadows. I see 2 shadows, yeah. Overlapping. Yeah. Atu's moon and Uri. It's gotta be.
Yeah, probably. Very good call.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool because you can see our sky. There's 3 shades of blue, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah, the very bottom sliver at the bottom by the mountain is light. Yeah, and then the next shade darker is Uri. The next shade darker, Atu's moon.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how weird the light is on everything, like the cars and
Yes.
the, the lamp poles. The light is weird also. It's cut off from above.
Yep.
Yeah, but look at
That's
around
that
our
misty look.
sun, there's like that haze, that orange.
It's also cutting into the mountain.
Yeah, that misty look that we were talking about previously.
Yeah, that haziness. Yeah, she caught the haziness.
That milky.
A milky sky.
It looks blue, but it's technically milky. Milky blue.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot less of
Wow.
it than there should be, even for winter, and it's in the wrong place too. I was pointing that out to a local waitress at Applebee's like a week ago, and I pointed in the valley and I said, "Look where the sun's coming in." Then I pointed over toward Walmart and all of that on the other end of town. And she went, "God, you're right. The light is weird. The angle of light is strange. Look at the length of the shadow of this car.
Yeah.
That's a very long
Huge.
shadow."
Yep. Maybe we
And
need to do some
granted, it is
experiments with
sunset, but still, it's in a strange place for this time of year.
Maybe we have to do some more experiments with light and
The
shadows.
sun,
Well, it's all going
the
to
sun
change
is
here by
really
February
low.
and March. As
The
we
sun
come
is
back
really
to the
low. Look
180
at that.
days
Weird.
cycle, that's
Look at
the lens flare.
Yeah.
Lens flares can be really pretty, though. They
Well,
look
they
like
can also
Christmas
tell you,
baubles.
they can tell you things, but they're not favorable in a capture for most part.
I like
pretty
my
to look
lens
at, though.
flares.
Yeah, they're pretty
Yeah,
to look at.
they can be interesting science tools as well. And we used a lot of those. And in the early days, Montana Skywatcher, a lot of the pictures that were coming in about the 2 suns created a whole bunch of weird lens flare issues. And I did spend a whole bunch of time trying to weave through a bunch of that. So I did learn to read them pretty well, especially in the early days of MSW1.
Yep.
Yeah,
we
again,
ain't-
look at the haze around the sun. Look at the haze. And the rosy, that rosy red thing means the Saturn's around. Doesn't it?
You see that
Well, there's
how
also
the
a yellow
sunlight
blip,
is
right?
like what's making the sunlight at the 9 o'clock position be round? It's coming
The
out
way,
on both
way the
sides.
light is hitting the lens and how it's
Is that
reflecting back off again.
the lens? Okay. All right.
Because you got to remember, what is the lens capturing? It's capturing all that incident of light, and it's got to try and determine what is the best value for it
Yeah.
to imprint to
It
create
bounces
that
off
image.
the right and heads to the lens flare on the left.
It's got a light bubble on it as well, like in the middle. There's like a bubble, like you blow a
Again.
bubble. It's like a bubble.
Again, how many lenses are on the back of your phone? I've got 4 on mine. So it's trying to adjudicate 4 lenses into one. So at some point in time, the angle is going to hit one of the walls of that camera
Yep.
lens and bounce back and create a lens flare.
Yep.
I just can't believe how pretty
Oh.
they are.
And this is where, if you take a screen capture of some of your live footage, you'll probably get a better capture in a lot of cases than still shots. But we, of course, love still shots as well as just any sighting to see where the sun is, especially if we know which direction we're looking and what time we're looking, and that will also add to the science.
Cat's butt back again.
She's back.
Mommy.
Well,
My little buddy. My little buddy. Yeah.
I
yeah.
bought this. I bought this camera and I set it up, and it's really easy. You just plug it in and forget about it. Hook it up to your phone. I did a 6-hour capture trying to figure out how to do a time lapse. So I uploaded in CapCut, doing all that stuff, but it wants me to invest in Pro. So I was thinking the next time I go for a ride in my car, I'm going to set it on the top of my roof, because every time I get in my car is when the sky is at its best. and I'm stuck in a car and I can't take my phone out. So if I connect up my phone and record live as I'm driving along,
So
can you
does
imagine the
it let
captures
you
I'm gonna get?
rotate it and stuff like that on the app?
No, it's fixed. It's fixed. If I want to rotate it, I'll have to move it manually, but at least it gives me a perspective of higher than I am, because car
Right.
roofs, they're higher than us.
Yeah, be
Plus,
sure
as
to
I'm
have a
driving
redundant
along-
safety factor for how it's attached, including an eject
But you don't
screen.
want it to be flying away when you're
No,
driving.
it's
Like
got
Right.
special, it's got special brackets and all that kind of stuff, so I can make it immovable. But the point is like Zeus, you see him hanging out the car filming
Yeah.
with his GoPro. I thought this would be an easier way, because I can just attach it to the roof and let it run for the duration of the trip. and
let's
see
take one on my
exactly what I
bike helmet, and then
Yeah.
That's what GoPros were designed for.
Yep.
So, and I was thinking maybe
maybe Santa will give me one this year.
I was thinking maybe I could get one for Sam too. That way he could just plug it into his computer, let it run, and he won't even have to blow it up.
As long as it has a plastic case and not a metal container. I went to the store today and tried to use my debit
That's
card.
it, Sam.
Yeah,
it.
cool. I went to the store and tried to use my debit card, and I had to put it on the counter 3 different times before it would work, just because of my static charge,
So the counter is metal, is it?
or grounded. Yeah, I had to actually put it on. I put it on the vegetable scale that it was stainless steel, and I tapped
Just
it on
to
the counter, which
discharge
was
it.
wood, and it didn't work. And then I had to reach across the checker, and I tapped it on the metal vegetable scale, and then
Yep.
put it in the debit machine, or the debit thing at the grocery store, and then it worked. But 3 times
Yeah.
it didn't work, and I literally have to always take it out of my wallet, tap it on the counter, otherwise it's not going to work. It's going to say chip failed, chip failed, chip failed.
Well, this one says 2.4 gig 5G dual band Wi-Fi. So
Awesome.
I'll get you one, and you can just hook it up and let it play.
Ooh, Christmas.
Who says Christmas?
Okay.
Birthday comes first.
I've had a few of those. I was trying to forget.
We won't. let
Okay,
you.
here's pictures that also Jillian had sent me throughout the week. I don't have any music to it, Jillian. Sorry, but
Okay, we
Sure.
can
we have pictures.
I'm watching the dam that they're seeing.
Oh, look at the kitty cats.
Oh,
Meowsies.
Yeah.
Oh, that was today, 4:00.
Planet.
Okay.
look at the dark, guys.
Yeah. Dark light, dark
2
light.
different kinds of blue. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that is, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon, and the light sky is, oh, look at that. Flame like clouds from Saturn's moon.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I wonder
really.
if the long box cube inside that mess.
More than likely.
Ion tail from middle of the picture to the upper right. There's the ion lead off the Saturn's yellow moon. And
Where it
straight
wraps
up,
around
that
it.
would be Atu's moon.
Yep.
Yeah, that was yesterday. They're
You see the
beautiful.
blue, the circle of blue. And this again is coming from the left. And so you're looking at the bottom and the flame like clouds of Saturn's yellow moon. And the ion tail. And probably the green
Whoa.
asteroid. And there again, this is the same thing. Lead asteroid of Saturn's yellow moon. Now, the white
Cool.
clouds and the yellow clouds are the stuff underneath. There's a few asteroids in there, but mostly generic normal clouds.
Yeah. You can tell because they're totally different looking.
And I cannot tell where the direction of the sun is in this one, so I won't guess, but that's probably most likely a planet. And again, it's Saturn's yellow moon and lead asteroid.
They're beautiful.
Maybe
beautiful.
Nepacity. Could be Nepacity. This is Atu's moon and Nibiru.
Yeah,
Or
look
over
at that.
Atu and Nibiru.
Wow.
This could be an overhead Nepacity quite easily. Which I think it did a close pass, which is part of this huge storm that we're getting hit with. I
Look at
really
that.
think And that was the video I sent to you today, Rebecca. If you ever want to
Yeah.
drag that one out, I think it's a close pass with Nepenthe.
Oh,
Your
I
favorite
played it
band.
earlier. I'll play it again.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
see it. Where was
Nepenthe's
I?
been busy.
That's all right.
Look at that thing.
I don't know. It was a long time ago, but
Where was I? I don't.
Amazing.
we can
don't
play it
know.
again.
I-
All right.
Oh my God, I'm forgetting things. No.
And somebody else's ones. Is that yours, Rebecca?
Or it was so short that I didn't click on it. I might have looked down.
Oh, I did it again, Jillian.
Since our stuff looks the same.
Oh no. Sorry. Yeah,
That's all right.
that was mine.
That's all right. We
Wow.
can twin it.
whoopsie. Yeah, okay. I took those a few days ago. That was where Yuri is. Yuri. All right, it's crazy.
But
That's
just
a
look how
town.
similar they are. Look how similar they are. It's easy to
Yeah,
stick
look
them
at
in.
those little lines.
They're just from a different point of view.
Yep.
But they're clearly of the same things. That's mine.
Okay, there, we're back. Back to Jillian. We're sharing.
You melded the two. That's pretty clever.
I know. That's 2 weeks in a row. I've done that. It's like I never do that.
Look at that color. It was just amazing.
Remember how you did that, so you can do it again.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Look at it. All the little shapes inside there that you see, all the little dark shapes.
Which you normally wouldn't see, huh?
Oh, the bizarre stars. Let's just
They're not
call them
stars,
They look like
Gillian.
triangles.
They're not stars.
Pizza slices.
They're not stars. I wish one of them would wave or something.
Or far type
few-
yellow juicer.
A few
Look at that,
years
look at
ago,
that.
it used to be. A few years ago, it used to be really cool if you could point a laser at them. But then all the people in the aero fields turned around and said, "Oh no!" Because kids were actually starting to point them at the police helicopters and blinding them. So that's why they banned them.
And
They
that's
should've
now a
focused-
felony.
Yeah. So
Look
now
at
they
that
should
big
point them
star
at the,
there. Look at that big star on the right.
It's not a star, Gillian.
It's a star.
It's not a star. Look at that. At night time too. Good grief.
Glows.
Beautiful.
It looks like it's got a wee happy face on it. Look at it. Trying it. Look, it's like one of them old glove puppet things.
Others are
And that's not
agreeing
just
in the
cloud.
chat- Yeah. Others are agreeing in the chat that your skies are amazing, Gillian.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Other people are saying how nice they are. Tara said she's having a tantrum. Don't worry, I feel the same. I sit there and I think, oh, I get nothing. But then I think location.
Yeah.
Geez.
Yeah, I get light pollution from Missoula. It's due north of me, so it drowns out most of the aurora for me. I'd have to literally drive a few miles over to the east or west to see it.
Yeah.
Gee, and I just go outside in my dressing gown and slippers and go mad with a camera.
That's why everyone's jelly at you right now.
Hey, before you know it, the cops are going to get called, and you'll be looking up, and they'll think you're some sort of weird lady doing some sort of magic ritual or something.
Especially with a selfie stick. Eh?
She's a crazy woman out there in her dressing gown and her slippers. What's she doing?
But I heard voices. They told me to come out. They said they're coming for me.
Take a picture. Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we've all gotten the cops called on us for taking pictures. I know.
There was one point when I went outside, I just stood there with my mouth open because the green was happening all by itself. It was just going mad. It was rippling
Oh,
across
we had
the sky
a
like
lot
a
of
dancing
solar
dragon.
activity. There
See
was an
how
X-Class
misty that
player the
got?
other day.
Mhm.
There was an
misty
extra
it is.
flare the other day, and I got notice it was 2 days late. It's like Jesus was sending me stuff. I didn't get it for 2 or 3 days. All my news that comes in on Facebook is way late.
You're still here, Jillian.
I literally have to go looking for information to find it, because if I was to count on Facebook for information that's fresh and new, I think I would be seriously disappointed.
Week
Thank you,
behind all the
everybody. It
time.
was fun taking them. I was like a junkie for 2 nights. Like,
Well, we thank you, because some of us that don't get to see that spectacular thing appreciate that you were able to. So thank you.
that's a pleasure.
Or are you getting to work okay? Or how are you getting around, Jillian?
Or on my bike, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that not with snow.
No,
Taxi.
no.
Some taxis. Not a lot.
Okay. I thought you
There
had
hasn't
snow on the
been
ground.
any snow.
Wow. I thought the news reports are even wrong there. I was under the impression that you had at least a few inches of snow on the ground.
Not
Again, look at
even,
where-
it's not even raining. It's just, it was 5 degrees
Well,
Celsius.
the rain for sure is coming. You're going to get rain, whether it turns into snow or because I was warning you, you're going to be in the North Pole, Montana weather, and yet that may still be coming. I was kind of looking forward to experiencing what we have every year that we're not having.
Thank you
this
very
year.
much.
Yeah, I know. I just, I want everybody to know what we go through up here in Montana.
Honestly, want me to go to work wrapped in a blanket, like chittering
Well,
on a bike.
When it's really bad, you don't go to work. You stay home because you can't go anywhere.
That's
Well, don't wish
apparently
that
never
on us.
happened here because they just say, suck it up, buttercup,
Yeah, don't wish
Well,
that
no,
on
if
us.
you can't travel, you really can't travel. I mean, because it's like, you're wading hip deep in snow. You don't go more than a block.
Yeah, no.
You're
Maybe Aberdeen, but not here.
right. You're right. Yeah, I know Aberdeen has gotten some, and so I was.
Yeah, well, they're
wondering-
about 3 hours away by train. So
Yeah, are they more east of you?
yeah, well, they're wait, east, like that way. I'm just trying to think which window from.
We don't know what that way is, Jillian. Is that north or south or east or west?
East.
East. Okay. Well,
Okay.
that's exactly east.
Yeah, I have to relook up your area on the map again because it's been a while. I've been trying to even just memorize parts of the UK and trying to familiarize myself with your maps again because I found out it was direly lacking in my knowledge of the UK. And I
Look
understand
up the Moray
Ireland.
Firth. We're in the Moray Firth, hidden behind
Okay,
Black
I
Island.
understand most of Scotland, but I mean,
But you
where
need a
Leeds
mind
is,
respect
and where
to see the
Cornwall
place.
is, and where London is, it's all different areas. I'm learning it. I'm learning.
You
You need to get one of them
respect
Google
to
Maps,
see.
Sharon, and just go.
That
Yeah,
is an
well, that's
asteroid
why I'm
crossing in
laughing.
front of the sun.
I can't see
Oh,
you.
okay.
on
This
that,
is
so
from
probably
my
on the
nieces.
stars.
And she actually
I'm going
commented
to bed
in
on that happy note.
Okay,
All
good
right.
night, Joey.
Good night, you guys.
Well, we're at
Yeah,
5.5
sure.
hours. And Sharon's got the giggles, so
Yeah, no, I think everyone's going into like. no.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
See,
Because I
even
know what-
Rebecca's smiling. She's calmed down about AI now. She's not chewing pillows off screen.
good.
Oh, they
Yeah,
just keep it out of my line of sight, and I'll be okay.
They're not listening to me.
She had her
No,
comfort animal, and she's okay now.
Yeah, she's had her
Yeah.
comfort animal, her plushie.
Right.
little
Hey,
pleasure.
dummy. My little baby. I know. Where'd she go?
And you got your therapy toy, the light bulb.
Right,
It's
your
true.
therapy pet,
No, she just waits.
comfort
She
animal.
waits and waits for me to get done when I get done at this desk, and
I'm
then
amazed that you don't have a big purse and a carrier that you take with her everywhere. Her with you wherever you go.
I would. I wish I could take her with me. That way, I don't have to be separate from her.
Well, you
Always
get a
forget.
collar and you get this little short leash, and then you get a ring on the inside of a big purse, and then a short leash on it, about 6 or so inches, and then
Yeah.
you open your zipper up just far enough for her to get her head out, and that's it.
Okay. All right. I know. I have a little carrier for her.
little Kiki, Versace or
Whatever. Right. So this is,
Yeah.
like I said, this is from Manisa. So I just want to be able to tell her, like, is Yellow Moon and Matem or anything else?
This is an asteroid crossing in front. You literally have Casper on the right hand side, and Pappy is the white area right behind the telephone wires, and behind that is the Tan asteroid.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's several
It's just
asteroids
string
in
of
the edge of Uri.
asteroids.
But you see that rainbow blitch over to the right there? That's Casper doing its rainbow thingy.
Yeah, Casper.
Okay, let's look at this a second. So it's
Hello,
a little
Jason,
string
if
of
you look for Casper.
asteroids cutting in front of the sunlight.
Yeah, and Pappy and
Alright.
Casper.
Yeah.
Pappy
Okay.
is the white
Well,
illuminated
good.
area where it really gets bigger right behind the trees on the left. That's where Pappy is.
Yeah.
And then there's the trail of Casper behind that, which is crossing in front of the sun. And behind and above, which is partially cutting off the sun, but shadowy. You see that sort of a circle with an eye dot? That's the
Yeah.
Tan asteroid right there. And Lorraine is up behind the first telephone wire in the upper right corner.
Okay.
Pappy, Lorraine, and the Tan asteroid, and the Casper and asteroid trails under Uri.
Right. Wow.
And again,
Yeah.
thank you for taking this photo. It would have burnt the heck out of your optic nerve just standing there having to take that.
Who's one of
And if we
that?
look long enough, I would bet that the skull is somewhere in here as well.
Yeah, just above the.
Okay.
The
All
two,
right.
two wires,
Band there.
the two telephone wires on the right corner. I think
Yeah.
the skull is
The eyeballs there, yeah.
in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
wires.
But
Night,
just
night,
looking at that.
everybody.
Good night, Julian.
Good night, Billy Bean. See you later.
Rest
You
well.
next week. All right. Bye
Just
bye.
looking for the button there.
There she goes.
You
I've been
know,
saying
How
that all
right
week.
was that picture?
I'm looking for the button. Where's the button? How do I turn this
where's
off?
the button? Where's the button?
There she goes.
Just don't
You
hit
hope.
the eject button.
There she goes.
You have to miniaturize the screen.
And
So
as soon as I
the
figure out how to
original
get down the screen, there we go.
StreamYard and then the red button.
Night, night.
Night night. Night night. There she goes. All
And
right.
down
Yeah, I
the
think
screen.
just
Down
to
the
minimize
screen.
the screen back to normal. You hit the escape button
Bye.
and then the escape button.
There's Carol Ann. Let me see here. I see Tiff is here, right? I do see her. Yeah, it was just recent. She sent me a few pictures over on our email. So let me pull that up and show you
Okay.
guys. She lives not far from me. I'd say less than 5 miles based on what she told me. So not far. Okay. So our view is mostly the same. Yeah.
Gabriel just sent me some stuff.
That's not it. Let's close that out.
Extension.
This one's for Tiff.
Okay. Fort Worth, Texas.
Kitty cats
Oh.
in Tulsa.
They're so cute. They don't stay cute.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, they get big. So I have a feeling, Tiff, this possibly was the sunset that I had my last live and Dennis was talking about. We'll compare in a minute. It looks just like it, I think.
Very similar.
Yeah, let's see when
That, of
was.
course, is the lead asteroid in Saturn's yellow moon.
These are similar to the ones that popped up in the middle of Jillian's ones. Very close looking.
5 days ago is what mine was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Yes.
Now, where
okay.
is this again? Did you
Tulsa.
say Texas or Tulsa?
Tulsa.
Okay, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That looks like a close Nepesity pass.
Wow.
And that again is lead asteroid is Saturn's yellow moon. The lead asteroid is going vertically down.
Cross. Yes.
And that little white thing in the middle is the ion tail going straight up. And this is where it moves over. It is now moving over and crossing to the left side at sunset now. And that's been the confusing factor that we've been going through for about 2 months now. Is like, is that really? Yep, it is. It's changing all the rules. The whole group is moving in a circle. And Nibiru is moving to another new area, and Saru is moving to another area, and we'll be staring at Saru before you know it on the right-hand side for the beginning of most of the summer, and then she's going to come in for a close pass. God only knows what that's going to do with her illuminated open base core. Should be really intense and very cool.
Yeah, look at that.
Let's hope every eye in the sky will watch to see it.
Oh my God. Well, we've already seen some unbelievable Saru events already, and it's only going to get better every day. And eventually I'm going to have to start drawing them as they leave, and they're beyond Earth, and they're illuminated during the day regularly, and sometimes at night. So I still think that the show is just getting started, and it's going to be even better.
Yeah, it took 15 years to get up to this stage, so.
And I think the colors are way better now too, and our camera technology is better, and we've taught thousands of people what to look for and how to look for it, and we could do without the telephone lines, but sometimes you have to.
Yep.
You're welcome.
I get to the point where I don't even see the stuff in the way anymore. I don't see the sea trails. I don't see the phone lines. I don't see the street lights. They don't even exist.
Did you get your one on TikTok back, Rebecca? Did you get your
What's
oh my
that?
God one? Did you get your oh my God one?
I did get that channel back on TikTok.
Cool.
You mean?
Yes.
Yes, it finally cleared all my warnings. I got, so I'm all
I was in no way complaining about the phone lines. I was just speaking hypothetically, generically. Your pictures are wonderful. Thank you. Everybody's.
Yes, thank you, Chief.
So this was taken.
Go ahead.
Sorry, this was taken the same evening that Tiff took her pictures. You know what I mean? Like the pictures that she saw.
No, thank you, everybody, anybody who's putting in pictures, because we could not do this without the people around the world to compare this with and get our verification. If it was just one person, we'd still be guessing. It's the thousands of people that send in this stuff over and over again that make this work. Which is why we call it the Citizen Science Podcast. But this is the Citizen Science Podcast radio news on our weekly show 151. Like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Got to go through, get that little card out and read it for the 8,000th time.
Yep.
Well, one day, maybe one day this will become a household word, Nibiru. And you mention Nibiru to people on the street, and they have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, wow.
A lot of people just aren't up with the times. They don't want to be.
Years.
Chris said it looked just like his from last night. Okay.
Nice.
Well, we do know how repetitive it is. It just, you know.
Well, all I see is clouds. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah. So I meant to ask, okay, let me go back over here, because I kept going back and forth. Is this Epicity or is it Atu's moon? I was just like,
this is Atu and Nibiru, and there is striped area is the red asteroid.
Wow. Is that
and the cube is right there somewhere too.
Huh. That's strange. Okay. I mean, it was mostly directly east, but
remember the cube drawing that I made with the asteroid coming in from the left, and it included the cube in that one drawing. If you pull that drawing up right now,
let me find it.
I can send you a copy of it if you need me to. I know exactly.
Okay, well,
where it is.
I should have it just right here. So many drawings. It has to be coming up.
Do we know Jody Burkhart?
The name sounds familiar.
Huh.
I can
No.
grab it really quick.
Is this it, Sam?
Okay, let me come back. I'm on Facebook. I'll come back to StreamYard.
Okay.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay. Uh-huh. Well, that's great because I
And then-
kept going back and forth because by location, it's been consistently Nepicity. I was confused.
Well, Nepicity would be on the
Right.
left and up. Be on the left and up.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now,
Okay.
flash back to that photo, if you will. Now that we've got all this glued, the pattern glued into our heads.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Proceed. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense too. Right. That does make
And
sense.
that-
Oh yeah.
That's Atu's moon right there. You
That
raised
didn't
up and you saw Atu's moon above you. And
then
Nepicity
my
would be
camera
your,
did
oh
that.
boy.
I
I just
know.
went to the
Dang, you have.
carnival and I'm hanging upside down.
And I'm like, what do I do?
You lost your 7 seconds of gravity.
Yeah, that's it. It happened to me
Oh,
early.
not what that is.
Isn't that weird? I couldn't get it to right.
Ugh.
Light speed.
I'm kidding. I hope you people out there with an easy gag reflex that did not
Yes.
affect that. I'm joking. Yeah,
Gosh.
I love it's the 3 carnival rides. I don't even have to leave home.
Look at that. Yeah.
And that's
it's
the
just
light that
like-
is shining between its atom and on toward Uri, which is now farther to the left.
Yeah.
That open, empty sky area is the only real sky out there. All the dark blue is, of course, planet. And you can see that circle right there. You can see the lead asteroid playing this day, and boy, it's very big,
Yep.
very
It's
big.
close.
Just
Close.
above the second set of trees on the left, between the first and the second set of trees,
Yeah.
is the lead asteroid. Underneath of Saturn's yellow moon, and you can see the ion tail is that white line on the left-hand side, because compared
Yeah.
to the right-hand side, it doesn't have one.
Mm.
That's the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon, and the Saturn, of course, is higher up, and now it is crossing over to the left-hand side at sunset. So it's getting confusing, but beautiful.
They're just doing their cosmic dance.
Yep, and the whole system is rotating also above us. Now Nibiru used to be due east at sunset. Now it is southeast. And
Southwest.
Saru is coming
Right.
in from the due. Yeah, no, east at sunset. Nibiru is east
Yeah,
at
for you.
sunset and
For you.
sunrise. And
For
Saru,
you.
yeah, right. For me, right.
Your perspective.
I'm in the northern hemisphere. I'm in normal land. I'm not hanging upside down
Yeah,
in
see, we're special.
some godforsaken place with snakes and spiders and kangaroos and
Everything that
I
wants
saw
to
that-
kill you.
I think they've got wallabies in Scotland and Ireland now that are roaming free.
Probably.
Yeah, I
Maybe
heard
the
that
little
somebody
ones.
released wallabies in Scotland and the northern UK, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. But they're the cute ones. They're the small ones.
Right.
It's the big
Right.
reds and the you got to be careful of.
God, look at that lighting. Look at the illumination at the bottom on either side
This
there.
was-
That's just beautiful.
And this was late in the afternoon, 2 after 6 o'clock or something, wasn't it, Rebecca?
Yeah, that's sunset.
So your
That's
sun
right.
had already gone
Yeah,
down by
that's
about
right.
half an
6
hour.
o'clock.
I'd say about 6.
Yeah, that's a Saturn's yellow moon, lead asteroid, and behind it on the right is Saru. See that
Absolutely
dark blue.
gorgeous. Yeah.
Now remember, Saru puts off the orange yellow a lot of the times at the base cloud. There's a very intensely bright yellow and orange base cloud. That's the side of Uri. It's moved
Yeah, we
more
got-
to the northern sky at sunset. It goes north, literally away.
Yeah. That
Right, let
roll.
me rethink that. No, it goes south away at sunset. It's the opposite.
Now you got me going.
Mhm.
Yeah, it goes south at sunset now, and that's that rotation that's happening in front of us every day, and it's just mind-boggling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You
It
got to
was
picture it in
thrilling.
your
It was
mind
really
all
great.
the time.
Yeah, a lot of times I just got to close my eyes and I can figure it out. If my eyes are open, then I get, like, no, close. Okay, now,
Yeah, like this is a visual distraction until you close your eyes and go, oh yeah, that's
And now
right.
there again, you can see that white coming in.
Yeah.
is
What's the white part?
Asteroid. And that's the red asteroid and all of that stuff right there.
Look at that. Oh my goodness.
And then that is where Saturn should be, and that's why it's turning slightly reddish.
And the cloud looks
And
different.
then Ion Tail leading to is Saturn's yellow moon.
Gorgeous.
And the lead asteroid and the green asteroid, which is in the middle between the two trees also. It's there. Now, the green asteroid is also bank turning, and it is going to be directly next to the lead asteroid in the coming few months, and then they're going to bank turn to the left, and then our out view of them is going to change as Saturn's yellow moon is going to keep progressing over the top of us to the right. Eventually, soon, the lead asteroid is going to separate away from in front of the yellow moon because they're not connected. They're completely separate. It just happens that the lead asteroid goes way far out and around and below Uri. It could even be a moon. I don't know. I don't have any way to. If I was off Earth, floating around in a tin can, which I wouldn't want to be, and seeing all of this, I would have a better description for you, but I'm trying to give you the best that I can. Besides, I got no competition. You better listen. Ain't nobody gonna tell you like I'm joking, of course. I'm trying to be a little silly, but I mean,
we appreciate it because it helps us understand too.
It's in my head. I know I've been watching it so long, and now I know how these things are spinning around in my brain. And I'm telling you, this 3i Atlas thing, oh God, it's still messing with me. And I am so I'm learning these dark emotional things that I had thought that I had bypassed many a year ago. And I guess you don't get to, walk away. You just get to learn it no matter what.
That's what the cards said, Sam. Everyone is going to be looking at people that they haven't had in their life for decades, like deceased relatives coming to them.
Right.
They're bringing up all of these unfinished business that we never got around to.
Right, and we have to emotionally evolve in order to move forward. We have to clear the shelf to get the crap out of the way so we can move forward. And that's exactly what even Revelations, God forbid, I've started quoting the Bible again. But excuse me, may the gods forbid, not God forbid, because he of course would want me to quote the Bible.
But at the same time, people misunderstand of what it means by apocalypse. Apocalypse actually means, or Armageddon means all of that crap with all the fighting, but apocalypse actually means the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening.
Right, and we have to have catastrophe to make up of our old ways in order to make room for the new ones, because only at the edge of destruction does the human race actually learn. And we are going to have a year in front of us, weather-wise and heat-wise and water-wise and government and politically, and oh my God, and you can't even get any decent television anymore. I tell you,
it's going to be a big year this year, guys. So buckle up. From what the cards say, we're going to see a couple of months where we've got big hiccups and big announcements, but we'll bounce back, and everybody's going to treat it like it's the golden age, and then we're going to get slammed in the butt. So that will be.
Well, we also have to remember what's important. We have to start learning the things that we need to survive, and it's a crash course time, people. If you don't know how to take care of yourself, if you don't know how to filter water, if you don't know how to produce electricity, if you don't know how to get in contact with the right people, you should learn.
Survival skills, guys. Get yourself hand on a survival skill book. Get yourself a compass. Learn how to read your directions.
Outside. Have your family turn up I dare you, for one day to turn off your electricity and then have a holiday where you don't go to work or you don't do whatever, and just stay home for that one day without electricity, and you will get a big wake-up call.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing. And it's, of course, happening to a bunch of people in the ice storms right now. There's a whole bunch of folks in the southern half of Texas, literally all the way to Georgia right now, that are sitting in the cold tonight.
Are there?
And,
If a family can't get through one day, what would it be like with a week of cabin fever?
or try to live for a month or 6 months
Yeah.
or a year. If we have a Carrington event, we're screwed.
Absolutely. We'll be
And-
back in the dark.
And we
ages.
had, we had that X-class flare just, a couple of weeks ago, and everybody's already forgotten about it.
Yep. Why is that a problem? Why is
They're
everyone
happening.
got
Our
such
sun
short
is not
memory?
acting normal. Yeah, God, March of last year, March of 2025, horrendous storms went through the middle of the United States, and now those people have been kicked out of their FEMA camp, their FEMA housing, and it's horrible what this government is doing to, and you wouldn't believe, and go look this
We
stuff
haven't
up.
got
people.
enough housing now as it is.
No, right. No, they booted people out again to get ready for this coming. And of course, hopefully reports coming in from New York and DC are saying they're absolutely not prepared for this storm. And they let a whole bunch of contractors go just a month or so ago. And
Not
these are the,
surprised.
electricians and the people that they pay to go in, as technical groups that know what they're doing. And if they're not
Hey, Dennis,
available,
they're-
shit, we're on our own.
I
What
want some,
flavor,
Dennis.
What
Yeah.
flavor?
Yum.
If it's strawberry, I'm in.
Yeah, and just think, if your power's off, your ice cream is melting. Don't open the
Yeah,
freezer
you-
unless you have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and of course, I went and stocked up on
found
freezer.
some people in Texas that have no power.
Okay.
I'm not seeing like huge, like 15,000 people, I think, in this report.
Yeah,
That's a
we
lot.
look, check Little Rock, and then check Memphis.
Yeah, mostly it's Texas, Louisiana, and New Mexico as the
Okay,
power
and
outage.
then it'll be Little Rock and Memphis, and then Charleston
Yeah.
tonight, tomorrow.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't know.
You,
It's not snowing here. I checked. I did check. It's
since I'm doing this,
even though the radar acts like it is, it tells me
I
it
am
is,
going to. I'm going to
but
break the rules a little bit. I'm going to go to Ryan Hall,
it
y'all.
feels like 1 degrees. It feels like one.
You're working off computerized models and predictive
I'm sure.
programming.
Right. I'm looking all over actually, but my app, my weather app,
That's what I
says
mean.
I'm
How many
Okay,
people?
Ryan Hall is live right now. Ryan
Yeah.
Hall, y'all. And he's on live storm coverage, and of course, I get a
Let
commercial
me go
first.
look.
And it's very loud. A crackling fire with drying boots. A big at Bob Ward. A glove sale. We have no snow. All right. Heavy snow burying Ohio Valley. He's showing Washington right now. Closed Waffle Houses. Now that's seriously important.
Yes.
Well, they
People
were scared.
And-
They closed the Waffle House because they've got a look. Half of America is watching this storm.
Let me pull it up.
It's stormy in Nashville right now, big time. Clarksville.
Well,
And the
wherever
ice
you are,
region
stay
is
safe,
the
guys.
Rest of that. Okay, Ryan, I'm with you.
This is the second.
All right, back to reality. Yeah, they've been saying this storm was going to be drastic, dire. There you go. That's Ryan Hall. That's what I was just looking at.
Right.
And Nashville area right there, and they're having heavy storms with lightning.
So the green says moderate on the apparently
That's
their
Georgia
scales.
with snow. That's Georgia with snow. Now, what's good about his program is he's clicking on live weather cams throughout the United States, and that's that program he uses. And I can't remember exactly the name of it, but I have it written down somewhere. And it's a really nice weather app. And you can even use the free version of the Pro Series and use the paid version. But what he uses is a really good system, and it's very reliable. Unfortunately, it's mostly computer graphics, and you don't get to see the actual radar footage. You see graphic enhanced footage.
Okay, Tiff.
So you don't see any satellite stuff to confirm it.
Yeah, thank you,
Right,
Tiff.
right.
I have her video ready.
But we don't
but
know
I
even if
Because that's radar.
we don't even know if this is a Truman Show or not. You know, I mean, they could, of course, be simulating Ryan Hall, not even a real person. We don't know
That's a crane.
till we meet him.
That's like a record.
You know,
Like, okay.
we're daring to come on our show.
Let's go to
Perish the thought. We're talking to a bot.
What if he's fake news? And you see, now there's a little rock.
That wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't. It just makes totally sense now. They're not. None of them are real. Really?
Well, what if I had people
What
accuse
if?
me of being an implant as well, that I was
I know.
You're a
mislead
government
everybody.
bot, dude.
You're a
You're a
plant,
government
right?
bot.
I've heard it.
Yeah,
So we're gonna have more
Yeah.
freezing rain reports.
Yeah.
This one over here.
And I was an extreme overweight guy in Texas one time for another rumor.
Pull up the winter radar here. It's
And then there were some other nasty things other people said about me over the years. But
Right.
I promise I absolutely have no criminal record whatsoever.
The precipitation
Well, good.
isn't very heavy just yet. But
We all
Yep,
have
and
haters, Sam.
let's
We
see
all
what else.
have
What
haters.
else I don't do.
more intense, I guess you could say.
I don't
Well,
do
have
drag
you-
races on Sunday either.
And
Joke.
a lot. And just a reminder, we down here in Spartanburg.
But we
do
all have haters somewhere, Sam.
Oh, haters. Right.
Oh yeah,
Please,
I
not-
mean, quite a
not
few really,
racist
really,
haters.
really
Haters.
fervent
You know
people
you're
who have
making it.
hated me.
Shake it off, shake it off.
No, if you don't have a hater, you're not that big of a
Yeah,
superstar.
you haven't
know?
made it. You're not that famous yet. You
Yeah,
can't get your haters.
that's when you know you're making it. It's when you got haters.
Yeah. That's what I was meaning, you know, you're making an impact when they come back and retaliate. It's like, whoa, you're actually paying attention. Whoa.
You know, and a lot of this does. There are people out there that this does frighten, and then they turn. You know, it's the disbelief issue, and then they turn against you, and they will fight you to maintain their sense of reality. And there's a lot of people that have gone out of their way in some really strange ways over the years. I'm still, some of the hate mail I've gotten is just like, wow, you paid that much postage to, give me a hard time. Wow, you must really be mad at me.
And you really wanted the last word. Okay. I hope you're happy now.
Yeah, I one year for Christmas I got like $30,000 in movie money, and it was those $100 bills that are Hollywood money printed on the back.
Yep.
And I knew it within microseconds. First of all, it was addressed to me with no return address whatsoever. And I opened
Wouldn't
the
you been
package
able
and I
to
pulled
use your
out and I
psychometry
opened
on
the
it?
bag, manila envelope, and there's $30,000 in $100 bills, and I went, no way. And then I pulled it out and touched it. Of course, the paper wasn't right. I didn't even have to flip it over, but then I flipped it over and it says, not real money, Hollywood money, And yet this person spent, like $20-some in postage to mail it to me, and then didn't even so much as leave their name behind to get credit for the RAS, So,
Well, if you're out there listening, it was a great joke.
yeah, there you go. And we had fun with it. We played with it for a little
At least it
while.
wasn't an exploding package.
Yeah, I was happy about that. But I'm very careful when I open mail, especially the stuff that doesn't have a return address. I'm more likely to open it in the post office. That way, I take many people along with me. And that way, there'll be a federal investigation
Good
rather
idea.
than just blowing myself up in the car.
Good idea.
Yeah, I figure if you're going to do it public.
That snowfall in the corner.
And there's good old Max Velocity, and he just got a haircut again. And I keep wondering, who cuts your hair, dude?
He could do it himself.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about now is what's coming tomorrow. And Sunday and Monday, it'll be all the way up the East Coast, and it'll be volatile. And there will be lots of people with bad snow tires who aren't prepared how to drive along the, the big highway from between DC and, of course, North Carolina. And there'll be a lot of car accidents recirculating, So it's going to be nasty.
Please be careful. Yeah, be careful, people.
And they get a lot of views. I wish we got that many views.
To the northeast.
Yeah.
Right.
And of course, that's that
Well, we need to
rotational
do-
storm. The blue area is rotating one direction, and the green area is rotating the opposite. It's a circulation. And when it gets offshore, it'll go all the way up to Newfoundland, and then it'll wrap around back in over Canada into the Hudson Bay again, and then come back at us again next week.
I was going to say maybe you could get a cameo on his show. He's a degreed meteorologist. So, what's your degree, Sam?
I have minor degrees in marketing and radio, that kind of stuff.
Radio host. Sam.
Media marketing. I have a minor degree in media marketing.
And why isn't it working?
I don't know. I'm using my best radio voice for you today. I will listen to the top sound. Yeah. Media
Maybe we should
marketing.
do a podcast
Oklahoma.
just like Coast to Coast. I could interview you and we do a
Yep.
podcast on Spotify.
Yeah, I'd have to get out a big old, wingback chair and a box of cigars and sit there like Art Bell did.
Don't forget that half a glass of scotch on the rocks.
I forgot about that part. You're right. No wonder I'm getting it wrong.
Exactly.
I got to have more screaming guys in phone booths in the rain in New Mexico, and that, of course, turned out to be a hoax. But that was the top-rated show. And I actually wrote to Art Bell on many occasions. I sent him videos. I sent him all sorts of stuff. But
Yeah.
of course, he never answered me. But
Same as all my reporters that just couldn't even be bothered to give me a received your email. Thank you.
yeah, I ordered Gordon Michael Scallion's map from his radio programs back in 1997, 98. And I was listening to his show every week, taking notes and clipping newspaper clippings and gluing them in notebooks. And eventually, many years later, I finally got rid of all those notebooks, and I was taking notes all the time, all the way through Y2K and all that crap.
Yep.
I even worked on a Y2K bunker and had way more flour than I ever knew what to do with. And it all
Yeah.
tasted like pickles because we kept it in pickle buckets.
All
It
of
was,
my
it was
notes are
ruined. I had
storage.
to give away tons of flour to everybody
Pickle.
because it
pickle
never
bread.
happened. So I laughed at myself and I got over it.
Yes, you didn't de-pickle the jar, did you? You didn't pour
Well,
the
you
jar.
don't. Well, I got used pickle buckets for 25 cents a piece
Yeah.
with the lid, and then I thought, oh, okay, I can store. Yeah, no, you cannot get the vinegar out, no matter what you do.
No, not if it's polyvinyl chloride, PVC.
Right. Right. Even if you put bleach water in them in the first place, and you think it smells like bleach water, so you think it's clean, but eventually, that's what I did. Is I cleaned them with bleach water, and then let them sit out in the sun for a while, and thinking they're okay, and they smelled okay at first, and then I put my powder in my plastic bags in there, and then put the lid on there, about 40 pounds per bucket, and they all tasted like pickles.
Yep. Because it was still
Best
some
pickle
molecules.
bread I ever had.
Yum.
Yum.
Yummy.
Good old dill
Yeah.
bread, fantastic, with a little bit of butter and some sour cream.
Well, guys, we're approaching the 6-hour mark, and I've
Yeah,
got
that might not be a bad idea.
things to do. I'm pretty certain you do too. But thanks for having me on again. Sky Watchers, have a good week. Please stay safe, stay warm if you're in a cold environment. Please coming up with those pictures. We need them desperately.
And if
Of
you are in a
course. Thank you, Sharon.
sub-zero temperature, keep a faucet at the end of your house running at a small trickle, because I know
Yes.
most southern people do not have heat tape for your piping. So don't
No.
leave your cupboard doors open at night when you go to sleep, but leave a small trickle of water running at the end of your house, or even in two sinks, depending on if you
Yes.
have a big power bill or water bill or not. But run
Yep.
run a little bit of water so it doesn't freeze, and you'll save
Yep.
yourself thousands of dollars in plumbing fees.
Yes.
And again,
Indeed.
stay warm, stay safe.
Yeah.
Good night, Sharon.
Good night. Yeah. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Take care.
Sharon. Bye bye.
Yeah.
See you next
Bye.
week. Thank
Indeed.
you. For
Bye.
sure. Okay. Bye bye. Yep. Yep. I
Yeah,
got
we
my
pretty much-
faucets
Go ahead.
dripping. I have my kitchen sink. I made a sign even just so nobody would forget, because it's not supposed to get above freezing for 10 more days. I guess,
Right.
you know, and if we freeze up now, it's a long time with no water.
Yeah, leave your bathroom cupboard,
Yeah.
your sink cupboard doors open so the pipes don't freeze. And
Exactly.
just a little
So,
trickle of water is all you need. You
I'm
don't
on
need to
it.
waste a lot of water, but as long as there's movement in the pipes, then it won't
Right.
freeze.
yeah.
And I leave my kitchen cupboard under the sink doors open, and then I've got 2 bathrooms, and I
Smart.
leave both cupboard doors open, and I turn the heat up a little extra on those really cold nights just to keep the house warm. Got kids,
Yeah.
so. And of course, I'm in my 60s and wear a sweater now. I'm wearing one as we speak. I'm wearing a Vikings jersey over the top of my Star Wars t-shirt. So
Right.
my fashion choices for today is big
Right.
purple. Go Vikings,
It sounds like it's toasty in your house. You know.
Yeah, I have bare feet right now. I do not even have my slippers on, so it's actually, and it's 15 degrees outside.
Yeah, it's 9 degrees here. 9.
Yeah, and you should be getting the snow
painful.
anytime now, and it should be heavy. But maybe you'll wake up with it. Now, remember, heavy snow is good insulation for the house. You warm up.
Maybe. I'm just perplexed, honestly, but it's okay. Things happen, things move and shift, and I'm
Well,
glad.
if you don't have to
wasn't
shovel the
bad.
sidewalk, that's not a bad
No.
thing.
Right. I'm
Not a
glad
bad thing.
because
I don't even know where my snow shovel is.
Right. I gave mine away, so so because
Well,
I'm like,
it's
it hasn't
probably in my
snowed in
shed,
10
but I mean,
years.
I haven't seen it this year at all. I didn't even use it
Yeah.
yet this year, and here we are, end of January. Now watch, the fates are going to tease me, and we're going to have 40 below and 3 feet of snow, which would be great because we need the snow, but not the 40 below. I mean, and there's another Arctic storm coming next week, and then there's more yet to follow in February is when it's going to really get bad. So we'll see.
Wow. In February, is that when it gets worse for you?
Yeah, usually February, end of January to the middle of February.
Really?
And then we don't start really warming up until March, April sometimes. So, it's nothing like it used to be. So, I mean, one year we had sub-zero temperatures in December, and that was just a couple of years ago. And then the year before it was kind of like that as well. So all of our weather's screwed up. And we were in drought for the last couple of years, and then we got a bunch of rain this fall. So who knows? But we'll see what's happening. We know that climate change is direly happening.
It's going to be in
with
the
what's going on
20s
in China and all that.
all next week. And 2 weeks from today, it'll be 56. Suppose it. We'll see.
Wow.
56. That'd be all
Yeah,
right.
you guys might have an early spring for all we know, or a late winter. We don't know.
Might.
Now, remember, this is a La Nina year, so this is all bets are off. We don't, and if I sent you that Null School link earlier, and if you look at the width of that jet stream going over the top of the United States right now, it's insanely wide, and that's what's causing this insane storm. So it's all wrong. We know the jet stream is wrong. And it's
It is
not
a big
acting like
storm.
anything. We haven't seen anything like this in years at all. And we've all been watching it regularly for a very long time. And I look at Null School a lot because it gives you a different, you can, go at 50 feet off the ground, or you can go 5,000 feet off the ground. You can see the different weather systems around the world. Anyway, so I will wind it up and stop talking.
You're winding it up. Okay. And Amy
same
has 2
bat
pounds of
time,
clothes
same
on.
bat channel next week, everybody.
Fascinating.
What's
Yes, Sam. Well, I was just commenting on Amy's comment that she
10
has
pounds of
10
clothes,
pounds of clothes on. That's all.
Yeah,
You know,
well.
she weighed it.
You-
That's the unique part.
Do what you got to do to stay warm, man. I'm telling you.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah,
But
and I bought some honey
anyway.
this week for some hot lemon honey tea.
Yeah, that sounds Good.
And I'm going to cook some
Yeah, well,
honey
stay
baked
in, stay
ham
warm
with clove, honey and clove ham.
for tomorrow or something.
That'll probably be tomorrow Sunday. Yes, for Sunday dinner. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I
Well,
try
cool.
to do a little fancy on Sunday dinners for the girls.
Yeah.
They've been liking their frozen foods and their pies and their pizzas lately. But I'm this way. I'm also encouraging them to actually cook and learn how to cook for themselves by reading directions and all of that.
Yeah.
Using the stove, not burning yourself too many times, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, be careful.
That's
I
why I'm
know.
still cutting the pizza, right?
I know. Well, hey, you
They
have
go,
more
"Dad,
practice.
get it out of there. I don't want to put my hand in the oven. Get it out for them." You know, the girls hamburgers. You know, I used to do flambe cooking table side, so I burned my hands so many times that I don't even feel the heat anymore. You know, and I don't even have hair growing in the back of my hand anymore. I used to. It doesn't anymore because you wouldn't believe how many suits and dress shirts I ruined by flambeing table side. You know, cherry jubilee and all of that.
Right.
With Diane
Well,
or Scampi, or, you know, all that. Oh God,
they'll
cooking
have
omelet.
plenty of time to
It was great.
practice. Right.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Well, thank
I
you,
have one other
Sam.
thing to
Thanks
say.
for joining us again. Been a
Thanks for having a
awesome
wonderful
show.
show again this week, show number 151. Go to YouTube tomorrow, check your subscription, comment on tonight's show, ask me questions about the cube. Or, you know, I think Carol Ann will answer you, or Rebecca will, or
Sure.
Christopher. They're good about that. And please make comments, because the more you comment and like her videos, it'll help the algorithm, so we can get, you know, taken off the spam list.
Yep. That's how it goes. So I appreciate it. I know Sam would
Okay.
too. So okay, Sam. Well, we will see you next Saturday then. I might talk to you sooner,
Okay,
but
so 5
otherwise we'll
minutes.
see you next Saturday.
That 5 minutes went by really quick after Sharon was leaving.
I
All right, bye
know.
everybody.
So it says.
Hand on the X.
Okay. Bye,
I'm gonna
Sam.
get
Here
play Star Wars. I've got my Star Wars
Oh, the good
T-shirt
old
on. I'm gonna go
days.
play Star Wars. All right.
Okay,
Good night, all.
Sam. Bye. Bye-bye. Boy, that went by fast, you guys. 6 hours and 5 minutes. And here we all are. Still a pretty good sized crowd. So that's nice. Let's see who all is here though. I went T Racy. She's here. Bye bye, T Racy. And Michelle. I don't know why I was going to call her Indiana. I'm like, that's not her name. She's in Indiana, but anyway, Michelle. And I know Amy's still here weighing her clothes probably. So I never thought about doing that. You could weigh yourself like with clothes on and without, and then you would know what your clothes weigh. I'm gonna go try it. No, actually my scales are broken. That's darn it, you know, but otherwise I'd do it. Did I say Dennis? I think I did, but Dennis is here. And Tara. I was thinking when Tara hopped on, we need to get her back on here sometime. It's been a little bit. So Tara, when you're not busy, you have to join us again. And Carol Ann, appreciate her so much in so many ways. I hope you have a good evening, Carol Ann. And her little kitty, Bianco. Yeah, her little kitty is sleeping in her lap, she said. So keep Bianco in your thoughts, y'all, because he's not feeling very good tonight. So you know how that is. I do. It's just heartbreaking when your babies are feeling bad. And Blackberries. Thank you again, Blackberries. I'm definitely going to go through I Love Blackberries YouTube channel. Go look at her videos. I didn't know she had a channel, but we're going to probably next week. I'm going to round some of her things up and we're going to look at it. Somebody new to look at. And Tiff, it's good to have you. And I hope you enjoy your hot chocolate. And hopefully one day we'll get together face to face. That would be pretty neat. So go have that cup of coffee and talk about our kitty cats. So why not talk about the clouds over Tulsa? So I think it was Robbie. Robbie, did I get Robbie? There's Robbie. He might still be in the chat. Okay, guys. I think we're about caught up. I think we're all repeating each other now. Yeah. So cool. Well, that's it then. I'm gonna go ahead and hit that X and hop out of here. And then, of course, you know what that means. I'm gonna go hang out with Mittens. Oh, hey, Laura's here. Yeah, we need to have a cat chat, like a cat show, I guess. We're gonna talk about cats. Let me show you a slideshow of your kitty cats, and then I'll show you a video of her kitty cat. It's yeah, I'd be right up my alley. I know, go cuddle up with Mittens. It's the truth. Like you see how many times she's been up here today, and then when I go in the other room, she's so happy. It's finally, I'm all hers. So it's cute. She's a smart kitty cat. Good night, Doobaloo. She's here too. And DJ. Oh boy, good. I need those emojis. So awesome. Okay, guys. Let's see. What's this say, Tara? I know you don't, but a cat page would be amazing. You mean a cat group or a cat podcast? Is that what you're saying? I mean, we do have a cat page on Facebook, which is Feline Followers Anonymous 2. I got locked out of 1. Okay. So Feline Followers Anonymous 2. It's a tiny group, like 20 some odd people. But we show all the best cat pictures and memes. Anyway, I'm plugging our cat channel or page. I'm in a group. Yeah, we have a cat group. Is that what you talk? You know that, right? Or did you not know it? I don't know. I don't promote it usually. Hey, Maria's still here too. Good night, Maria. You know what? I thought it was strange that I only found 4 pictures. And I'm scrolling back deeper in my comments, and I found Maria had sent me 41. It said 41. And I bet you there's a bunch of other pictures that I didn't get to see or didn't know I had. If it is, I will show it next week, Maria. So that's why that was so short. 4 pictures. So yeah, she's a diva. She is, but she's not conceited. You know what I mean? She's like, yeah, real sweet, sweetheart. Anyway, thank you too, Amy. It's been fun. Well, all right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and head on out. And you all have a good rest of your evening and stay as warm as you can. Not have to get out in this, hopefully, for another month or 2, right? We can just stay in and stay warm. And hopefully it will bounce back up into the 70s here soon. And then we can go back outside and look at pictures or go live. So, hey, David's still here too. Night, David. Yep, cool. All right. Yep, we'll see you next week for sure. Love you too, Maria. Yep. All right. She's self-confident. Yeah, she's not conceited. She's confident. Yep. We know our kitty well. Oh, may the force be with you too, DJ. Equal. Right. Good night. Good night. All right. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? A whole other show is behind us, under our belt. 151 podcast shows. That's pretty cool. I think it is. I'm impressed with ourselves, so we did it. So, all right, guys. Well, here we go. I will hit the button and head on out. We'll see you guys next Saturday for show 152. So, all right. Bye-bye, everybody. Y'all take care.